Hello and welcome to round 7 at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. There has been a change of guards in the commentary team. I'm still Fiona Steil-Antoni, but I'm delighted to be joined today by Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Dania, how are you today?
Fiona, I am doing great. Good afternoon to you. And I am honored to be replacing Grandmaster Hess. These are very, very big shoes to fill. I'm not confident that I will be able to fill them, but I will do my absolute best. That it really is an honor to be commentating the Tata Steel tournament with you. I've never woken up so eagerly at 6:45. At least I don't remember the last time that happened. So I'm doing great, Fiona. I'm so excited for today's round.
I am certainly glad to have you here with me already. I know it's very early where you are, but Dania, without further ado, let's have a look at the results from yesterday. So yesterday we had 3 decisive results, with world champion Magnus Carlsen winning his game against Richard Rapport. Anish Giri got a big win with the black pieces after a shocking move, Dania, by Fabiano on move 40, this rook b6.
Yeah, that was crazy. I was watching at that point the live coverage, and I was as shocked as everybody was, I think. But to me, it was even more shocking that Fabi jumped out to such an overwhelming position earlier in the game. And I thought that, by the time he blundered, things had already become very complicated. What a resilient performance by Giri. And of course, Magnus blowing through the gates in that Catalan. I mean, that wasn't even close.
Yeah, it's a very nice game. And then something more quiet in Sergei Karyakin. Felt like a more of a positional masterclass against Jorden van Foreest. The rest were draws, some more eventful than others. But let's look at the standings after round 6 with a 3-way tie at the top there, Dania.
Carlsen, Mamedyarov, and Vidit. I think the first name there is a name that most people expect. Mamedyarov, also a veteran of these kinds of events. Vidit, though, he's been having an amazing performance. This could end up being a breakthrough performance for him if he can sustain this, Fiona. But if we look at the peloton, there's 2 people with 3.5. There's a ton of people with 3. The tournament standings are so packed together. Anything can change with every round.
Indeed, everything's so close, and with still 7 rounds to play, anything could happen. Here we see the matchups for today. I think the game that I'm particularly looking forward to, it's between one of the leaders and one of the pursuers. I'm waiting for it to pop up. This one I'm also excited for, Jorden van Foreest against Vidit. Niels Grandelius, he's not had the best start, but now had 2 solid draws. And this is the one, Dania, that I'm so excited for, Richard Rapport against Shahriar Mamedyarov.
2 incredibly explosive players, and that promises to be a very competitive game. And of course, we're always excited to watch Magnus Carlsen. The pressure is on him to win this game, but Prague with the white pieces is a force to be reckoned with. Not somebody that you can mess with, and certainly somebody that can sting if you overpress.
Indeed, and well, there's also a special flavor to that game because it is their first classical encounter. So the first time that Pragnananda and Magnus are squaring it off at a classical time control. And Prague, well, we saw yesterday some brilliant preparation to hold Sam Shankland to draw pretty much out of the opening. And today, with the white pieces, I'm very curious to see what he's cooked up for Magnus.
Absolutely, I am as well. All these rating disparities, they just add more intrigue. It may be 8 degrees in Vacanze, it's -6 here in Charlotte, but there's going to be a lot of heat on the board, Fiona, that's for sure.
There certainly will. And well, it's not just us here and the players in the playing hall, but you two at home can get involved. So Dania, how did they do it?
Absolutely. Do not forget to vote on the result of today's games. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select the game, click vote, and select your winner. You could win a piece of the $1,000 prize pool for best voters or free diamond memberships. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so don't miss out. And remember to vote on all the games. Do not procrastinate. You've got 10 moves, so make sure to put in your votes at chess.com/events. Fiona, we hope everybody gets involved.
Indeed, get involved. Always a fun time. And well, now we're only 2 minutes away here from the start of the round. Andrei Yasipenko, he is always nice and early at the board, but we see that Sam has arrived as well. Dania, one of the big intrigues during the first 6 rounds is the chat has been wondering, when is that banana gonna be eaten? It hasn't been touched just yet. Maybe today will be the day.
Indeed, maybe Sam will go bananas today. And here he is taking off the mask, sitting down. He's got the apple and the banana. I've known Sam for so many years. He's, of course, also from the Bay Area. And he has his routine in these tournaments. He's got it worked out to a T. He wakes up at the same time. He eats the same food. He brings the same fruits to the board. Sam is a consummate professional.
A man who has his routine down. Indeed, there we saw Fabiano having a little chit-chat with Vidit prior to the round. Anish Giri has also arrived for his game against Daniil Dubov. In the background, we see there's always a bit more action on the weekend. Well, it used to be the case pre-COVID days that the weekends were absolutely packed. Of course, now with the lockdown, only very select number of press are allowed in the playing hall. There we saw Prague arrive for his game against Magnus, and a handshake there between Niels Grandelius and Sergei Karyakin.
Indeed, Niels in last place right now. He's got 1.5 out of 6, but nothing to be ashamed of. He, of course, has drawn Magnus, and with over half, the tournament still to go, Niels could end up toward the top half of the standings. Things could very well change for him.
Indeed, and we see the players have received another official communication. We're not sure exactly what it is, but we saw 2 o'clock on the dot, Fabiano starting the clock, and Magnus, we can see, as always, fashionably late. He usually He usually arrives within the first 30 seconds or so after the round has started, so I'm expecting him to come onto the stage any moment now. I don't know if we'll wait for him. We see at the bottom there our tournament. He's both the tournament arbiter and tournament doctor, Alex, so he's got a busy few weeks here. And I think on the left-hand side, I think that was Arjun Erigaisi we just saw arrive. He is, of course, currently not just leading the challenges, but absolutely crushing it. He's on fire.
Arjun is such a beast. And, he's having a phenomenal performance, but I'm just not surprised. And there he is, the man himself. You don't want that awkwardness of sitting at the board for a minute, having to chat to your opponent. This is the way to do it. You sit down, you press your opponent's clock. All within 5 seconds. And
it's incredible. All the opponents, I don't know if this started as a trend and if one player is copying the other or if they all want to show that respect. But every day, Magnus, or almost every day, it's been, just that 1 minute late. But the opponent have pretty much never started the clock. But Magnus, he came, sat down, pressed the clock, and Prague has just made the move 1d4.
A terrible blunder here by Prague. I think he can basically resign. I mean, this is a decisive mistake, Fiona. There is really nothing else to commentate.
We see Magnus. I don't know if it has even registered with him yet. A move has appeared on the board.
Yeah. What did he play? All right, man. I have to play chess today. All right. I guess I'll figure something out.
The players, of course, still have 2 rounds to go until the next rest day. We saw Magnus read the communication. He also is a man of routine. Usually he comes, starts the clock, writes down the players' names, and then usually we'll see him adjust all the pieces before making his first move.
He's in absolutely no hurry. There's a very generous time control. Magnus is really not known to get into severe time pressure, and even if he does, it never feels like he's particularly perturbed. I am curious to see what kind of approach he's going to take. Obviously, I think he's playing for the win. He's not going to play something that even allows either a forced draw or a line that really simplifies the position. But how extreme is he going to go? Is he going to go King's Indian Benoni, or is he going to go Queen's Gambit, Queen's Gambit accepted? And he's gone d5.
Yeah, it's gone d5, so a more solid approach on move one. I think that, yeah, he will not take any crazy risks. I think very often what they say, the youngsters, you want to outplay them in the end game, but I don't know, Pragg, he isn't just your run-of-the-mill young kid who is clueless about end games.
Not at all. I've had the pleasure of training with Pragg for a couple of sessions, and let me tell you, he is a calculating beast. He's got tons and tons of knowledge. He's got a vast memory of games, and that bodes very well for his positional understanding as well. He's got no clear weaknesses. And that, of course, is, Fiona, the new generation of young players. Whereas it used to be, yeah, you could go into the end game, anything positional, even against grandmasters. Not like that anymore. They are so much more well-rounded.
No, but Dania, it looks like Magnus has rung the first opening surprise here, playing the accepting the Queen's Gambit. He hasn't done it on move two, which we see sometimes. We saw it was it yesterday or the day before? I'm so terrible. We saw one, I think it was Karyakin, who took on move two, but Magnus, he waited for Pragg to play knight f3 and then took on c4.
Yeah, and I'm not a big Queen's Gambit accept specialist. What I can say, though, is that this is quite likely to transpose into the main line of the Queen's Gambit accepted. I mean, if Pragg plays e3, which I see is the main line, Black usually goes knight f6, and then we get, mainline Queen's Gambit accepted stuff after c5. Alternatively, Pragg has a couple of other options. He can play queen a4 check in this position. It's more rare. And he can also play e4, and then generally Black clings to the pawn with b5, and this leads to tremendous complications after a4. My guess is that Pragg, if he is surprised, he probably will revert to the more standard move e3.
And I think he's quite clearly surprised. We see him there on the camera, sort of had a moment where he closed his eyes for a second. I can barely remember Magnus, a game where Magnus played the accepted Queen's Gambit. I don't know if there's been a trend lately. I see a question in the chat. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the Queen's Gambit accepted quite rare at the top level? It's true, Dania, that it's not an opening we see all too often.
Yeah, and I remember discussing this topic with Yasser a couple of years ago. Much like fashion in close, fashion in openings doesn't always correspond with some objective metric. And so openings like the Najdorf, Queen's Gambit accepted, which one could say are a little bit less popular in the last few years, it's not because they've been refuted. Openings like the Sveshnikov as well, nobody really has found anything against them. It's just fashion. It's just what people play at the moment. It's all about the Italian and the Berlin these days.
Very true. We talked about this with Robert a little bit as well. I think openings fashion so often influenced by World Championship matches, which has just passed now. So we've seen the tremendous influence of that. But Daniel, let's move on from here. For now, Pragg has decided to go e3, so reverting back into the main lines. Let's bring up the bird's eye view and see what is happening elsewhere.
Well, there's a very interesting position in the game between Andrei Esipenko and Sam Shanklin. So I vote we visit that game for a couple of moments.
Wow, there is a pawn on g4. Let's see how that got here.
Okay, so this was this is definitely Sicilian. I'm getting major Sicilian vibes here. What kind of a Sicilian, you might ask? Well, it was a Taimanov, knight c6, queen c7. Andrei going bishop e3, and then going g4, which is not the most common way of playing. Of course, this is a very typical move in general in the Sicilian. Sam striking on the other side of the board. We get a trade on c6. Andrei going queen d2, and there is the pawn sacrifice, which Sam gladly accepts. He goes b4, chasing away the knight. Then he takes the pawn. And what does Andrei get in return for the sacrifice pawn? Well, we can clearly see the development advantage. He's threatening a pin, and now he's got three pieces developed. If he goes bishop g2 to Sam 0. Currently, it's 2-0.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that we're on move 12, now 13, and only on move 13 does a black piece other than the queen come out.
Crazy.
So, Daniel, Robert and I, we've been talking quite a bit about giving up material, sacrificing a pawn sometimes too for the initiative, again, which is more than just a trend, I think. The engines and Alpha Zero and Co. have really influenced chess in such a way. Exactly. Players are taking a lot more liberties with their material. And here, well, I was just going to ask you what you make of the position. Knight h5, not a move I had on my radar, but immediately trying to put some pressure on the black king side.
Yeah, not a move I had on my radar either. And as far as I can see, this has not occurred before in tournament practice, but Sam has been playing instantly thus far. And Andre hasn't taken enough time to where I think that he's out of his preparation. Sam, though, again playing instantly, knight d5. Now, that maneuver makes sense. Andre's probably going to go bishop d4, and that, I think, is the idea of knight h5. He's going to put early pressure on the g7 pawn, and what might end up happening, Fiona, is that after bishop d4, black is likely to go rook g8, and guess what? That means black is committed to not castling kingside, and here Andre could consider piling on the pressure with a move like queen d3 hitting h7. I don't know what to make of this. It looks very exciting for white.
At first sight, I like it for white. I was saying that in general, I prefer the material because what happened, for example, it happened in the Pragnananda game, I think, against Rapport. Was that just yesterday? No, not yesterday. 2 days ago, where life looked good for him, but Richard just defended, stuck to his extra pawn and converted the extra material in the end. But here I'm liking this for white. You were talking about queen d3 to put pressure on h7. I was wondering, what about queen to g5? Can we afford to get the queen out there, or are we steering too far away from our own king?
Well, let's have a look. I think queen g5, the issue is that black will go h6. And I'm just not seeing a suitable anchor point for the queen around the king. I mean, you can go queen h4 here, but then perhaps black can go g6 and chase the knight away. And Andre, he has gone queen d3 here. And Sam immediately responding with g6. So this position has been reached. Holy
it's
smokes.
Crazy to see Sam 2 consecutive days playing the moves instantly. Yesterday with white against Pragg, he was so well prepared, but Pragg, although he was spending a bit more time, he was no less well prepared, and that ended just in a more or less forced draw out of the opening. Today, Sam on the black side, once again, both players playing very fast here. And I'm curious, the knight is being kicked. Does the knight have to move?
No, and in fact, I'm pretty confident that Esipenko is going to go bishop g2 here. And the point is that this is what I would call a pseudo-sacrifice. It's not really a sacrifice, because after g takes h5, you recover the knight immediately. And capturing this is unthinkable. White gives rook e1 check, bishop e7, and now this is an interesting moment, Fiona, because bishop f6 is so tempting. It looks winning, but black has queen f4 check, picking up the bishop. But this is crushing, I think.
Wow, this is a really crazy line with white giving up all the material, but the black king just not finding any shelter. We can play this line out.
Here. I mean, this is all very straightforward. And now you know what you have to do, Fiona, is you can't go bishop f6. That's a crime. You have to go queen f8 first. Because if you can sacrifice a queen, always do it. This is exactly how the game's going to end. Sam is definitely falling for this.
Well, it just might, because Esipenko has played bishop g2. And, well, it's over to Sam now. He has instantly captured on h5, Daniel.
Okay, so that tells me that after bishop takes d5, he is very likely to either move his rook or play bishop b7. I'm stunned that he's still playing instantly. We're 17 moves deep into a line that is far from common. This just showcases Sam's, otherworldly level of opening preparation. That's what makes him so scary, even among super GMs.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy. We have the bar, and it also shows us once again how we can never trust the bar here in the opening stages, because it is operating at a much lower depth. Remember, the players at home, Sam probably has spent hours looking at this line with maybe a variety of different engines and at a much deeper depth. But from a human perspective, Dania, what do you make of this position?
Well, if I had to choose sides, I would definitely choose White, because it feels like White's having all of the fun here. He sacrificed the piece. The problem, of course, is that White is down a pawn, and the fact that Sam is playing instantly would be. I've been in Esipenko's shoes. I've played Sam before, thinking, okay, I've gotten him out of theory. It's an uncommon line, and then he continues blitzing out moves, and it's one of the most disconcerting feelings you could experience, particularly if the position is sharp. You know you've been out prepared. You know that Sam has probably, and you don't even know how deep his preparation goes. What if it goes 25 moves? And that nervousness often produces irrational decisions. You try to throw your opponent off, but in a position that's this sharp, that could backfire. So I think concretely, after bishop takes d5, the likeliest is bishop b7. And my question is, let's say White just takes on b7, and at first, I thought queen takes h7 looked very promising, but I think the idea here is rook takes g4. And let's not forget that at the right moment, Black's king can escape the center via the queen side. Not that it's that safe there, but it might be safer than it is in the center.
Yeah, this is a weird position. Of course, here White could as well take on h5. Then suddenly we would have even material. But we will see, because Andre, he has captured on d5, and Sam, of course, instantly responding.
Immediately. and leaning back to it, he was just, it's just, he's just playing casual game, just another day in the office. I'm still in prep on move 18.
Yeah, Sam looking nice and relaxed there. Very likely, though, that Andrei Esipenko has also seen this position before. So yeah, this will be an interesting theoretical battle. We'll see for how long can Sam keep blitzing out his moves. We'll come back here, but shaping up to be very exciting. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. Well, I see a lot of comments in the chat. Of course, we see Anish Giri against Dubov. Dubov yet to make his first move. The default time here in Wijk is half an hour. So in 15 minutes, we will know more as to what is happening in that game. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dania, what is catching your eye?
Report Mamedyarov is delivering on its promise of immediately creating excitement. Let's get to Richard's game. And another Sicilian, this time a 4-knight Sicilian. So of course in the Sam Shanklin game, you had knight c6, queen c7 here, but Mamedyarov going knight f6, knight c3, knight c6. And now the move a3, which is one of many viable sidelines in this position. The main line here, the two main lines, are considered to be knight takes c6, followed by e5, and knight d to b5, which sometimes transposes into the Sveshnikov. The point of a3, of course, is to prevent the move bishop b4. And Mamedyarov responding with d5. Wow, this already is going to get very exciting. Now, what's going on in this position? Well, the main move here is bishop b5. And then after bishop d7, the queen no longer makes contact with the d pawn. So generally, White takes on d5. And Fiona, what I'm seeing here is that you generally get this type of position, which at first sight does look very pleasant for White, because he's got control of the square in front of the isolated pawn, which is very important. But again, it's so important to emphasize that concrete preparation and computer analysis always transcends this superficial, sort of look at the position and saying, oh, White's just slightly better. That's not how these people are preparing, trust me.
Indeed. And well, we have a position here where Shahriar would be playing with that isolated pawn, but I guess in return he would be looking for active piece play here, and probably the sort of position that suits his style. Get the pieces out, get active. And I'm glad that this pairing didn't disappoint, because we saw Richard Rapport earlier in the tournament play a Petrov, which was kind of uncharacteristic of his style. So yesterday when I saw this matchup, I thought, please don't disappoint in the opening. Don't play something calm, like a quick theoretical line. But here I think we're in for a very interesting battle.
We definitely are, and Richard is taking the first substantive think of the game. It's entirely possible that he didn't expect d5, because the most common move here by a country mile is d6, reaching a common Scheveningen pawn structure, and then Wijk can go bishop e2 or bishop c4, depending on his taste. So d5 played pretty quickly by Shakhriyar, and it appears that Richard is already out of his theoretical purview.
Yeah, and it will be interesting also to see how he's recovered from the loss against Magnus yesterday. Shakhriyar made an interesting draw for. Have you seen any of Robert's rants on the draw offer? I guess you're well familiar, well versed with them.
Oh, I've heard a few. They've reached even the remotest parts of the globe that I inhabit.
Well, for sure, for the spectators, always disappointing. But today, I think, from what we've seen so far, plenty of action lined up everywhere. And well, we'll come back here. It could well be, as you just said, that Richard is going to take his time here, somewhat surprised by d5. So let's go back to the overview one more time.
And, just speaking very preliminarily here, it's impossible to say as of yet which games are going to take which type of arc. But let's have a look at Van Foreest against Vidit, because, of course, Vidit is sharing the lead right now, and he has the black pieces against a struggling Jorden. But if I had to make a prediction, I would guess that game might be the likeliest so far to end in a quick draw, judging by the opening evidence. They have a Nimzo Indian, and this particular variation of the Nimzo Indian is known to produce a lot of simplification, and there's a lot of lines that have a high potential for perpetual check. Now, you might ask why that is. And essentially, I'm just going to quickly run through the line itself. So there was an Nimzo Indian, Queen C2 variation, considered to be sort of the traditional main line, the most reputable system. And takes d5, knight f3. This should be a familiar sequence to anybody who's watched top tournaments for any length of time. Bishop comes out to g5, black fianchettos to b7. And that already is relatively rare. The main move here is bishop a6. I call this the hyper fianchetto, attacking the queen. But Vidit choosing the traditional fianchetto with bishop b7, Jorden centralizing his knight, and it appears that this is already a new position. Knight e5 does seem to be a novelty. So maybe I should take my words back.
Yeah, so, well, maybe we can come back to what you were saying. You said that very often this leads to some very equal positions, sometimes some early perpetuals. So where does that happen?
Yeah, so let's take a sample line. Bishop a6, queen a4. I'm just going to follow the most popular moves. Black goes c5. We have a trade on c5. What black is basically saying is that white has a hard time finding a safe haven for the king. So black is willing to make some positional compromises in order to go for the initiative. And I think one of the earliest perpetuals, rook d1, queen b6. Now white can take on f6. I think most people can already see how this can end in a perpetual queen g4 followed by queen h4. White has to defend b2 first and foremost. After knight c6, if white wants, he already has a draw. Check. Then you can hit the pawn with queen h4. And black has no choice but to defend it. And then we can give a check on g4. And 31 games have ended in this way. A lot of them high-level games. So it's one of those draws. I don't know what to call those, but Berlin draw, there's a whole category of those types of draws. And this would definitely fit in. But is Vidit playing for a win with bishop b7? Is that what we are to interpret from it? I don't know. Or is he just, deciding to play this move because he thinks it's as good as bishop a6?
Yeah, it's an interesting what are both players. I think in general, of course, in those elite round, especially round robin events, with the black players, the players in general tend to be happy to play solidly. Draw is usually not a bad result, and then try with the white pieces. But here it's hard to say. Vidit, he is one of the joint leaders. He's playing Jorden, who, although he is the title defender, is one of the lower rated players in the field. He's also coming off a tough loss yesterday, so Vidit could be sensing his chance here, but also Jorden. I wouldn't be surprised if Jorden, with the white pieces, he wants a fight as well.
Indeed. Let's not forget that he is the defending champion of Tata Steel, and he has really become well known in the last year or two for his incisive opening preparation. He's got an hour and 36 on his clock, and that's quite ambiguous. It's hard to say whether he's still in preparation. Most likely he is. And a lot of people, they find it puzzling that if a player is in preparation, then why is he spending any amount of time on his move? And there can be a couple of reasons for that. The first is that these players are not machines, as much as we'd like to believe that they are. They have thousands and thousands of moves and files to remember. And, sometimes they're just taking time to make sure that they're not confusing anything. Sometimes they're taking time to bluff their opponent and to sow the seeds of doubt in their opponent's mind, right? That feeling like, is my opponent in preparation or not? And that often changes your approach. So this is totally normal to spend a significant amount of time, even if you've analyzed this at some point in the past.
Indeed. So, we'll see. We're on new territory here after the rare bishop b7 and now knight e5. And we see Jorden there thinking. So let's come back to the bird's eye, the bird's eye view. We see that Dubov has still not shown up, so we will know more there in 5 minutes. That's not a relay error. He is not here yet, but in 5 minutes we'll know more, as that's the default time. Then what else is happening? There's a couple of games we haven't looked at yet. Maybe we can start with Grandelius Karyakin. What do you think?
Let's take a quick look at Grandelius Karyakin for sure. And it is a Petrov. It is sort of a traditional Petrov. And, we were talking about opening fashion. The Petrov is another fascinating opening in this regard. And Fiona, I think you very correctly mentioned the World Championship that has such a bearing on what people are playing. Nepo, of course, ended up playing the Petrov, I think to everybody's surprise. And he didn't do poorly with it opening-wise.
No, and he also had a certain Sergei Karyakin on his team.
Who? I've never heard of that. I don't know. Stop mentioning these weak players and expecting me to know who that is. But around 2005, 2006, Boris Gelfand really pioneered this line of the Petrov, because knight c3 used to be considered a very dangerous weapon against it. Then it fell out of favor, and just in the last couple of months, it's rearing its head again. I'm not going to say rearing its ugly head. I'm ambivalent on the Petrov. So bishop e7, bishop e3, and then black knight d7, queen d3, which is a common way to play in this type of position, aiming at the h7 pawn in case black castles. And knight c5, this position has still occurred a couple of times, I see. And generally, white drops the queen back to d2. You don't normally want to take this kind of knight and give up the two bishop advantage. Black is totally fine accepting the doubled pawns, because white also has doubled pawns, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, and I'm curious here in the position on the board. Can you tell us a little bit, although I understand we're on quite novel, almost novel territory already. In here, what's one of the things I'm always curious is the king situation. What's going to happen with the king, especially the white king? Can that go queen side? Can it go both sides? What's the usual development approach from white?
That's a great question. And that is the reason why this opening is one of the most fascinating, because what's quite rare about it is that both sides can go either way in many different lines. Black can go long side or short side. White can go long side or short side. And this is true in a lot of openings. Like, you can find an example, right, of a Sicilian game where black goes queenside castle, but it's just not that common. Here it really is common. But the way they're playing right now, I'm expecting black to castle short. And then after white castles long, there's a transposition to a very popular line I'm seeing over 100 games here. And, in that sense, it's a pretty traditional case of opposite side attacking. White often goes h4 and knight g5, and black often pushes his own pawns, although it's not as simple as that. So, for example, the main move here is to start with the flexible rook e8, just getting the rook to a better square. And, there's a little bit of a cat and mouse situation where both sides are waiting for the other to come in. So I'm expecting black to castle short side and white to castle long side, but we'll see.
And then it will be far from a dull Petrov, of course, with opposite sides castling. So we will see, does Niels go back to d2? Do we return to familiar territory? Does he have a surprise in mind? We'll come back here. Let's go back to the overview. And I think there's only one game we haven't looked at, if I'm not mistaken. That's Duda against Caruana. So maybe we can go there, and then we'll take our first quick break of the day.
Absolutely. That sounds like a plan. Let's have a look at JKD. And for Fabi, of course, Fiona, it's going to be crucial to bounce back. And when you blunder like that, especially out of the position that he had, it hurts your confidence. Doesn't matter who you are, Fabi, Magnus, how many tournament wins you have under your belt. When you blunder a piece in one move, it shakes you. You begin to doubt yourself. Is this the kind of form that I'm in this tournament? Do I need to double and triple check every minor decision? And Fabi has to put those demons out of his mind. We have actually a London system. And interestingly, Fabi has opted for a Grunfeld type setup against the London, which is not the most popular way to meet the London. So just to run through what happened, there's d5, bishop f4, and now the move g6. The reason that I think most people don't necessarily play like this with black is that this bishop is going to be biting on granite. After white plays c3, this pawn on d4 is white's biggest stronghold, and developing the bishop to g7 is quite a bold idea in that sense. c5, c3, b6, and now Duda centralizing his knight on e5. This is the position on the board.
Yeah, so interesting to see Fabiano take a different, quite an unusual approach against the London, but both of these players still chasing their best form here in Wijk and Zee. Both of them have already qualified to the candidates tournament, and yeah, it'll be very interesting to see which mindset both players bring. Daniel, can you maybe tell us a few words about the plans here? The knight has just jumped into e5. Does white, again, the same question, I guess here white just goes kingside, or could we see some crazy pawn pushes?
So the old school way of playing the London is strictly kingside castling, right? But in recent years, there's been a general chess-wide push to play h4 in every position, and increasingly earlier. You know, first it was move 4, then it was move 3, and now we're seeing g4 on move 3, of course, in the Nimzo. But of course, h4, h5 is a dangerous idea, especially before white's castled. So that's one thing I would say. Don't necessarily expect castle short here. But from black's perspective, I think it's important to tackle this knight quickly. So one move we might see is knight f to d7. You might ask, why this awkward looking move? Why not knight b to d7? Well, knight b to d7 allows a very nasty knight c6 knight jump, and black is not losing or anything, but this could get annoying. Knight f d7 prevents that. And the other thing that knight f d7 does is that if there is a trade, then I think black's positioning of his bishop is justified, because black is now ready to play the move e5, breaking free in the center. If black can get this move in, for instance, if white castles and black plays e5, then generally speaking, in such positions, black has solved all of his opening problems. So if Duda wants to play like this, it's likely that he goes knight f3, and the battle rages around whether black is able to break free with e5. And then the second question that I would monitor is whether Duda goes for h4 or the more traditional short castle.
Well, I'll be keeping my fingers crossed for h4, but Dania, well, we were talking about a game. We saw that Dubov hadn't arrived. It is now half past, so there is an official statement coming out here from the tournament. So it says Daniil Dubov will not be playing the 7th round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament today. Due to a COVID-19 contamination in his inner circle, the tournament organization, after consultation with the chief arbiter, has asked Dubov to play wearing a face mask in order to protect his opponent, Anish Giri. Dubov did not show for his match, which means that he has lost his game by forfeit. Dubov has indicated that he refuses to play wearing a face mask as a matter of principle. Dubov himself tested negative in a quick scan test. He has also undergone a PCR test, of which the result is likely to come in this evening. So unfortunately, we will not be seeing that game here today. Daniil Dubov, he is expecting his result from the PCR test. Of course, we hope he is fine and that he can return to the tournament, but Anish Giri winning the game today by forfeit.
Indeed, of course, the most important thing is that the players remain healthy, but this is definitely very, very unfortunate. I know a lot of people like to see Dubov play, but such is the situation. And I'm glad that we have clarified that. So yeah, Anish with a very difficult day. I mean, he really put tremendous effort into that first move. I mean, the alternative explanation is that, 1d4 is just winning by force.
Yes, I think we've determined that. Dania, I think we will go for our first quick break of the day. Of course, we still have 6 other exciting games to look forward to, and we'll come back to them in just a couple of minutes. And we're back here with round 7 at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. There has been an official statement come out 10 minutes ago. Dubov has forfeited his game, so that's not going to take place today. Anish has gotten the full point, and Dubov is still awaiting the result of his PCR test. But Dania, we've got 6 other exciting games that we can focus on.
We absolutely do, Fiona, and I'll just point out we don't have to go to that game, but Andreas Benko is taking a very long think against Shanklin in that critical position where he could take on h7 or he could take on h5, so we'll keep tabs on that. Niels Grandelius has taken that knight on c5, which I really thought he wouldn't take, so that really makes that pawn structure a little bit more symmetrical. Perhaps he's trying to play more solidly, but the real game that I want to focus on is the game of the world champion, Praggnanandhaa against Magnus Carlsen.
So let's bring that up.
Very exciting position.
Yeah, let's bring that up. We see that Praggnanandhaa, he's developed pretty much all his pieces, while Magnus's king is still firmly stuck in the center on e8.
Indeed, Magnus has more time, but just by the body language, I'm not entirely sure he's totally thrilled with how the game has unfolded. Let's have a look at the last couple of moves to see how this pretty unusual position was reached. So as we expected, Pragg went e3, and they went into pretty normal Queen's Gambit declined waters. But the first moment where one of them diverged from the beaten path, so c5, b3 is a move. It's not the most common move. b6 also has been played. Now Pragg going bishop a3, a hyper-fianchetto. That is not a particularly typical development for the bishop in the Queen's Gambit accepted. Magnus responding with knight bd7, d5, and there are still a couple of games in this position, Fiona. Takes, and now rook b8 seems to be the new move. All 3 games had continued knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and then rook a7. This is very scary, though, to keep to allow this queen to d5.
Let me ask you about that moment, because at first sight, when there is such a beautiful bishop in the center of the board and you can take it with your knight, why would you not want to do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, leaving this bishop alive is not necessarily intuitive, but taking is also looks very dangerous. In this position, the engine suggests this nasty move, bishop back to b2. What is the idea of this move? Well, it prevents black from developing the dark squared bishop. And if black tries to shoo away the queen with knight f6, then the endgame is just not very good for black. The king is weak. White's bishop is a monster. These queenside pawns are pretty flimsy. White can go knight bd2 to knight c4. White's got the initiative here, no doubt about that. And Magnus, he certainly doesn't want a worse endgame out of the opening. That's for sure. So he goes rook b8, and he reserves the possibility of taking the bishop at his leisure. But Pragg's still going bishop b2, so he plays the same move in preparation for knight takes d5. And it might very well be the case, Fiona, that Magnus will just play bishop e7 and castle short. But I think he's slightly worse. I'm not a big fan of how this opening has gone for him.
Yeah, and well, Pragg certainly should be very happy with what he's gotten. If Magnus goes for the natural developing moves, bishop e7 right now, let's say, how is White going to proceed? I guess bringing the knight out to c3 is the normal developing move, or do you want to try and hold on to the bishop from d5?
No, I think knight c3 is great, because now knight takes d5 can be met with knight takes d5, and the queen no longer has to remain on d1. In fact, I think it'll move to c2. Then the rook will come to d1 and x-ray black's queen. And for instance, black could try queen c7 here, but I still think White's going to go rook a d1. And just notice the attacking potential that White has. Knight g5 is already a definite possibility. You can't really take this bishop. White's going to recapture with the knight with tempo. Black is having a hard time even making moves. I mean, the engine suggests b5 here, but after knight g5, there's a steady advantage. There's mating possibilities, and this is terrifying for Black.
And I mean, Pragg could basically not really have hoped for much more out of the opening than this. Let's remind everyone, it's their first classical encounter. And I think, as you say, he has to be very, very happy with what he's gotten here if we go back to even just a position on the board right now after bishop b2, it's just, I think white just has more space. The pieces are more active. Black is a little bit more crammed, a little bit more passive. And yeah, also looking at Magnus, I agree with you. He doesn't look too thrilled here.
He seems peeved. He looks like somebody who's ordered a hamburger at a restaurant without cheese and it's just come with cheese. Like I'm not supposed to be encountering these difficulties. I mean, this is supposed to be solid. Why is this annoying? Why is this position so annoying? And this is, I don't want to overstate the case here. And Magnus is so incredibly good at worming his way out of these situations. He rarely, when he's in a little bit of trouble, he rarely gets into big trouble. He always finds a way to douse the flames. But this is, Fry could not have dreamed of a better position after 11.
And for sure, Magnus, this is not what he had hoped for coming to the playing hall today. He was not hoping to have to go into maybe potentially damage limitation mode here against Pragg. But we'll come back to this one. Definitely an opening success for Praggnanandhaa. Let's bring back the bird's eye view. One of the games that springs to my eye, Dania, is Van Foreest against Vidit Gujrati, with the players moving fast, some active pieces. What else? Yesipenko against Shankland has also changed quite a bit. Some pieces have come off the board. Where do you want to go back?
Let's start with the Jorden game, and then we'll go from there to the Shankland game.
Sure.
Because that caught my eye as well. There were a couple of fast moves, and Vidit definitely the one taking the longer thinks here. So we last saw the position after knight e5. Vidit going queen d6, getting the queen out of the pin. Van Foreest going e3, and now Vidit striking with the typical c5. Of course, you can't take the pawn because you drop the knight. The bishop drops back to f4, creating an x-ray against the queen and essentially forcing a move like queen e7. And I think what Jorden is saying here is that he's going to grab on c5, and if Vidit recaptures, White can even go bishop e2 in this position and prepare to castle short, because taking this pawn on g2, Fiona, just looks too dangerous to me. I mean, this g file is open, bishop h6 is a possibility. So it's possible that after d takes c5, Vidit might have to go rook c8 here and try to recapture this pawn on better terms. But he's got to be precise here. I like Jordan's opening preparation. I think he's asking some questions, that's for sure.
For sure, and he's been playing quite fast as well, so not unlikely that he might still be in familiar territory. One question I have in the position on the board after bishop f4, do we have to move the queen, or do we run into some tactical trouble if we were to take either on d4, if we played a move like knight h5, looking down at the bishop?
I think knight h5 is interesting. C takes d4, I do think is refuted by knight g6. And the issue is that you can't go e5 here. If you go e5, the bishop's going to capture, and then I'm going to take the rook. Otherwise, I'm going to take the rook straight away. Knight h5 is interesting because here, if you go knight g6, then what's going to happen is knight takes f4. And if you say, oh, I have an extra exchange, well, your knight's not getting out of f8. And black could even just take on g2, and White's going to lose the game. So knight h5 is a viable candidate move. And I guess here, Van Foreest will probably take on c5. And then knight takes f7, by the way, is a possibility. That needs to be calculated. But even a more peaceful move, such as rook d1, just seems to be quite pleasant for White as well.
Yeah, I agree. As black, I would ideally not want to find myself with that isolated pawn on c5. So I like the line we looked at earlier with rook c8. But yeah, Vidit still thinking here. He's already spent quite a bit of time.
Indeed, he has. He spent 35 minutes, actually. That's no joke. The game is only 12 moves deep. And my guess, Fiona, is indeed that he is deciding between queen e7 and knight h5. Knight h5 being a lot more concrete, but potentially more rewarding. And queen e7 being the move that he's going to play if there's something about knight h5 that he doesn't like. My guess is that he's going to go queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7 seems like the safer option, and I think with it on the black side, having been surprised out of the opening, he's probably happy here to neutralize Jordan's threats. So we'll come back to this one, and let's go back to Sam Shankland and Andrei Yesipenko, where things have changed quite a bit.
They have, and this is not a typo. Sam has 1 hour and 47 minutes after 21 moves. Can you believe that?
That means that he's up 7 minutes from his starting time. He has basically not invested any time at all. And let's go back. We left things off after, was it bishop b7?
So takes d5, bishop b7.
And after, well, bishop b7, we had envisioned but the exchange on b7. And here we were curious what's going to happen. In the end, Andrei decided to take on h5, and the rooks came off on g1.
Right. And let me just quickly add that I guess queen takes h7 allows rook takes g4. So it looks tempting, but it's nothing special.
Yeah, so Andrei took some time before deciding on this line instead. But now after queen d5, well, material is even now. There is also no pawn, I think, at the moment that white can take h7. Of course, we cannot take that because the bishop on d4 is undefended. But the question is, how safe is the black king in the center?
Yeah, this is a very messy position. Even though there aren't a lot of pieces left on the board, the pawn structure is so unusual. And indeed, black's king is very precarious. I mean, the move rook g8 is a viable candidate move in this position. And what's important to notice is that if black escapes to the queen side, that's simply not an option because a6 is going to fall. So black is just going to have to roll with it. And the engine was even at one point suggesting king e7 in this position in order to set up this vicious threat of bishop h6. That's not out of the question. What might happen is a transition to some sort of an endgame. So here, for instance, white can drop the bishop back to e3. You're heading to g5, forcing black to trade queens. And even in the endgame, black has quite a few difficulties getting himself untangled. Don't sleep on this h pawn, because if white goes around and takes h7, he's going to have a very far advanced passer. So rook g8, I'm sure, is one of Yesipenko's candidate moves.
Yep.
Maybe he said, I mean, if he plays king b1 here just to defend a2, I feel like this is too slow, although that might also be an option. Here, Sam could take on h5, or he could activate his rook. Man, this is such a unclear, weird, messy position. He's made a move.
He has made a move indeed, and it's b3, not a move we were looking at. So b3, what's the idea behind that move? Is it to give some retreating space to the bishop, closing the diagonal of the queen that was looking down? Actually, that was a threat that I hadn't even considered.
Yeah, queen takes a2 was maybe not a decisive threat, but definitely not something white wanted to allow. And I guess the knee-jerk reaction, well, Sam has a main question to answer, which is, does he take on h5 here, or does he use this hook on b3 and go a5, a4? And wow, he looks like he's in that kind of posture where he's about to make a move. Is b3 really also in his preparation? That would be insane.
That would be crazy, but indeed it looks like he isn't really calculating what his next move is. It's more a posture of memorization.
Remembering, yeah, he's got the remembering posture. And he's got the one hand on the table, which, okay, so it's hard to say. I think it depends on how long he spends.
He's about to make a move.
Is it a5? Is he going to snap off that pawn on h5? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, I think a5 looks more tempting to me, but I say that based purely on my gut feeling. I thought it was interesting what you said about king b1, because even earlier in this game there were some lines that didn't work tactically because of, I think it was some queen f4 check or queen g5 check. So in general, getting that king out of that dark squared diagonal at some point, definitely a good idea.
yeah, there's no question that bishop h6, queen g5 is always something to be reckoned with. And Sam looking up the universal sign of trying to remember the file that he and dribbling his fingers on the table. It's all of those ticks that we all experience.
He's really going through some emotional torture here, it seems,
really
before making the move.
Was it a5 or was that in another line? Wait a second, am I supposed to take that pawn? Or do I take it on the next move? And there is nothing more infuriating than a move being on the tip of your tongue. And what always happens is that you start by thinking that you remember. And then there's that one voice in your head that says, wait a second, wasn't that in a different line?
Oh,
and then
wow.
That same voice says, if I mess this up right now, okay, f5. Wow.
f5.
Neither a5 nor queen takes h5.
And f5, I mean, that's okay, now we're at least 100% sure that Sam is still following his preparation.
Yes.
Because f5 is not a move you make after just staring at the ceiling for a couple of minutes.
Right, drawing inspiration from the chessboard on the ceiling, Beth Harmon style. But the move makes sense, I think, because, well, first of all, he's preventing queen takes h7. Second of all, he's creating luft for the king on f7, and you might wonder why that's important. Well, if white goes rook g8, we've already discussed that castling long is not an option. In this position, black very well might play king f7. In fact, he will. And now the threat of bishop h6 essentially forces the rook backwards. So one could consider f5 as prophylaxis against the rook coming to g8. Now, the drawback of the move is that it creates weaknesses, right? I mean, you're also weakening the king side. It's a very double-sided sword, but I love what Sam is doing here, and it's fully backed up by the engine, which gives approximate equality here.
Yeah, very interesting. I would love to get my queen somehow closer to the king, but it all seems quite slow. I mean, currently there are no squares that I can infiltrate. G6 is covered, f7 is covered. I wish I could open up h5, but I don't really see how I'm going to do that. I can never really give up h6, at least not right now when it could be captured with a check. And then there is this annoying pin along the d file. One question I have for you, Dania, is what if the white bishop moves now and queens get traded? How is that endgame?
Are you making me evaluate that endgame, Fiona? Man, look at what makes it so hard to evaluate is the pawn structure. And I guess black's pawn structure is simply better. I mean, white's got all these weaknesses across the board. They're not easy to attack. One thing I can tell you is that black is not worse here. And the question to me isn't whether black's better, it's how, to what extent is black better. But this is not what Osipenko wants. Again, he's got weak pawns. Sam will have this really nice structure in the center, and later on he can push his pawns. The rook comes to c8. My guess is that Andre is going to move his queen. I feel like Andre is going to go queen e3, just because he wants to preserve chances of winning the game, and he wants this bishop to at least have free movement along the long diagonal.
Yeah, and another question I have is how safe is the white king? I was a little bit surprised when b3 appeared on the board, because I just did not expect for there to suddenly be so many holes and weaknesses on the dark squares around the king.
It's a tremendously committal move, and one might wonder, well, why did Andre not go king b1? It's possible that he was worried about the back rank. The problem with king b1 is that now you can never go rook g8 because of queen h1, and that's simply checkmate. So maybe he figured that it was worth creating these holes, and he was orienting himself around going rook g8. My guess is that he missed f5. I mean, that is just not a move that occurs to you. And now he realizes, oh no, I can't get my rook to g8. So he might be regretting his previous move just about now. And he's below an hour on the clock. Guess what? If he takes another 20 minutes, we're going to start talking about time pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, what incredible preparation by Sam. I think Osipenko is going to take at least a little bit of time here, and wouldn't be surprised if very soon we see him already with a 1 hour deficit on the clock. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what is happening elsewhere. I'm so disappointed, Dania, to see the queens have come off in Grandelius Karyakin.
I know.
Find something to cheer me up elsewhere. What's happening?
Okay. Yeah, Grandelius Karyakin, we see a symmetrical pawn structure Sergey with 2 bishops, but Niels with more piece activity. My guess is that that game is definitely likely to end in a draw, but we'll keep an eye on it. Well, report Mamedyarov has really opened up. Mm-hmm. So let's have a quick look at how that's going down. So the report Mamedyarov is the Sicilian game.
That is the game. Let's just maybe go back to where we left off. We left off after d5 in the opening, which, as you were saying, quite a rare move. And Richard started thinking here, in the end decided to capture.
Now that's really interesting because we were discussing bishop b5, and I thought he would play this move relatively quickly, but no, he decided on e takes d5, knight takes d5, and now simply trading both pairs of knights straight away. And at this point, there's still one game in the database, goes bishop b3. I think what he's going for here is a lead in development, and he's also playing against this light squared bishop, which currently doesn't have too many prospects. We should also notice, of course, the placement of the queen and the king. Bishop b5 is always something to worry about. And so Shakhriyar going bishop d7, Richard going queen d2, and bishop c5, castles long. And this is the current position on the board. So yeah, to me, it's quite clear that Richard is basically saying that his position is quite a bit more pleasant because Shakhriyar's bishop is really bad. And if we see something like bishop takes e3, queen takes e3 castles, I'm almost certain that he's going to put his bishop on d3, and perhaps even with one minor piece, you can still very much get the kingside attack underway. Also, he's threatening bishop takes h7 and queen d3.
Yeah, this looks scary for sure. We see Shakhriyar for a second. The hoodie had come on. The hoodie has gained many, many fans in the chat since the start of the tournament. But Shakhriyar looking, I wouldn't say concerned just yet, but I think Richard definitely gotten the better end of this opening here.
Oh, for sure. No, White's better. There's no doubt that White's better. And Black has to be very accurate here. I think the position that we were just discussing, where Black castles, is really unpleasant. So one way that Black could try to modify that approach is after bishop b3, queen e3, Black could throw in, and Shakhriyar is about to take that bishop. There it is. So he could play rook c8 here. And after bishop d3, he could try to go for an early queen trade with queen c5. Richard does not have to oblige, and White's likely to go queen g3. But here after castle short, Black does have now the possibility of going bishop b5. So the question to me is quite simple. Can Black solve the problem of his light squared bishop in a timely manner? If the answer to that is no, White is very likely to develop long-term attacking chances on the king side, and he's also going to have, quite likely positional domination.
Yeah, a few problems here to solve for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Well, he has just captured on e3. We will see, does he castle kingside? Can Richard Rapport drum up an attack? We'll find out after a short break. During the break, our producer Vic will be updating you about some of the action that's taking place in the Challengers tournament, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Yes, welcome back. We're checking in with the Challengers. My name is Wouter Bik. I'm the esports producer for Chess.com. I'm the producer now for Wijk. So if you know anything goes wrong, if you see anything goes wrong, you know who to blame now. And we're here today checking in with the Challengers. Every day next to the Masters section, we also have the Challenger section. And the winner of that Challenger section will be playing in the Masters section in the Tata Steel Chess Tournament in 2023. So there's another line, and every day we take a little peek into the Challenger section, see if there are some interesting moves, interesting ideas. And today, boy, do I have a surprise for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a game between Daniel Darba against Jonas Bjerg. We've seen him a lot. He's always in these kind of positions. He always gets messed up in these kind of positions, usually on the losing end, but maybe today we'll see how that works out. And after a very simple nine, already the things are going to get heated up really, really fast. Let me just give you guys some more space so you can really look at it. After b5, a4 has been played. They've taken, and after bishop to e2, he doesn't take immediately. He doesn't really need to. There's no way to defend the pawn. And after bishop b7, rook takes a4. Black was good. Well, I'm going to throw the knight in with a tempo. And White says, that's fine. I'm going to go queen b4. rook b4. And after queen a5, it looks like this rook is trapped. And you'd be right. But that was exactly the idea, because we're going to sacrifice this rook on b7, taking away the light square bishop, an exchange sacrifice, and you already see that white is in a little bit of the lead here. And then after a short castle, g6, which is normal in the Najdorf, white jumps in with b4. Now the idea of b4 is if you take her on b4, there is the incredible move queen to a1. It defends this knight, and it makes sure that this rook on b1 is going to have a feast there. And if you think you're funny, and you're going to play knight c5 just to get out of dodge, think again. Bishop to b5 check. Uh-oh, what's going to happen? You cannot take, obviously, because you lose the rook. If you try to defend with the knight there, we're going to jump in, knight to d5, attacking this queen, and you're actually losing the queen. There's a trap there. So there's a lot going on there. If you think, well, I'm just going to step aside, move aside, knight c6 check, you're still going to lose that queen. So already, insane tactics on the board just out of the opening after b4. The queen did not take, retreated, and I think that white got his preparation a little bit mixed up, because he went for queen a1. So he did notice that idea for sure. The idea was there, queen a1 being played here, but the absolute bonkers of a move, absolutely crazy, is knight d to b5. Jumping in, and this is actually the exact same position of the knights that Esipenko played in Carlsen last year, and he beat him. It was also, the killer move was knight d to b5. And you cannot take that pawn, or you cannot take the knight, because if you do take that knight, you want to take with the knight back, because that's the most sensible move, but you actually play with the bishop, jumping in with a check. And after king d8, we are going to go bishop to d4. These are all engine lines. These are all crazy engine moves. With the idea, if you play something simple, let's say bishop g7, you're going to pounce in with e5, breaking open that structure. That king is in the center, has nowhere to go. As you can see, this is absolute mayhem. This is the quick route. After knight to d7, knight to d5, queen to b8, we're going to go back. And this is just absolute mayhem on the board. So absolutely beautiful play right here. So what happens if you don't take? Let's say we're gonna move back. We're gonna go queen to b8. You're still gonna jump in with knight to d5. Like I said, this is an absolutely crazy position. And if you take your knight on d5, you take it with the queen. Well, it might be time to take that knight. Well, you'd be wrong, because after queen c6 check, king d8, bishop b6 check, we're going to have a mate on their hand after queen takes queen c7. And this will be a checkmate, schaakmat, as they would say here in the Netherlands. So absolutely beautiful opening, beautiful ideas in this opening. And I don't know what else to do. I don't know what to tell you. It's absolutely beautiful. If you're trying to be something fun with bishop g7 in this position, we're just going to jump in. We're going to grab that rook. And there's not really a place that you can go to. That's going to be my rook. So fascinating game. However, this did not happen after b4. Queen a1. Unfortunately, he missed a few moves and it all fizzled down. And actually, they're still playing at this very moment. You can see the clock ticking down. It's a bishop and a rook versus a rook. I don't know who's going to win, but I do know that the opening was absolutely fantastic. I had a lot of fun looking at that. But the real shining star is Arjun Erigaisi, who is now in the lead, 5.5 out of 6 for round 6. I don't know how he's doing right now during the time we're watching this, but I'm sure Daniel Naroditsky and Fiona are going to tell us how things are going on. So we're going to throw it back to them.
Hello and welcome back to round 7 at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. First things first, on the bottom right corner, Anish Giri against Daniel Dubov. Anish Giri won that game by forfeit. You will be able to find the official statement on our official Twitter page. So that game not taking place today, with Daniel still waiting for the result of his PCR test. But elsewhere, there's plenty of action. Dania.
There is indeed, and we will in just a second focus on the Duda game, but just a couple quick updates before we do that. Now, we see that Mamedyarov has indeed gone rook c8. We see that Andrei Esipenko has moved that queen from under the pin. He's done queen e3. And we see also that Pragg and Carlsen are following a line that we kind of analyzed, where Pragg has gone queen c2, preparing rook ad1. And we see on camera there, I think that's Magnus, right?
Yeah, that is Magnus.
And Magnus, his hands all over his head. He's not happy, and he's got no reason to be happy. He's in a little bit of trouble. As he leans back, takes a sip of water.
Yeah, kudos to Pragg, who really, I don't know exactly how he's done it, if it is partly self-inflicted by Magnus, but Pragg played all natural moves and just got a very nice position. But Danny, I believe you wanted to start with the Duda game?
Yeah, let's have a look at the Duda game because we've had pretty interesting developments. Now, I mentioned previously that one of the key questions, and Fabi did indeed go knight f7, is whether Duda would castle short or orient himself toward h4. And the answer to that question right away, he went h4 in this position. And Fabi takes on e5, bishop takes e5, and he's not keeping his intentions a secret. Now, in this situation, it's tempting to take on e5 because one might think that the pawn on e5 is a weakness, but in fact, it's really not. And after knight c6, White can play f4, and this type of pawn structure can make it very difficult for Black to untangle himself. And so Fabi, insisting on trading bishops in a slightly different version, he goes knight c6 in this position. And we are very likely to see a trade on g7. And then the question for JKD is going to be, does he go h5? Or does he play a move like bishop to b5, trying to chase this knight away and clamping down on the e5 square? My guess is he's going to go h5. And one thing I just want to point out, Fiona, it's not like he's not harboring the illusion of checkmating Fabi in 5 moves. That's not the point of playing like this. The point is to create long-term pressure on the king side, which is going to distract Black's attention, and combine that with positional play in the center. Moves like bishop b5, knight f3, maybe queen d2 and castle long. That's not out of the question. And White is going to play on both sides of the board, both in the center and on the king side. I like what Jan is doing. I
like it too. I don't know if you caught it just a second ago on the camera. We saw him have a big yawn, which is, it's funny. I mean, we see this position. H4 is on the board. There's some potential of some king side, something happening maybe. But Jan, he's not phased. He's seen it all before, but I'm surprised that he's taking his time here. I thought that the exchange on g7 would be more or less automatic, but can he drop the bishop back as well?
I'm really not seeing the logic behind that, especially because this allows the move e5. We were discussing that this is generally a good development for Black, and he's made a move and he has taken the bishop. And it's entirely possible that he was really thinking about the moment after that, even though we're taught to move first and make the forced moves first and think later. I think he's thinking about this moment, deciding whether to play h5 or to delay that move. Again, I don't see a reason to delay it, especially because if you procrastinate, Black himself might go h5, and then you might regret not going for it when you had the chance.
And we see that the eval bar is quite liking the position as well. You said you like what he's done. How worried does Fabiano have to be here already?
Pretty worried. I mean, again, it's very important to put this against the backdrop of what happened yesterday. It's not like Fabi hasn't had disappointing results before. And I just want to mention in the US Championship, Fabi was having a disastrous tournament, as we see on indeed playing h5. He lost to some amateur commentator, she'll go unnamed. Then he lost to Sam Sevian. He was on -1. with half the tournament already over, and he bounced back to such an extent that he almost won the tournament. He played Wesley So in a tiebreaker for first place. So Fabi is tremendously resilient. That's one of the things that makes him so scary. He's always objective. So I'm worried about the position. I'm worried about White's pressure. What I'm not worried about is I don't think Fabi's going to start tilting or do something drastic here. I think he's going to play the position. And he goes queen d6.
Interestingly enough, he's made a very fast move after h5, queen d6, so bringing the queen out. And I'm very curious to see which of the white approaches Jan Krzysztof is going to go for. You talked about bishop b5. I'm curious, is the king going to castle queen side? What will the next few moves be? Well, we will find out.
We will, and the engine suggests a very interesting idea. To take on c5 looks very anti-position. Why are we giving up the center? And after bc5, the queen swings out to a4. And the point is that the queen can swing trampoline all the way to h4, and that's not a joking matter. There, black can actually get checkmated. The secondary idea could be to castle queenside, and then because the d file is now open, white has direct access to this d5 pawn, which white can attack in several different ways. After castling, the knight can jump out to e4. White can play pawn e4. I mean, this is a very dynamic, rich position, and it just seems to me like white is having more fun than black. White's not the one in danger of getting checkmated.
A lot more fun, and I really like that suggestion of taking on c5 and sort of opening up everything, bringing out the queen, swinging it over to the king side and go for the throat. But we will come back here. Let's bring back the overview, see what's going on elsewhere. It looks like Sham is finally taking his first think of the game after queen to e3. Elsewhere, Jorden against Vidit, that's still looking very interesting. Where do you want to go back to?
Yeah, let's have a look at the Van Foreest game, because it appears to me that has a very high potential of simplifying. Something's about to happen there. The center is wide open. So let's have a look at that position. So first of all, Vidit, 47 minutes now on the clock. He's burned over half his clock with 16 moves played. That's definitely concerning. Now, the last moment we looked at was bishop f4. And as we discussed, Fiona, queen e7, dc5, and rook c8 did happen. Jorden going bishop e2, developing the bishop, stepping out with queen d4. And once again, it's important to point out that bishop takes g2 in these positions is unthinkable. Just opening the g file like that looks way too scary. So Vidit centralizing his knight, Jorden calmly dropping the bishop back to g3. This is the current position. Now, white's got the two bishops. White has better placed pieces in the center. The rook on c5 can be chased away with b4. Vidit has to be very careful here. And even though the eval bar is giving equality, black definitely is the one who has to be precise.
Yeah, and I like this for Jorden. Jorden, he is a player. Last year, he was so solid on route to winning the event. He didn't lose a game, but there were also previous years, I remember, where he lost some games, but he also won a very big amount of games. So he's always a big candidate for decisive results. He lost yesterday. Is he going to bounce back straight away with a win? Well, I don't know, but we certainly like White's position.
Yeah, and as Vidit, I think he played
f6.
F6, definitely committal, but understandable. Getting that knight out of e5. That knight's probably going to jump back to d3. The engine did not like that move, by the way.
Never play f6, Tanya.
Exactly. No, that is one of the nothing truer has ever been spoken. So knight e3 is very likely here, and then I suppose that Vidit could play knight c6 with tempo. But then the rook's going to be in massive trouble after something like queen h4. Try this line on for size. Rook c2, and then then bishop d1 or even queen a4, and the rook is simply trapped. That's kind of cool. We have queen swinging from a4 to h4 in 2 different games.
Wow. So yeah, knight c6 might just not be an option with the rook getting into too much trouble. Then that means probably you have to drop back.
But here, I mean, let's say castles, knight c6, queen h4. I mean, if you just look at black structure, right? These pawns are weak. going e5 does not solve all of Black's problems. Now the knight on d5 becomes a serious vulnerability. It can be targeted with a rook. The other rook comes to c1. Notice how natural White's play is. This bishop can come to g4. I am pretty concerned here for Vidit's position. I wouldn't necessarily call f6 a mistake just yet. I think that depends on the way the next 3 or 4 moves unfolds. But this is a definite opportunity for Jorden to put a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Jorden, who might be happy to see f6 appearing on the board, will come back here, but potentially one of our leaders in a little bit of trouble. Actually, maybe all 3 today, not too happy with what they got. If we bring back the bird's eye view, who's in the lead? Magnus Carlsen. He is certainly not happy with the position that he's got on the board against Praggnanandhaa right now. This one we just came from. Definitely Jorden, the one who's better, if anything. And then finally, I've lost my train of Mamedyarov. Also, we came from there. Maybe we can quickly go back to Mamedyarov, actually, and see how is he trying to solve these problems that you talked about of his bishop being inferior to Rapport's bishop.
And it is interesting as we transition to that game that all 3 leaders are playing Black, and all 3 leaders have failed to solve all of their opening problems. And yeah, as we said, Mamedyarov is probably the closest of the 3 to equalizing. So we have this position where indeed Shakiri are going rook c8 and then queen c5 as we discussed. Rapport saying no. We are not trading queens just yet. Queen g3. Again, Black cannot castle, so Shakiri are forced to make this weakening move, and bishop comes out to d3. So first of all, Black still can't really castle because of bishop takes g6, and White wins a pawn. So what comes to mind here, logically speaking, is moving this bishop away, and Black can move it to a4.
I mean, Dania, can I ask a question? I understand that castling doesn't work for the tactical reason of bishop g6, but even if that wasn't the case, would you not be... I would be terrified of castling kingside. I can already see the next h pawn running up the board.
Exactly, and I think this is precisely what Shakiri is probably worried about. He can play bishop a4 and fix the tactical problem, but not the long-term problem of getting attacked. I agree. After h4, White is so close to just going h5 and blasting through the gates. And guess what? If Black plays h5, he has to reckon with this very nasty bishop sacrifice on g6. Now, it doesn't seem like Black is losing here after f takes, queen takes, king h8. But it's so demoralizing because White has a perpetual in his pocket, and Shakiri has to consider all sorts of things like queen h6 and rook h3. Imagine having this position without knowing where the eval bar stands. I would be terrified. This looks losing. Rook is coming to g3. But somehow Black survives. Queen e5. And if rook g3 check, oh, this is beautiful. Queen takes g3. Look at that idea. And that is why Black put the bishop on a4, just to have this combination. And Black has to see this all the way back. Without this idea, Black would be losing.
I mean, how does White even survive? Because after queen g3, no, there it was too late. No, so queen...
Here it's over. And queen e6 check, the king goes to h7. And you know what's even more amazing? If White gives a check on e7, whoop, the queen drops back to g7, and Black is up 800 pieces. So, but this is not human. I mean, you cannot calculate this. I don't think Shakiri is going to castle. I think he is going to play bishop a4.
But look at the state of Shakir.
He's not amused. He's not amused. I don't know what to call this face. This is the I woke up too early today. I am under caffeinated. I have a nasty position, and I really wish I didn't play what I played. Kind of face. Yeah.
Shakir, he also said in an interview a few days ago, he was battling a bit of a flu earlier in the tournament. We hope he's feeling better already, but sometimes these colds can drag on, especially in a place like Wijk, which is a lovely seaside town, but it is known to be quite windy. Yeah,
I have had the unique experience of having a cold in Wijk. I never played Tata Steel, but I played a qualifying tournament there many years ago, and I did indeed catch either a cold or a flu. And there's no worse feeling than having a sore throat and then walking out and experiencing that icy cold Dutch wind, just further exacerbating the situation.
Yeah, and we see, well, Schach there, the hoodie is up and the head is in the hands. Schach not looking thrilled. I mean, it's understandable if we look at the position. The problem is, you already talked about the bishop from d7. We've just seen some tactical things he could be afraid of. And I think the big question is, where does the king go? Because as long as the king is in the center, you're playing without the rook from h8. But yeah, you really are a little bit scared, I guess, of castling kingside with all the danger looming.
Indeed, where does the king go and where does the bishop go is another question. Bishop c6 is not out of the question, and king e7 is also not out of the question. This is not an ideal placement for the king, but it's better than keeping it on e8. At least here the rooks are coordinated. But, you know, after something like rook h to e1, white has rook e5 potential idea, bishop e4, and what makes this deflating to play is that white's really not risking him. And report has no targets. He basically has a free attack, and that is so much harder to play than a situation where objectively you might be getting attacked, but you know that you have some counterplay. But this is a big decision for Shakir. I think that he's going to spend a good amount of time here contemplating all the candidate moves.
Yeah, I think we'll move on for now. It's somewhat even tough to see Schach like that, really not looking happy at all with what he's gotten or with life. What do we know? We're just speculating. But let's bring back the bird's eye view. And
my question, Fiona, though, is if I put my hood on, am I going to be as good as Shakir? See, I just did that.
Only one way to find out, Dania.
Right, exactly. So
here
we go. Yeah.
Shall we check in? I feel well, for commentary, maybe you're going to start seeing even more lines now. I'm liking.
We coordinated with Shakir earlier this morning, you know, but the deal was that he was supposed to win his game and make me look better. But that doesn't seem to be happening. So he hasn't upheld his end of the bargain. I won't uphold mine.
Well, we'll see what the power of the hoodie can do for Shakir. Well, we looked at two of our co-leaders, Vidit, Mamedyar. Shall we quickly go back to Prague and Magnus?
All right, that sounds great, and particularly because of how concerning the situation is. So let's revisit it. All right, so we discussed this exact sequence of moves when Prague had the bishop on d5 and he went bishop b2. Carlsen going bishop e7, that bishop remaining on d5. Neither side, there's kind of a standoff going on. Again, knight takes d5 allows the knight to swoop into the center. And Magnus, after quite a sizable think, deciding on the move b5. Expanding on the queen side, the immediate threat is b4, dislodging the knight and winning the piece. So the most natural response to that is rook a to d1, intending to meet b4 with a move like knight e4. In this case, I don't think black is going to go b4. I think Prague is going to go rook a d1. That's so natural, and it's very hard to resist.
Rook a d1 looks like the natural move, not just defending the bishop, but also x-raying down to the queen on d8. And I guess b4, we saw that the bar didn't like it too much. It went up in white's favor. I guess the problem with playing b4 here, if you're black, if there's no concrete reason to do so, you're maybe just weakening the light squares a little bit too much.
You're weakening the light squares, and you're helping white activate his pieces. Knight e4 opening up the dark squared bishop. This knight can swing to g5. I mean, black just cannot afford. Black could get mated here in a matter of moves. I think that in this position, black probably needs to get the queen out of the d file. A move like queen c7. But as I had indicated earlier, I'm very concerned about the move knight g5. Just, again, look at the attacking potential on the king side. This one knight on f6 is holding the world on its shoulders, and there's going to be all sorts of deflection tactics in the air with knight e4 or a knight appearing on d5. For instance, let's say black goes bishop b7. Looks pretty innocuous, right? Let's trade the bishops. Looks logical. Bishop takes b7, queen takes b7, and now a beautiful tactic. Look at this. Rook takes d7. Okay, well, that seems to make sense at the start, but wait a second. Isn't that a blunder? The queen just takes. Knight d5. Again, looks logical. It's a deflection. No, that's a blunder, right? Queen takes d5, but no, it's not, because now the bishop comes into f6, threatening checkmate on h7. Black is forced to go g6, and white has not only 2 pieces for a rook, but just a totally winning position after even the move knight e4. The knight's journey to f6 is unstoppable. That's an incredible line, Fiona, and it showcases the attacking potential that Pragg has built up for himself here.
I mean, that really is a stunning line.
What a sequence.
Incredible stuff. And I think it's also nice to show, because sometimes after a move like knight g5, to the eye it looks like, okay, but the attack is still far away. There are some defenders. Right. The knight, which is such a great defender of that square, on h7, and the other knight defending it. And Pragg has made a move, by the way. It wasn't rook a to d1, but rook f to d1. And Danny, I'm going to have to ask you, because it's something that Robin and I talked about quite a bit. Sometimes it's not easy to decide which of the rooks. So what do you think was the thought process here?
And I don't exaggerate when I say that a book can probably be written on this very question alone: which rook do I put on a square? Everybody agonizes over it, beginners, grandmasters alike. I think the question is always, well, where does the other rook belong? And what Pragg has decided is that he's going to delegate the other rook to c1, where, of course, the rook on c1 is perfectly viable. The concern could be that maybe that rook on f1 would somehow have contributed to the attack in an indirect way. There's just something about rook f d1 that looks a tiny bit awkward, and I can't really put my finger on it. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. But from a logical perspective, yeah, it makes sense, because the other rook's going to go to c1, and all of white's pieces in that case are going to be perfectly coordinated. What I think Pragg really needs to do is step on the gas pedal in terms of the attack. When you're playing Magnus, not that I know, I've never played him in a classical game, but I imagine it can be very difficult to go straight for the throat, right? Because it's so hard to believe that you can actually checkmate Magnus. I think Pragg has to be fearless here. And if Magnus gives him the opportunity, I think he's got to go knight g5.
Yeah, and I hope that Pragg seizes that chance. We saw it happen a couple of days ago, I think, in his game against Richard Rapport, where he was playing on the black side, and we really liked his position, but then he played a couple of slow moves, starting with this king f1, for those who remember the game, and sort of slowly losing the thread of the position. And I think that's exactly what you're saying here. Things are in his favor, but you have to capitalize every single move. Like, there's no time for like for a waiting move, because Magnus, he will never let those go unpunished.
Indeed, and to that end, the move h6 here is a serious possibility for black, just to stop knight g5, because knight g5 is, with every passing second that I look at this position, it occurs to me that knight g5 is a very serious tactical threat. And the move a4 here is possible, striking at the queen side as we see Magnus returning to the board. This is a big moment, for sure.
This is a big moment. I like your suggestion of h6, because I'm also very worried. We'll have to see, is he as concerned as we are about the position after knight g5? We'll come back and find out. For now, let's go back to the bird's eye view. And Daniel, we're going to look at one last game before going for a quick break, so I'll let you choose one.
Okay, well, it's been a while since we looked at the Grandelius Karyakin game. It's definitely not the most interesting game, but I do want to update everybody on this end game, and just figure out who's better, who's pushing for the win. So let's have a quick look at that end game.
Okay, so let's bring it up. Last time we were here, the queens were still on the board, so let's go back to that moment. Also, I think we left it just before Niels decided to take on c5, which came as a little bit of a surprise to you.
Yeah, I mean, this just discharges all of the tension in the position, and he trades queens, and black doesn't even lose castling rights. So we do have opposite side castling. So I guess they delivered on their promise. The problem is that the queens are gone from the board, so it doesn't carry the same effect. Rook e8, rook e1. We have another trade. Karyakin defending against mate, and Niels going h4. So it looks like white is going for the kingside attack. In reality, he's just trying to orchestrate a trade of the dark squared bishop. And if black does trade, perhaps Niels is claiming that his pawn on g5 is going to hold down. It's going to deep freeze all of black's kingside pawns. And so for Sergey, There is a very interesting move, b5 in this position, chasing away the bishop. And the point is that you can't take on f7 due to bishop takes g5. And if you play bishop d5, I go c6. And of course, you can't drop back to b3 because the bishop gets trapped. So the upshot of that is that the bishop has to leave this diagonal. And that in turn gives black the opportunity to chase the knight away with h6. I like Sergei's position here. Niels is also quite a bit down on the clock, almost an hour. So I don't think Sergei is going to be offering or taking a draw here. I think he's going to be pushing.
Yeah, and well, I like this because especially now after h6, the knight, I think, has to retreat to f3 to keep an eye on the pawn on h4, and suddenly the two bishops are coming to life here.
They are, as well as black's queenside pawns. Don't sleep on a pawn storm, c4, a5, b4, with the bishops being on good squares. White, I'm not going to say white is clearly worse, but Niels will have to be very cautious here not to slip further into a nasty position. We all know how good Sergei is at pushing these kinds of positions.
Yeah, I expect b5 here, and for Sergei to make the most out of this little chance maybe that he's being given here. But we will return to this game and all the others after just a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I remember coming here, first time was 2015. I was playing the B section. I had a fantastic result. I made +5, but Wei was an absolute terminator. I played him with white in round 1, and it was a draw, and it was just, I never had a chance again. If I had known that he was going to go nuts, maybe I would have pushed a little harder. I remember at first it was chorus chess before it was Tata Steel, and I always remembered this was like the most important tournament of the year, the biggest, the best one. Tata Steel Chess Tournament, they call it the Wimbledon of chess, and I think they've earned that name. It's just the best tournament in the world. Obviously, with Magnus in the field and I'm in the bottom half, the odds are against me, but, if the best player always won, chess will be a very boring game. I'm just going to play my best, and if the points come that way, they will. So I use technology for opening preparation for sure, but that's more or less the only thing I use it for. I think I'm more scared in terms of the future of chess of computers just processing faster, and then if they become a little bit stronger. I worry that one day chess can be weakly solved. Luckily, I still think that day is very, very far away, and I think it will be after I'm retired many, many years in the future. It was a very, very memorable tournament for me, both with positive and negative attributes last time, but I'm really looking forward to playing again this year.
Welcome back here to round 7, and always good to hear from Sam Shankland and Dania. Sam, he's impressed us with our preparation here today, but for the first time we see him not just looking at the ceiling, but actively at the position.
Indeed, he's looking at the board, and he's definitely out of his preparation still with plenty of time on the clock, and he's just made another move. So let's have a look at what has happened in the last couple of moves here. So we were looking at the moment when Sam played f5, and then after queen e3, which Stepanko did end up playing, Sam insisting on a queen trade, Andre saying, no, I don't want that queen trade of yours, Sam getting the rook involved to c8, and Andre still ending up going king b1, which is totally understandable because now bishop h6 has actually become a very serious threat. And after king b1, Sam going f4, locking in White's queen. I think that's a very logical and very strong move. And they've reached this very messy position.
Very messy, yet the engine, once again, I mean, I've been so shocked every time. Every time we have some wild or messy positions, the engine just says 0, 0, 0. In this case, I wonder, is it seeing something long-term, or is there some way that black could immediately, or white could force some kind of perpetual here?
Yeah, it's very, very hard to say. And, the move rook g8 always has to be tested in these positions, Fiona. But once again, I think after king f7, there's a very cool line, king f7. And if white tucks the rook on h8, then the engine was indicating the move e5. And now the line bishop takes e5. d7 is hanging. Queen takes e5. Queen takes d7. King f6. And just like everything in chess, where does this lead? You will never believe it. To a perpetual check. Queen e1 check. King b2. And now not queen c3 check, because white's queen controls that square, but queen back to e5. And this is a classic situation. If white tries to cover up the check with c3, he exposes the second rank, and this is still a perpetual. Is this exactly what's going to happen? It's not entirely unlikely, because Andre could very well go for rook g8, rook h8, although that takes a lot of bravery. That rook on h8 does look to be in serious trouble, and that means you're allowing back rank checks. So we'll see.
Yeah, agreed. But I would also not be surprised if Andre finds a way here to bail out. There's already a big time disparity between the two players, and I think he just came up against some massive preparation from Sam. And if I were white here, I don't know how safe I would feel playing with this king on b1. But of course, if he can find something good on him, yeah, rook g8 is one option. You were talking about not bringing that rook out. What about if I try and exchange bishops?
Bishop g7. Yeah, bishop g7, the engine likes this move, and it's a very logical move. It's not so easy to find another move. Now, of course, in the event of a trade, white's rook gets to g7, and then that's just not something black wants to do. I would imagine that black will refrain from the trade with bishop e7. And now there's a crazy idea by the computer, f3. This just shows you how irrational these positions are, Fiona. f3, queen takes f3, bishop e5. How are you supposed to find it? The idea of this is that you're threatening rook g8 and you're going after the f4 pawn. As the position opens up, as the king side opens up, white gets more attacking chances. Rook g8 becomes stronger, and black is supposed to play queen e3 here, and we have total pandemonium, which once again results in some sort of a perpetual. Here's how the line goes. Rook g8 check, bishop f8, queen up to d6, obviously exploiting the pin, attacking the bishop, and once again a perpetual. Queen e1 check, king b2, rook takes c2 check, king takes c2, queen e2 check, and white has to acquiesce to the drop, because if you block with a queen, black will take the bishop and black will have 833 pawns for the exchange. White's king will remain vulnerable. So a lot of potential for this game to end in some sort of a perpetual check, largely because of the amount of weaknesses near white's king that allows for these types of sequences with checks on c3 and e5 and e1.
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen a few crazy lines, but I agree with you. I think it's not unlikely that one of them will appear on the board with both kings being cried out in the open. For now, we will return here in a sec. Let's bring back the bird's eye view, where we see that one game is over. That's Anish Giri. Dubov, he forfeited the game. Someone in his inner circle tested positive. You can use the command !Dubov to find out more about that. But yeah, Anish getting the full point today. And elsewhere, well, I see we don't have to go back there, but that Karyakin did indeed play b5. So Niels under some small pressure there.
I can guarantee you Niels missed b5.
Yeah.
And
so,
Niels is he's struggling in this tournament. I mean, these are the moments which really define imperfect form.
And there's something else. There's another b5 move catching my attention, Dania. Maybe we can go there. Richard Rapport against Shahriar Mamediyarov. What's happening?
Absolutely. Very interesting decision made there by Shahriar. Now, just to remind everybody, what was Shahriar's problem in that position? Well, after Richard played bishop d3, black had simultaneously two different problems. The first, at bishop on d7, always seems to be in the way. The second main problem is that black has nowhere good to put his king. If you castle short, I mean, there were tactics with bishop takes g6. Those were solved by bishop a4, rook d2. But as we discussed, the second problem is that white's just going to checkmate black by going h4, h5. And so Shahriar deciding on the move b5, which anchors the bishop on a4. The bishop is not really in any trouble. White's not going to be able to play b3 anytime soon because of the amount of weaknesses that creates. But, you know, the ultimate problem still is, where is black going to keep his king? And Richard going with the move queen f4, very flexible, improving the queen position, aiming for f6. And, you know, he might want to go rook e1 later. He might want to go h4 preemptively. Man, Shahriar has to be so precise here. It's possible that he'll bite the bullet and castle and then maybe meet h4 with h5. But Fiona, I'd be so worried here. I mean, g4, h5, this just looks, you know, patently unappealing.
If I were black, I wouldn't be canceling anytime soon. I also wouldn't be happy with my king in the center, but this just looks too scary, although once again the engine, the bar isn't phased.
Yeah, it's just saying a5. a5, king b1, b4. Let's go.
Well, actually, a5 is the move that I wanted to suggest in the live position. Instead of castling, can I get away with keeping my king in the center for just a little longer?
Yeah, and the hilarious thing is the engine line is still h4, b4, and now very cold-blooded king b1, Russian school chess. And the point is that if the pawn can't take on c3, because queen takes a4 is check. And so we might transpose into the line we just analyzed. If black castles here and white plays h5, well, h5 is not possible because black strikes first with b takes c3. No, this is definitely, Fiona, what black has to do. Shahriar has to get things started on the queen side. I agree. I think a5 is the move.
He has
and I
played
believe
it.
He's just played it. Good on Shah.
I think it makes sense. I think Schach is saying, I am not interested in castling kingside and letting you have all the fun attacking my own king. Let's see how you deal with this first.
Well, let's both have some fun. And another possibility for Richard here is to play queen f6. I mean, this essentially forces short castles. Because, I mean, if black moves the rook, then he's never going to be able to castle, and that's too much of a price to pay. Then after h4, we have just the most typical attack on both sides that I've ever seen. And after h5, here's what's amazing. If black plays b takes c3, guess what? White can simply play h6. And after c takes d2, king takes d2, take a good hard look at this position. Black simply has no checks. The queen on f6 guards f2, and black has to give up his queen to prevent the lobster pincer mate on g7. So this is just one example of how sharp these positions are and how easy it is to get checkmated if you're either side, but especially if you're black.
Yeah, and you know, I was with you earlier. I really liked Richard's position, and suddenly I feel a lot more torn about this game. I think Shachia will be a lot happier now than he was a few moves ago. Suddenly he has some play as well, as you said. Richard, not the only one having all the fun here.
Yeah, he's 60. I mean, this bishop a4, b5, a5, very creative and very strong. And it's really hard to say what the objective evaluation is. The eval bar still preferring white by a little bit. I think queen f6 is probably quite likely. This queen f6 h4 idea, especially if Richard realizes that he can just leave the rook on d2 in that line, we might see that on the board, and then things are going to get really exciting.
Indeed, some wild stuff on the horizon here. For now, let's go back to the bird's eye view as Richard is debating his next move. I see that Magnus has not played h6.
No, he has not. What has he played? He's played queen c7. And this is a huge moment, Fiona. I think if Praggnanandhaa plays knight g5, and he's about to make a move, and it's not knight g5.
I also see a4. Another game that we'll have to go back to. I see in the bottom right corner, second from the right, Niels Guandelius has captured a pawn on h7.
No, we need to look at that. Like, let's take a look at that right now, because that's very concrete. Let's figure out what's going on there. And then perhaps we can swing to the Magnus game after that.
So Niels Guandelius, we left this one off just a few moves ago when Sergei Karyakin played b5. Yeah. And I thought that you had shown us none of these pawns could be taken.
Yeah, I just assumed, well, bishop f7 is easily refuted. Knight takes h7, I just kind of assumed that the knight's going to get trapped. Bishop d3, bishop takes h4, the knight is no way out. But what Niels is saying, okay, he goes g3, he goes f4, and he is creating an evacuation point for his knight on g5. He also has 26 minutes, by the way. Now,
yes, 26 really minutes, and he also has f6? To answer, what happens after f6?
God, that eval bar swinging back and forth. Such a complicated endgame here. I guess white plays bishop g6 and buries black's king. And it's an amazing situation. Neither side can really untangle here. Although, I suppose Sergei can go rook b8 and then try to go rook b6, rook e6. But this is quite risky for black as well. White's got a lot of activity here. And this knight, I guess, can both be a blessing and a curse. It stops the king from escaping, but it's also trapped. So I really don't know what to make of this. I think that Niels is largely going for this intuitively. He simply doesn't have the time to calculate it out fully. He trusts that the activity of his pieces is going to give him enough to at least make a draw.
Yeah, it's such a weird position, playing basically a piece down, but that piece is restricting the enemy king. I would be surprised if Sergei doesn't go for f6. If I were black, I would say, okay, well, I'll entomb that knight on h7 and we'll see what happens, rather than wanting to find out or letting the knight get out via g5. If not f6, are there any other tempting options? I guess if we play c4 and try and hit the bishop, we can never get that bishop away from the defense of the knight.
But I still think c4 is a viable candidate move. And the reason why is that now at least the e-file is closed down. And what Sergei might say is, okay, I'm going to let you get your knight back. Then I'm going to take it. And then I'm going to pin your bishop with rook e8. And this is probably closer to a draw than to anything else. But perhaps these pawns are a matter of concern for white. And this just seems to be a less risky option for Sergey. But this is always such a hard judgment call to make. F6 is without question the principled move, right? If you probably the best winning attempt, but it also is associated with a certain risk of losing the game. And weighing that balance, I mean, that really depends. That's where you look at the tournament standing. Tons of variables factor into that equation, not just the position on the board.
Yeah, and Sergey, well, as you mentioned, he has plenty of time on the clock, 50 minutes more than Niels Grandelius. So I think this is a moment, we talked a little bit about identifying what critical moments are in a game, and I think that is such a moment, and Sergey will probably take a fair amount of time here.
Absolutely. And let's quickly swing back to our bird's eye view. And perhaps switch over to the Magnus game, just quickly scanning for any other quick developments. Yeah, definitely the Fabi Duda game is also very interesting, but I want to start with the Magnus game because Prague, Fiona did not go knight g5. Rather, he's gone for a4, which we did also mention.
A4 was also tempting. I have to admit, I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't see.
I'm definitely disappointed.
Knight g4, you had convinced me, Dania, with all these, especially that one crazy line with the rook sacking it, with all the sacrifices to eventually, well, either win the queen or deliver checkmate on h7. I liked that a lot. After a4, I guess the game is taking a slightly more positional turn.
I'm going to be completely honest here. I'm shocked that Prague didn't go knight g5, and I understand that. I'm not the one facing Magnus over the board. I'm the one who sits here with the engine and, claims that everything is easy. But this isn't about, knight g5 being the top engine move. I just feel like it creates such tremendous attacking potential that it's worth going for it, even if you can't work out all of the details.
Do you think
but of course, you're playing Magnus.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, do you think the fact that the opponent was Magnus Carlsen had a role to play in the decision?
I think it has a role to play subconsciously. I don't think Prague is sitting there saying, I want to play knight g5 and checkmate him, but because it's Magnus Carlsen, he must have seen it, so I'm not going to go knight g5 and checkmate him. That's not literally what he's thinking, but that's, the insidious thing about playing Magnus is just that it's always in the back of your head that he probably sees more than you do, and so perhaps subconsciously you're rejecting moves that you would otherwise play automatically. Now, specifically here, b4 is the first move that comes to mind, right? Just pushing the pawn forward. And if white goes knight e4, then one possible continuation here is knight takes d5, rook takes d5, and bishop b7, fianchettoing and attacking the rook. And this could still be incredibly tactical, make no mistake. The only issue, Fiona, is that after a move like g6, this pawn on b4 is actually a tremendous strength because it prevents the white queen from lifting up to c3 and building a battery. And without that, I'm just not sure how white's going to get to black's king.
But, I mean, playing a move like g6, and I see that Var agrees with you, to my human eye, it looks so incredibly scary. There's a bishop on b2, and you just open that diagonal, but it looks like everything is under control. I mean, I'm shocked that this position is so much better for black.
But there's also a concrete reason. After the rook goes back to h3, and I have the benefit of the engine here, black has this move c4. And it's a very weird line that doesn't seem like anything impressive. So b takes c4, okay. And now all of a sudden, bishop takes e4 looks very counterintuitive. Why would you give up the strong bishop? I think there's two things to remember here. The first is that this rook on h3, yes, it's a good attacking piece, but it's also out of the game. And when black opens up the center, white really misses this rook. White wishes it would have been on d1. The second thing is that this pawn on b4 is a tremendously strong passer. Virtually any endgame is going to be good for black. And the third thing to remember is that black just has very active squares for his pieces. The bishop can come out to f6, the knight to c5, and in the absence of concrete tactical ideas, white's attack starts to evaporate and black takes over the initiative. So it just seems to me that Magnus is a little bit puzzled by the move a4. I think he's going to go b4, and I think he's grabbing that bishop after that.
I wonder, Dania, if I just saw a little smile there on Magnus's face. He has a weird facial expression, like partly surprised, partly happy to see a4. What are you reading into that Magnus face?
It's so hard to tell. He can go through 6 or 7 emotions in the span of 3 seconds, and he leans back and then he leans forward again. And then, and him sitting back doesn't necessarily mean that he's relaxed. Sometimes he does that when he's disappointed in himself or in his position. I feel like he's relieved. If I had to quantify this in one word, I would say he's relieved. And I can bet you a silver dollar that in the press conference, he's going to admit to being scared of knight g5.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Magnus definitely, he still doesn't look super thrilled with his position.
No, he's not like
more thrilled than he was a minute ago.
Yeah, he's but okay. Position now is decent. Yeah, I won't get mated at least. He's channeling his inner Kramnik. No, I think I'm winning. Yeah.
But still, I mean, okay, knight g4 wasn't played, but White, of course, not worse here by any means. But I think this missing knight g5, and I think that's what you were saying, like. It's one of those moments, they don't come around too often, especially not when you play Magnus. So you have to absolutely grab them when you get the chance. And again, the disclaimer, easier said than done for us sitting here in the comfort of our warm homes and studio.
Indeed. And this would be a very interesting position to investigate with an engine at a very high depth. That's definitely something I'll be doing afterward. And many analysts will be doing that. But my intuition tells me that, if anything, at a higher depth, this is just going to end up being better and better for White. So, again, I'm not trying to suggest that the game is over or anything like that. Magnus is still walking on hot coals here. But if he goes b4, if he takes that bishop, it does seem to me like he's on the road to recovery.
Yeah, and well, we'll come back to this one as Magnus continues to ponder the position. What was the other one that we wanted to come back to? Oh, the Duda against Caruana. That is coming to life. Let's go back there.
Let's indeed. Okay, so we last saw the position after queen d6. And I mentioned the idea of taking on c5 and swinging the queen to h4. Duda going for queen a4 immediately. And Fabi says, okay, you're not going to take on c5. I'm going to take on d4, and I'm going to block the queen's pathway to h4. On the other hand, White gets a very nice little pawn chain here in the center. So I still think White's in good shape here. Fabi develops, and Duda repositioning his knight f1, getting this knight more centralized. Knight e3, bishop d7, throwing in h6 check, pushing the king back. And this is the position on the board. No question in my mind, Fiona, that White is better. The question really is, what is the extent of White's advantage? Because Black's got a lot of weaknesses. The king, the pawn. Black's position is just flimsy.
And I would like to ask you to rewind a couple of moves, because
Sure.
I was curious about Fabi's decision to go g5. So I was wondering if we could stop here for a second. Why did he decide to go g5? Is that leaving too many holes? I think a very committal decision.
It is definitely committal. It creates a hole on f5. It creates hole on g7. And it is possible that Fabi was just fed up with this cat and mouse game, constantly having to worry about h takes g6. And yes, the queen cannot swing to h4 anytime soon, but that doesn't mean h takes g6 isn't going to be an issue. So perhaps Fabi said, look, I'm going to create a couple weaknesses, but at least I'm never going to have to worry about, I don't have to worry about getting mated in the near future. So it's a logical decision. It's a risky decision. And Jan stepping away from the X-ray, going queen b3. We're probably going to see e6. There it is.
E6 has just appeared. And I guess, well, one question I have, we were talking about the king earlier. Is it now finally time for the king to castle queenside, or And I think
there's our
Jan
answer,
Krzysztof
rook
just
D1.
answered my question, and he answered it with a resounding no, rook D1, meaning that that king is not going to go queenside any longer.
And I think a great example of where, the engine and human minds diverge. The engine says that after castle's long, this is the best move and white is clearly better. Look, when I look at white's king, I am far from comforted. Even a move like b5. I mean, guess what? Black is going to play b4. The engine says, yeah, take this pawn, no big deal. Well, again, for a human, you look at this position, this is a big deal. Queen a4, a6, and white's just supposed to bishop take on c6 and drop the queen back to c2. It's so much harder to make these assessments, again, when you're not sitting in a warm cabinet staring at the eval bar. So Jan deciding on rook d1, and Fabi has a very interesting possibility of pushing that f-pawn forward and trying to play for the initiative himself. This is, I still think white's in good shape, but it's also a very double-edged position.
Yeah, for sure. What do we make of that white pawn, which is now made all the way to h6 and the black king on h8? Is that king safe? One thing I'm wondering about the white knight, can we somehow reroute that to somewhere where it's going to create a bit more threats, or what are the plans for both sides?
Yeah, I mean, he's just rerouted it from d2 to e3, and I agree. I think Fabi has done this nice thing. He's dropped the bishop back and gone e6, and as some dude named Robert Hess likes to point out, whenever the pawn and the knight are on the same file and there's two squares between them, then the pawn completely limits the knight's forward mobility. I mean, look at this. All of these squares are taken. G4 is neither here nor there. It can be punished with f5. So I agree. This knight it's a little bit awkward. And I feel like Fabi, especially given that he lost yesterday and he has an aggressive mindset, I think we could expect f5.
Yeah, I'm with you, because this is one of these positions where a few moves ago I felt I really like white, and suddenly a couple moves have been played, and I'm not sure I still like the look of white's position, but I'm not exactly sure where should my pieces go, what's my next plan. While for black, it seems like the king for now is quite safe on h8. The white king, we haven't talked about that, but still stuck in the center. And yeah, I feel the tide could be turning here.
And that's part of the reason I like f5. The thing is that if white castles king side, that's not out of the question, but it may be out of the question here because black goes rook f6 and picks up the pawn. So it's important for white to keep that rook on h1 to supervise h6. But yeah, that means that the king is stuck in the center. It can't go queenside now. And I agree with you. It just seems like Jan's pieces they were looking really, really nice just a couple moves ago, but he hasn't made a lot out of the position. Maybe white should go c4 here and try to open up the center, push d5. I mean, this leads to tremendous complications, and I think we can definitely expect time pressure in this game as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're only on move 19 here, so for now, still enough time for the players, but that is a position where you tend to invest a lot of time. So we will leave Fabiano to it. I hope to see f5. I think this one shaping up. I think a lot of games started a little bit slowly today, but shaping up for some big action towards the first time control.
Absolutely. I mean, even the Van Foreest video game, which started as a very drawish Nimzo Indian Lion, has sharpened up, and Jorden with a great position here, and certainly far from symmetrical. Really, every single game, Fiona, is full of complications. We've got tactical positions. We've got complex positional battles. We have a really interesting endgame. Even the Karyakin game has sharpened up. So I'm loving it.
We've also got world champion Magnus Carlsen, who has played h6 and saying you've had your chance to play knight g5. Now it's too late. And well, the one game, maybe we can go back there one more time. We'll go off on a short break after that, but it's the game between Rapport and Mamedjarov, where I think we're going down one of the lines that we were looking at earlier.
We're going down the main line that we were considering, indeed, as Richard going queen f6, forcing black to castle, and going h4. And I can guarantee you, he was elated when he calculated this b4 h5 line. Just to reiterate, b4 h5, and the move b takes c3 loses the game. amazingly, black can stay alive with the move h6.
Wow.
This looks crazy. It looks like h takes g6 and its mate, but black strikes back just in time. B takes c3, and after g takes f7 check, the line becomes very forced. Rook takes f7, white has to give this check. Rook g7, and amazingly, after queen takes e6, rook f7, according to the engine, white has nothing better than perpetual. And I mean, that makes sense because look at white's king. I mean, if you make a single move that's not a check, at this point, you're busted. So I feel like this is viable, but seeing h6, you're just playing this move and allowing h takes g6 requires not only nerves of steel, but tremendous calculation. You also have to reckon with moves like c4. Which kind of lock up the queen side in preparation for h takes g6. The last thing I'll say here is that Shahryar doesn't have to go b4. And the other candidate move here is h5. But as we already discussed, but here bishop takes g6 might actually be winning for white, unlike in that other line where we
let's figure out what's the difference between this line and the previous line where it didn't work.
So in the previous line, black's queen was on I think it was on either e5. It was a slightly different version, but the upshot is that white didn't have the move rook d7. And here white has rook d7. For one reason or another, there wasn't this move.
Because we were looking at rook h3 instead, yeah.
Right, and probably rook h3 is also winning in this position, but rook d7 wins on the spot just because it's just checkmate. So I guess h5 is not an option, but that needs to be calculated as well. This is still a lot scarier for black than for white, but if Shach finds b4, or the other option is to go rook fe8, h5, and then dial the queen back to e7 and dislodge white's queen from f6. Both of these options, according to the engine, yield a reasonable position for black.
Yeah, plenty to calculate here. I think Shach will try and make b4 work. I think if he can calculate this into a line where he can find a perpetual, or where white has nothing better than a perpetual, I think Shahryar will be happy here with a draw for sure. But yeah, both kings still far from safe, and we will find out what happens here and in all the other remaining games in just a few minutes. Plenty of action to look forward to, so we'll see you shortly.
I think the first time I heard about the tournament here was probably sometime in 1999, but the first tournament that I actually followed was the one in 2000. So I would say that's my first firm memory of the tournament here. Probably my best memory from the village here was the year that I won, and people of Wijk sang a nice little song for me. I really appreciated that. I think there are people in my team who are better than me at working with engines. So I would say I'm not so good at finding ideas with it, so I generally prefer thinking on my own. Solving chess is way out there, and frankly, I hope that it won't be in a very long time. My goal for this tournament is to have 13 days of good preparation and a good mindset when coming to the board. Hopefully I can get back to my best after a couple of, let's say, frustrating performances the last couple of years.
Welcome back to our coverage of round 7 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Dania, well, Magnus's name tag is about to fall off. Hopefully he will do a better job of holding on here today.
That's giving me massive OCD. I need to stop looking at that. Let me look at the board instead. And especially because Prague has just made a move. Now, Magnus did not go b4, but he made another move that we had been discussing at length, which is h6. And perhaps Prague started regretting not going knight g5. H6 means that Magnus was afraid of it. He doesn't even have to admit it in the press conference. He admitted it over the board. He just played h6. And Fiona, over the break, I was thinking of this insane idea of going queen g6 in this position. And it's actually not entirely terrible. The point is that if Black plays knight takes d5, there's an amazing move here. Queen takes g7 check. And then knight takes d5, and you reclaim the queen, and you'll be up a pawn. But Magnus would certainly not have fallen for that. And Black has this nasty move, knight e5.
Don't look at the screen right now, by the way, Dania.
Oh, look at that. Oh, no. All right, Big, what are you doing? Oh, man, twisting the knife, and I see how it is. I see how they treat, how you treat commentators.
A warm welcome on your first day.
Get it out. Get it out of my face. Get it out of my face. I cannot take this. I need to now I'm looking at my desk and I'm detecting imperfections. I need a stack of paper to stack right now or something like that.
But Magnus, he's sitting nice and upright. And sorry, I interrupted you. So
no,
after queen g6, not taking the bishop on d5, but instead knight e5 you're just suggesting.
And the point is, after takes, now Black is threatening to take on d5. And even though the queen is being x-rayed, it's also doing some x-raying of its own. And the computer was indicating a crazy line, rook a7, now rook b7. Again, remember, the bishop can never leave this diagonal, so the move makes sense. And there's some sort of a liquidation. The position remains approximately equal. I think that was just a very interesting option that Prague probably did explore, but ultimately settling on the move, queen e2, hitting the b5 pawn. This, of course, also makes sense. And Magnus, he could defend that by going queen b6. And, of course, he can still contemplate the move b4.
Dania, tell me, do I have to give up any hopes of a kingside attack, or could there still be something on the horizon?
I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings. I think there's one possibility of this game there's one pathway through which this game could still sharpen up, and that is if White starts pushing his e-pawn. So for instance, if Magnus goes queen b6, there's this move e4. And even though the king side itself might not open up, the center might open up. I mean, if White goes e5 and e6, we might have a zoo on the board pretty quickly here as well. And make no mistake, I still think that practically speaking, White's position is more fun to play. I just think that this is incomparably safer for Black than, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but, than if white had gone knight g5.
And
But the
maybe
answer
we
is
can
yes.
maybe we can just very quickly go back to that moment for people who might have joined us, just to put knight g5 on the board.
Sure.
There was this moment here after queen c7 where Daniel was really hoping the move knight g5 would be played. He had convinced me as well. But Pragg not taking that opportunity. There was some crazy potential lines here. I don't know if you want to show some of them again or if we should move on, but...
Yeah, I mean, I can show another line. If black has gone h6 here, I was looking at this over the break, then here white has a similar deflection tactic. Bishop takes f7, and now why give away this bishop? Not to take the rook here, but in order to clear away the d5 square for the knight. And after, I mean, if you take on d5, you get checkmated, queen h7 and queen h8. And if you don't take on d5, then white is going to take on f6 as many times as it takes to clear away the h7 square for the queen. Bishop takes f6. Then you play knight takes f6. Black has to take with a pawn, but now white transitions to a direct attack on the king. Knight takes f7, queen h7, and you don't really need to calculate just to see how nasty this position is. White wins the pawn on h6. The attack rages on, and this was a golden opportunity for Pragg. So he might still win this game. I mean, all three results are possible, but if he doesn't, then he's going to regret this moment, no question about it.
Yeah, I think this is a moment he will be coming back to, even when going over the game afterwards. Knight g5 wasn't played, and on the very next move, Magnus shot the opportunity down by playing h6 himself. So queen e2, this could still sharpen up, as Dania just said, but for now, things look pretty much in the balance, and Magnus probably breathing a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, what's happening elsewhere?
Well, it's been a while since we checked the Van Foreest game, but before we do that, just notice the position in report Mamedyarov. Shak going b4, and in this position, he has to find the move h6. That is absolutely crucial, and if he does, the game is very likely to end in that perpetual, which we showed. But if he takes on c3, then he loses the game. I don't think he's going to do that.
Yeah, so this game, well, one way or another, very likely to be over soon. Either black finds the correct few moves that lead into a perpetual, or he doesn't and gets checkmated. But just as we say that h6 appears on the board.
Indeed, and we also have quite a few developments in Esipenko-Shenklin. A couple of moves have been played. Fabi has also gone for f5, and Sergey has taken up the gauntlet and gone f6. So everybody seems to be going for the most principled options. But Fiona, unless you prefer another game, we can have a brief look at the state of Van Foreest-Vidit.
Absolutely. Let's start there.
Okay, so a lot has happened. First, again, an update on Vidit's clock. He's got 1730 after 19 moves. That is just insane time pressure. He basically has to spend less than a minute per move.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is always the critical moment when my time drops under, when the amount of minutes drops under the amount of moves I have to make. That's when the panic starts kicking in my case. And here also, we're still so far away, Dania, from the first time control. We're only on move 19.
Yes, but having said that, I'm not entirely a fan of how Jorden has handled this position. I thought that knight d3 was the most natural playing with him. He went for knight c4. I mean, he's still threatening bishop d6, but Vidit shuts it down with a very savvy move, bishop a6. Now, it might seem like a blunder. Wait a second, bishop d6. But no, black has rook takes c4. It's not hard to establish that black is going to get two pieces for the rook and a significant material advantage. So that doesn't work. Maybe Jorden overlooked this detail. But he was forced to support his knight with b3. That tempo gave black time to finish his development and now lock in the bishop with the move e5. And this is what we have on the board. Still, look at black's stroke. It's very flimsy. It could get trapped, but the move b4 is not possible at the moment. And if Vidit can consolidate, I think objectively speaking, he should be fine. And the last thing I'll say here is that he has the possibility of going knight to a5 and trying to force a mass trade of pieces. So castles, knight a5, knight takes a5, and now after bishop takes c2, a lot of white's initiative has evaporated because he's just left with this bad bishop.
Yeah, that's definitely something Jorden will want to avoid if he can. I like that you just made the move castles, because I was going to ask you. It's been 19 moves. Usually we tell people try and get castled as soon as possible. Jorden, he's been delaying it for a bit. Can he get away with staying in the center any longer, or is castling called for now?
Oh, there was an idea that caught my eye. This bishop on a6 is undefended, so knight takes e5 has to be considered. Unfortunately, it fails, and it fails because White's king is so weak. So bishop takes e2, knight takes c6, and the problem is not that Black somehow keeps the extra piece. The problem is this very cold-blooded move, queen e4. Now, what is Black doing? Well, you can't take the bishop with the king because you get forked. And if you take with the queen, you run into queen takes g2. And quite simply, White is under a tremendous attack of queen f1. Then the queen just drops back to e4. And if you try to keep the extra piece, Black continues to pile on with rook c8. And these threats against White's king are totally unstoppable here. Just look at that assembly of Black pieces in the center. White's queen can't move away. So this tactic is unthinkable. Jorden is not going to do that. With that in mind, Fiona, I feel like he has to bite the bullet, and it's time to castle.
Yeah. We saw Jorden, and we see the close-up there on his face. Jorden not looking too happy. Just a second ago, he was a little bit huffing and puffing. And I think the state of not being super satisfied all comes down to that piece you've been highlighting, the bishop on g3. And that's not the piece you want to find yourself left with if a mass exchange happens on the queen side.
Certainly not. And I think he has just gotten wind of this move, knight a5, which, essentially forces the trade of at least one pair of minors. And if you can trade both minors, then we're going to be talking about an advantage for Black. So not what Jorden was looking forward to when Vidit played f6. It looked like White is on the cusp of overtaking a big advantage, and all of a sudden now it looks like Vidit is fine. The time situation perhaps is the greatest concern in Jorden.
He is not
to make a move.
Not ready to castle just yet. Rook d1.
Well, he's gone. That makes. I was going to mention this move as well. I mean, this does make sense. Of course, it puts pressure on the knight on d5, so it is a development move. And I still think Vidit should seriously contemplate knight a5. In fact, I think he has to do it. I think he has to get rid of this knight on c4 as quickly as possible. Maybe you can play queen e6 here and support the knight. But if knight a5 works out, then what Black will also want to do here is get a simplified position, because, he's got 17 minutes. And with all of these pieces on the board, it's incredibly hard to handle this without making a mistake.
Yeah, and well, Vidit, he's going to have to speed up. He will be looking to exchange some of the pieces to simplify the position. We'll come back here. Let's bring back the bird's eye view one more time. And, well, we talked about, and look at the Karyakin game. We don't see that so often. Wow. The other day, Robert and I had a very interesting pawn structure with two isolated double pawns, but now I think this is what is referred to as the Irish pawn center, and maybe
Irish pawns.
we can quickly update Grandelius against Sergei Karyakin.
We got ourselves some Irish pawns. Let's have a look at that game and the way that it was reached. First of all, Sergei indeed taking up the gauntlet, going f6, preventing the knight from escaping, and Niels obliging with bishop g6. Sergei going c6, just sort of, I think he's ultimately preparing to move his bishop away and then activate his rook. Niels going c4, just trying to freeze things. Sergei saying, I'm taking that pawn. And now Niels freezing all three pawns with a move c3. And now, the key question, go ahead.
I just have to ask you because, well, I think my eye, like so many of our viewers, goes to the bar when it drops, when a move appears and the bar drops. So what is there not to like about c3?
I think there's a very concrete reason, which is that Black can, in fact, go bishop c7 and get his rook opened up. And to an untrained eye, it might seem like rook e7 should win a piece, but it not only doesn't win a piece, White's pieces are kind of suspended in this weird way, and they're all kind of hanging. And I think Sergei is going to make this move. Let's see what he just played. Yeah, he has played bishop c7. And on the next move, black is already prepared to play bishop d6 and chase the rook away. And if the rook ever lands on f7, I mean, take a look at this position. White's pieces are all trapped on the king side, and this cannot be sustained. They're not that easy to actually win. But bishop e8 becomes a threat, bishop e6 potentially.
I mean,
So
this just
with
looks
11
so
minutes on the
terrible.
clock, 10 minutes on the clock, Fiona, for 18 moves or whatever, I just don't see Niels surviving this.
Yeah, and well, Niels, he's had a rough start to the event, and things here is certainly not looking good. 10 minutes on the clock is a huge problem. We're only on move 23, so still 17 moves to be made, but also the position on the board. I mean, we were just highlighting some of the problems, and it's just really tough to find a move for Niels here. If not rook e7, then what else do you do?
I mean, the engine is suggesting a neutral move like a4. That's an impossible move to play. And Sergey has a bunch of ways that he can improve his position. Rook d8. And one way or another, eventually I feel like black is going to have some way of getting to white's pieces. I just don't see that way right now. But it's so hard in such a position just to sit around and wait. I feel like Niels is going to be sucked into the temptation of going rook e7. And now he's below 10 minutes. If he can pull this one out, I'll be very, very impressed.
Yeah, I was very impressed with the way he saved the position against Magnus, but I think today is an even tougher task, because this position here, first of all, it's not completely clear. Can it even be saved, even with best play, or is it already past that point? If it can be saved, it can only be saved by white finding the best moves at every turn, and with less than 10 minutes on the clock, that is very near mission impossible.
Yeah, I mean, soon you're going to be playing on increment, and that is just unthinkable.
Niels has just made a move, rook e3.
e3. So yeah, he's making a neutral move. He's just sort of making a waiting move, seeing how Sergey is going to improve his position. Sergey is probably going to throw in rook d8 just because that move doesn't hurt. He might also push his a pawn to a5, and the challenge for Sergey here is going to be, okay, how does he actually attack any one of white's pieces? And perhaps this is a fortress. Maybe there is no way to make any progress, but Sergey is going to spend a long time looking for it.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard to believe that this could be a fortress, but who knows? We will come back here. For now, let's go back to the overview. And, well, I see that, I mean, in the overview, this Grandelius Karyakin game just looks so funny with the 4 pawns on the c-file.
It really does.
The white piece is stuck on the king side. Elsewhere, maybe we can go back to Yasipenko against Sam Shankland, because
I was thinking the same thing.
I thought it was very likely we were headed for one of those repetitions or perpetuals, but it doesn't seem like it any longer.
And I'm afraid Sam fans are in for some bad news. He seems to be losing control of the game. Let's rewind a little bit and see how it all came to fruition. So f4 was played. We saw this. Yasipenko going queen to d1, just sort of dropping the queen back, potentially preparing this idea that you mentioned, Fiona, h6, queen h5, maybe trying to get that to become a reality. Sam going d6, the computer not a huge fan of this move. Yasipenko going f3, that was another reason behind queen d1, dislodging black's queen from its ideal square. Sam obliging, Yasipenko bringing his queen back to d3. This is where things start to get unpleasant, right? White's attacking 2 pawns, and we've already seen the situation before, but Sam has also played the move d6, and that's quite weakening. Okay, so rook c7, rook e1, attacking the new weakness.
By the way, if maybe we can just go
rook e4.
Back 1 second, because I was wondering for a second, why can't I go e5 and try and trade the queens? And then when the rook was still on c8, and then I realized the rook was undefended on c8. Here it's also a different problem, yeah.
Here the problem is bishop takes e5, queen takes d3, and white just all you can eat in the center. Bishop takes f4, and then the next move, he recovers the queen with 2 extra pawns. Sam might have missed this detail, and it seems like his big mistake was rook e7. The engine was proposing the similar move, bishop e7, intending e5 on the next move. The problem with rook e7 is indeed rook e4. And here's what Sam might have overlooked. It looks like e5 forces the queen trade. No, it doesn't. White takes on a6. And if black takes on d4, whoop, check on c8, check on f4, and it is simply checkmate. White's going to grab the bishop on the next move with mate.
Wow.
And if e5 cannot be played, Fiona, black's position starts to come apart a little bit at the seams here. And for instance, if you play queen b5, white can take, and then white just drops the bishop, and look at all of black's pawns. White's just going to collect all of them.
Yeah, I mean, out of the opening, it was white's pawn structure that I was at least more concerned for, with those isolated pawns on the H file, on the F file. But right now, things have completely turned around, and yeah, it looks like maybe rook e4 is what was missed with the pawn hanging on a6. But Sam suddenly finding himself in a tough position here. As you said, I mean, if e5 doesn't work, can we try and play a5?
We can, yeah, that's a possibility. But I think that white can get away with taking on f4.
And e5 is still not an option.
Because of this move, queen f5, pinning the queen, creating the threat of queen takes f8 and queen c8 at the same time. So black's king being the center, that's really what kills Sam here. Because that king is just, I mean, there's so many squares around it that are weak. And so white is constantly gaining the upper hand in these various tactics where it looks like black wins a piece, but then there's something related to black's king.
And yeah, well, Sam suddenly in a lot of trouble. I didn't see this one. Somehow when one of the players plays so fast in the opening, he's so well prepared. What tends to happen is you just trust them. You think, they've got this. They are so confident. But Sergei Yasipenko, he was very right not to be too impressed, and he just kept looking for the best move. Now we see that Sam is also catching up on the clock, and well,
and the posture, the hands over his head. He was leaning back. He was vibing. He was playing fast. Now you can just see the exasperation. You can see the seasons changing right in front of us here. And Fiona, nothing is more frustrating than putting together this incredibly impressive preparation, having it appear on the board, gaining a huge time advantage, feeling like a king, and then 3 moves from then asking, what the heck happened? Why am I in trouble?
Incredible.
Kudos to Yasipenko. The guy is an absolute beast.
He is such a beast. He had a breakout performance here last year, beating Magnus Carlsen, finishing in joint 3rd, and he is once again having a brilliant event. He is also looking he always impresses me with his calm demeanor, and yeah, for Sam, some trouble brewing here.
Yeah, he is a Zen master. And let's not overstate the case. I think Sam, he has time. And according to the engine, the lesser evil is, in fact, to play a5 and then follow it up with a move bishop h6. The issue is that white just dips back to e4. Now Yasipenko will be up a pawn, and black's king is going to be permanently weak. So there's big trouble. It's not completely lost. And we'll definitely keep an eye on this game as Sam tries to figure out a way to recover.
I have some great news for you, Dania. If we go back to the bird's eye view, or before going back to the bird's eye view.
Oh, man.
Is that a screenshot from
really
earlier? Is that
it must be. I feel like it's probably escalated further. It probably every couple of seconds it leans further.
I was lied to. I was told the sign had been fixed.
I fixed it. It's straight.
Oh, you were told it had been fixed?
But it isn't fixed.
The sign is straight. The rest is just.
What?
The sign is straight now.
The sign isn't straight at all. I mean, it's literally leaping onto the board.
We're being told that the sign is straight.
Everything else.
We're being lied to.
I've been lied to. Dania, I've been deceived. I got a message from Bigfoot. Tell Dania I fixed the sign.
It's straight.
I don't know if I can work with a liar.
Bigfoot is making an argument that this sign is straight, but I think we might have to send him to the optician.
I think that this is disgraceful. I simply cannot commentate with some person who lies all the time. And okay, I will Kvitia.
I mean, we can literally see the glue, the sticky part behind the sign. If the sign was straight, we wouldn't be seeing that.
Here, look, it's straight. See how straight it is? The rest is crooked.
That's like one of those, that's like one of those illusions, like where you show two different lines and one of them looks bigger than the other, but in fact they're straight. But in fact they're the same size.
Now I understand. It was all a joke with the camera being tilted. That took a while.
Well, I know all about being
some
tilted.
high-level humor here going on.
Wow. Just wow.
Okay, well done. Let's go back to the bird's eye view.
Let's go back to the bird's eye view. Will that be tilted as well? Maybe Bigfoot wants to tilt the boards a little bit diagonally.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, now he's threatening me.
Okay, so what else is catching our attention here?
Let's see. First of all, just have a look at Van Foreest's game. Vida did go knight a5. He's traded on c4, and I think he's kind of back in the driver's seat as Jorden decided to take back with the pawn. We see Esipenko taking that pawn on a6, so that proceeds as we thought it would. Sergei planting the bishop on e5, shutting down the rook. I'm kind of torn between taking a closer look at the Duda game and looking at the Rapport-Mamedyarov game, which transitioned into an endgame.
Maybe
somehow.
Let's start with Rapport-Mamedyarov, because I think I was kind of expecting almost a result there, but not just yet, but we're sort of out of the crazy complications, at least.
We're out of the crazy complications, and I think the game is still very likely to end in a draw. So what essentially happened is that in this position, we were contemplating h takes g6. This is the forced draw. Instead of this, report goes c4. I had mentioned this move briefly, and I didn't really explore it. This leads to a queen trade, queen g5. We have a trade, Rapport takes on g6, and we still have mutual attacks, right? Black is still attacking White's king, White is still attacking Black's king, and things are likely to fizzle out and end up in some sort of symmetrical rook endgame. So for instance, one move that occurred to me was rook h7. And for instance, bishop takes c4. I guess we could envision a trade. Okay, that's a check, so the king has to move. F takes g6, and technically Black is up a pawn here, but this should be a draw. And notice that rook d7 is probably inaccurate due to rook takes f2, and there's no mate. So in this position, White should probably go rook e7, and Black will end up having to give up one of his pawns because you can't really go rook f6 here due to the back rank check. But the engine gives g4, rook takes e6, king g7, and White's advantage is merely symbolic. Black's pieces are active enough. The rook ties down White's rook to f2. I'm anticipating a draw in the next half hour. Yeah,
it looks like Shahriar Mamedyarov has done a great job defending a slightly tricky position. So that's one of our three leaders with the black pieces who seems to be more or less out of trouble. What about the other two? You talked about the Jorden against Vidit game. Shall we go there next?
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the transformations in that game. Okay, so Vidit, to his credit, quickly going knight a5 and trusting his intuition there. Jorden castling, knight takes c4, and b takes c4. The point, of course, is that you can't take on c4 again because the knight on d5 is going to hang. After knight c7, Jorden deciding to defend the pawn on c4. And the reason that the engine was not a very big fan of this move is that Black can now go knight e6. Now, why is that good? Well, the reason that's good is because Black is now discouraging White from breaking open the position with f4. The only way to jailbreak this bishop really is to go f4. And now this move is a lot less appealing with that knight sitting on e6. Jorden probably should have gone f4 on the previous move. And Black can't really take on c4 here because the e5 pawn is going to hang at the end of the line. I think this was Jordan's last chance to get a pleasant position. After knight e6, I think if anybody's better, it's probably Black.
Yeah, I mean, somehow this has developed in a way that's not going to be to Jordan's liking. We talked for a while already about that bishop on g3, that isn't really doing much as Vidit prepares to make a move.
96.
But also the pawn on c4, not knight e6, interestingly enough.
Queen e6. So
Queen
he has
e6.
put a piece on e6. It's the queen, though. I mean, it makes sense. He's attacking c4. It does make sense. I'm just always concerned about f4. I'm still concerned about f4. Because what could happen here is, okay, bishop c4, bishop. We might actually see this. Bishop takes c4, queen takes c4. Oh, this is maybe what Vidit is going for, an endgame that's most likely going to be equal. Takes, 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 takes. And black has to be careful here, because if you automatically take, white's rook is going to get to d7. White's got a lot of activity here. So if I'm Jorden, I would consider just going f4 quickly and, you know, using Vidit's time against him.
And, well, is Jorden even? We're not sure. Is he even at the board at the moment?
Yeah, he's not at the board yet. So let's.
I think he might be happy to see, a bit like Magnus was happy to see knight g4 not appear on the board. I think in the same way, Jorden might be happy to not appear, see knight e6 appear, and given another opportunity. And I agree with you. I think he just has to do to try and open up the position here to try and bring that bishop back to life.
You don't want to go rook c1 here, go into full passivity mode. Just one thing I wanted to explain for the sake of completeness. How does knight e6 discourage f4? Well, the point is that after e takes f4, you can't really take with the bishop, because then white-black takes. And if you take with a pawn, then there's a simple tactic. Knight takes f4, and then the bishop on e2 hangs, and the c4 pawn is going to hang. So white ends up dropping a bunch of pawns here. So I think queen e6 is not a mistake. I think it's reasonable, and we are quite likely to see that it's quite likely going to be some sort of a liquidation here if Jorden plays f4.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see. I think a big moment here. Jorden is surely going to invest. Wait, f4 is already on the board. That happened so fast. I didn't even see it. I was like, he's gonna spend some time here. No.
But I think that's what I think. He just senses that if he doesn't play it now, he's going to be passive for the rest of the game. So there isn't. He had to calculate. The only thing he has to calculate is bishop takes c4. He saw that works out for him, so he's not really risking here.
Okay, so, well, we'll see here if we get the liquidation. Maybe let's bring up the bird's eye view, pick one last game, and then we're going to go on a quick break. So let's see.
Let's have a look at the Grandelius game, maybe.
Sure.
And then after the break, we'll take a look at the Duda. I think the Duda game requires, we have to spend a good amount of time on it because it's so complex. So let's, you know, in the interest of time, let's update everybody on Niels against Karyakin, because it looks like Niels is actually not doing badly at all.
That is incredible. Last time we came from this position, we thought that Sergei was firmly in control. So let's rewind a few moves.
So what happened here? So there was the move c4. Okay, so Niels going rook e3. Sergei going rook d8, and apparently that was a mistake. Niels pouncing on it with f5, and that was the idea of rook e3. Niels defending the pawn on g3 in order to be able to go f5, and he managed to anchor that bishop to g6. Look at that construction. That construction is going to survive a nuclear apocalypse. And
I mean, it's very solid. It's very solid, Dania. But the question is, how can White possibly play without two pieces, basically?
But basically, yeah, it's weird, but because the position is so closed down and these pieces are actually controlling a lot of squares. I mean, the knight's controlling f8. So black is playing without his king. Black is also playing without his light squared bishop, which is now locked behind white's pawns. And the move bishop h3, it appears, was necessary to preserve winning chances, or to preserve an objective advantage. Of course, he still has winning chances. The reason why is that if white plays f5, now the bishop has made its way out of the pawn chain, and it can ultimately park itself on d5, which is huge, because if we compare this to the position that's currently on the board, look at that bishop on c8. Wouldn't it just be dying to be on f3 in this position? That would be the key to the kingdom. Now it's permanently stuck.
And suddenly these Irish pawns on the c-file, they are blocking in their own bishop, unfortunately, and it's hard to see indeed how could Sergei activate the bishop here. We've just had another move, Niels playing a4.
Yeah, and it's very important to indicate that he should not take the pawn on c4 is working in his interest. If he takes it, he allows the black bishop to activate itself via a6 and d3. So it's very important for Niels to keep that pawn. And maybe he just has a fortress here. Maybe Sergey has no way to make progress. He certainly can't move the dark squared bishop. I don't see where to put the light squared bishop. Maybe he can try work d3. So there's still some game left, but if Niels is careful, he should be able to hold this.
One thing that
Very
Niels is
impressive.
certainly going to have to be careful is his clock management. He's
Man.
under 5 minutes, so Sergey will definitely try to apply maximum pressure, especially now during the next 10 moves, because the position very much feels like if Niels can survive up to the first time control, then with the extra time, the task will become easier. So that will be the storyline here leading up to the first time control. But Dania, we're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. The time trouble is looming, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Bobby,
Yeah, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah.
No, we got to get up. It was you. Like I was gonna do it, but then you said, "Yeah."
I would be like, yeah, please. Please, Dvoretsky, one more
The
time.
problem
You ready?
Please put that away.
That's what I said. I told you.
Let's do it. All right. Woo. You know what they say, though? What happens in Salt Lake stays in Salt Lake.
Yeah, that's
That's not what they say.
Cheers to my Super GM friends. It's been good. The World Championship on Chess.com.
Let's do this.
Let's chug that whole beer.
That was impressive.
Whew. Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm great. Round 2. Bobby,
Yes, Robert.
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah. You guys have to go with it.
I can't do it. Do that.
Okay. I just actually didn't expect you to do it that time, which made it funnier. Like I thought you was a one-time
I want
thing.
to be like, yeah, please.
Okay.
I'm just trying to ad-lib with what feels natural.
Yeah, no, of course it feels natural.
Wait, so we should expect that next
Yeah.
time, right? Okay, just so I'm mentally prepared.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this?
It's eggs.
I want an omelet with brie.
Just fucking eat it.
You eat it.
Wasn't expecting that.
That wasn't either. I was like, what?
We could turn a little bit on the shoulder there. The faster card and unibrow.
I just want to thank my sponsors very much for all they do to promote chess.
Sounds like a great future credit card, but faster card.
Yeah.
Wasn't it faster hard?
Wait, what did it say?
No. It said card. Y'all are respecting the wood a little too much.
It's not faster hard, Bobby.
Oh boy, I can't be with you two anymore.
Unibrow. Oh, okay. It was. I mean, I think it's hilarious. And don't you think people would buy this?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna buy that. Dang, that's the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Okay. I guess that's it. All right, that's it. That was great, by the way.
Keep it rolling.
Okay.
Same thing.
I love that.
No,
Stupid shit I've ever seen in my life.
You can do like a 2-shot of them.
And we are.
Danny, who is that guy?
Who's that?
He didn't come in with you guys?
No.
We're gonna be right back.
Bobby,
Yes, Robert.
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just can't.
It's so funny. Isn't it cool when I predict the moves you're gonna say? Because we all see things in the same way and the same speed on this show. Isn't that cool when we do that?
It doesn't make me very happy.
And let's bring up the analysis board as we do that, so Yvonne can give us her thoughts on the Petrov. Go ahead, Yvonne.
Well, yeah, actually, that's a very good question because I was firstly trying to.
Fabi,
Yeah, Danny?
my throat's still dry.
What was
You're like, you've had 5 glasses of water.
Okay.
You remember what happened last time? My throat's still dry.
You've already had 5 glasses of water. And you remember what happened last time.
It was an accident.
You peed your bed.
You're looking fresh, man.
All 6 of them?
Again, dude, your haircut just looks great.
Wait, did we start the bit?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I noticed.
You're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say that. We start the bit.
If Black's a6 pawn was transported, let's say... Good night, guys.
Good night, Dad. I'm Fabi.
Fabi.
One more time. Maybe just one of you guys say the good night, Dad.
That's what I said. I said it. Should I not said it?
I heard both of you say it.
I think it's funny if we both say good night, Dad. I mean, Fabi.
But we need to be in sync. That's the hard thing.
Welcome back to our coverage of round 7 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. So as you can see, we've had our first result of the day. The game between Anish and Dubov was not played. Daniil Dubov still awaiting the result of his PCR test. But we've had a draw between Richard Rapport and Shahriar Mamediyarov. And Dania, let's go and quickly see how that game concluded before we come back to world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Indeed, Fiona, and what a draw it was. A very fighting game, really from the outset, as we had a pretty offbeat Sicilian line. Rihard jumping out onto the initiative. He was basically better all game, but Shakar just
Sorry
exquisite.
to interrupt you, Dania, but did you see the camera on Magnus there? Like, I don't know what he did. He must have touched something he shouldn't touch, or I don't know
what. Yeah, what happened? I was seeing it out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah, I didn't catch what exactly. He did something. I don't know if he
did the classic Magnus "I'm sorry" thing, but did he knock something over?
Did he maybe touch another piece without saying Jadou? What's the drama here?
But then Prague would probably be sort of trying to enforce it.
Yeah, it's hard to. I mean, did he knock something over, as you say? I don't know. But he was very apologetic. He wanted
whatever it was. It seems like it's settled down now, and we'll definitely take a look at that position and try to figure out what it could have been.
Yeah, for now, let's see how the game ended. And Bigfoot is saying maybe he wanted to adjust the name tag.
Oh yeah, well but does he even see that the name tag is off?
No, well, something maybe we'll get the VAR. I see the chat is screaming for the VAR replay. I'm sure we'll get some insights at some point, but for now, let's see how Rapport against Mamedyarov concluded.
Yeah, and what I was so impressed with, and it's no surprise that Shak is leading the tournament because he was in a lot of danger out of the opening, and finding this b5 a5 idea, all this counterplay. I mean, he played that perfectly, and the game ended precisely how we kind of expected it. So after the queen trade, things have fizzled out. Bishop b3, Rihard going for rook h5, which is one of several possibilities. Bishop takes c4, forcing a trade of bishops. And in this position, the players agreed to a draw. Why did they agree to a draw? Because after king g7, although Black's pawn structure is nominally worse, it cannot be successfully attacked. I mean, White can pretend to attack it, but if anything, this actually backfires due to rook d8 check. And if White tries to do it from the other side, then after rook takes f2, rook takes c6, Black has the simple move, rook f6, and it's obviously a dead draw. So a totally justified draw agreement and a great fighting game, Mamedyarov and Rapport.
Let's go back to Magnus, and I'm reading actually in the chat what has happened is apparently Magnus adjusted a piece and then pressed the clock after adjusting the piece.
Oh my god, without making a move?
So apparently crazy. That's what happened, and I don't know if the moves count, if the clocks here count the moves. I don't think they do, because the time only gets added after they run out of time. It doesn't automatically get added. So probably it doesn't matter too much, but hence all the apologies. Because I don't know how they can resolve the situation without both Magnus and Prague getting an extra 30 seconds.
But the thing is, yeah, first of all, they probably did. And second of all, what I don't understand is, yeah, the time gets added when you hit 0, but how does the clock distinguish between you losing on time and you getting that extra time? It has to keep track of the moves, right? Of the number of presses.
Yeah, I thought it just puts a minus sign, but I'm not exactly sure now. I'm being put on the spot here. We will try and get.
No, I don't know either. I don't think anybody knows. I just think that that's something to be careful about. I mean, the arbiters have to keep an eye on that in case of a time scramble.
For sure, but very funny to see Magnus. I think it's so often that you just have the instinct. If you touch the piece, you want to press the clock.
You press the clock, yeah, you made a move, right? You made a little Jadou oops.
But yeah, well, let's update the game for now. We left this off a few moves ago.
Well, if Magnus presses the clock here without moving his queen, then there's going to be a bit of an issue. Something tells me that he is going to actually make a move, and something else tells me that it's going to be with the queen. I don't know how I know that.
Well, it's some divine intuition you must have, Dania.
Indeed. And what happened in the last couple of moves? Prague, so Magnus went queen b6, and Prague did indeed go e4, as we were discussing. Magnus going rook e8, x-raying the queen, makes sense. Prague stepping away from e2, which the computer didn't like. The engine was proposing the wild move rook a8, Okay,
Wow.
that's not an easy move to play. Magnus just made a move. We'll update you on that in a second. So queen d2, Magnus dropping the bishop back to f8, stopping the pawn from hitting e5. Pragg activating his queen. There comes b4. And what's awkward about the queen placement on f4 is black finally eliminates the bishop on d5. And he does so, obviously, by attacking the queen, forcing Pragg to recapture, and Magnus repositioning the queen to e6. So, look, if black can get bishop b7 in, white's position starts to crumble, Fiona. So I actually think Pragg has to go knight takes e5 here. This is really the only thing that he can do. And this leads to a mass liquidation. So bishop takes e5, rook takes c5. The point, of course, is that the rook is going to hang. But after knight takes c5, queen takes b8, queen takes b3. This is really scary for
and
white.
sorry to interrupt you, Dania, but we had a result in Niels Grandelius against Sergei Karyakin with Niels in that. I mean, what a
Niels
game that was!
What a save! Okay, we'll definitely get to the Magnus game in just a bit. But let's just to finish the thought. Yeah. I think Magnus is better. I think Pragg is now in trouble, essentially.
And that's exactly what happens. We talked about it so many times today. You get an opportunity. These opportunities, they are rare against Magnus. If you don't grab them instantly, then the tide turns very quickly. And I think that's exactly what's happening here today. Let's go quickly see how the game between Niels and Sergei concluded, and then we'll go back to the bird's eye view.
Let's do it. So we were discussing that perhaps Sergei's critical mistake, and maybe in retrospect, he'll admit that he rushed this a little bit. At this moment, Niels played this mysterious-looking move, rook e3. Why did he play it? He played it so that he can go f5, shut down the light square bishop, and anchor his own bishop to g6, basically constructing a fortress. Sergei, it appears, had to go bishop h3. And, this reminds me of those movie scenes where the character, leaps at the gate right before it closes, or the garage right before it closes. Once the garage closed, black simply has no way to make inroads. And even though Niels was very short on time, and Sergei tried whatever he could, he begged Niels to take that pawn on c4 and open up the position. Niels saying, "I'm not touching that pawn. That pawn's radioactive." Niels just moving his rook back and forth, and ultimately Sergei acquiescing to withdraw, trading rooks. And this is simply a fortress. There's
this
nothing
has
that
got
black
to
can do. Look at the king.
That's such a crazy final position. Definitely,
it really is
the most intriguing fortress I have ever seen. What an interesting game, and what a save by Niels Grandelius.
That's a great, and it just shows you his resilience and his verve. He's in last place. He's got a nasty position, low time, and kudos to Niels. That's a big result. And hopefully it sets a good tone for the second half of the tournament for him.
Absolutely. And Dania, we were talking before the break. We needed some time to do a deep dive on Duda Caruana. Let's go back there and see how that has changed.
Yeah, I think now is the perfect time. And there's a lot of wow. Look at the time situation: 12.5 for Duda, 18 minutes for Fabi, and they're only 23 moves into the game. So this is going to get really exciting really fast. Now, Fiona did go f5, and Duda did respond with the move c4, striking at him in the center. Fabi moved his knight away from c6 to open up the x-ray against the queen. Duda moved the queen up to c3. I think the point is to discourage d takes c4, because then there's going to be a discover check against the king. Fabi repositioning his knight, preparing to swing it to f4, and Duda reinforcing the pawn on c4. Fabi dropping his queen back to e7. What is the idea of this move? I think he's going to f6. I think what Fabi is saying is, I'm going to put my queen on f6. I'm going to put my knight on f4. I've got all these improving moves. If you play g3, then I'm going to strike at you with f4, and White's king is going to be caught in the crossfire. I'm quite concerned about White's position here. And again, part of the reason for that is that anytime White castles short, the h6 pawn is going to end up a sitting duck.
Yeah, and Fabi, well, after a tough loss yesterday to Anish Giri, will he be able to bounce back immediately? Duda has a tough question to answer here. As you just said, he doesn't want to castle kingside. But then which of the pieces, earlier we talked about the knight on e3, that knight still isn't doing so much, but I can't think of a much better square for it.
There's just no good squares. There's just no good squares in this position.
G3 is not a move I expected.
So I guess the point is if Fabi goes f4 immediately, the knight does have a good square on g4. But I would imagine that Fabi completes his maneuver with queen f6 first. And f4 is just always going to be something that white has to reckon with. I don't like, and the bishop can come out to c6. Now that white's played g3, he's also weak in the long diagonal. Whoops. And no, I think this is a very nasty position.
Yeah, and well, Fabiano, he could be bouncing back in style here. It's still his move. We expect the queen to come to f6 and some big questions to answer for Duda. Let's quickly go back to the bird's eye view because I see the chat is going crazy. I don't know if they are justified in going crazy. They want to go back to Jorden and to Yasipenko. What's happening there?
And
look
to
at
Magnus.
the bar
So,
rocketing sky
okay, so
high.
we promise we'll tackle all of the games one at a time. Let's start with the Yasipenko game because a lot has happened there. We also know that Prague, he did not take on c5. He's gone for a different move. And yes, it does appear that Magnus, objectively speaking, is close to winning. But we'll get to that game in due time. Let's look at the Yasipenko game. What has happened here? So as we were discussing, Sam going e5, allowing queen takes a6, right? And the point here is that you cannot take the bishop due to queen c8 and rook takes f4. Sam moving the king away, Yasipenko dropping the bishop back. Sam went for counterplay in the center, pushing d5, but just look at how weak Black's king is. Don't be fooled by the presence of what looks like an impressive pawn phalanx in the center. That's not going anywhere. You cannot afford to push the pawns because of how flimsy Black's position is. Sam trying to coordinate his pieces, but Yasipenko very calmly collecting everything, and he's gone queen b6, not a move approved of by the computer. According to the computer, queen b5 was the move, hitting where it hurts, attacking the pawn on e5. This would have been a very difficult pawn to defend, but Yasipenko going queen b6, and he's still in very good shape. The point is that if the rook moves away from the 7th rank, Yasipenko is going to give this incredibly nasty check, Fiona. And look at how many directions the queen can go to d5, h7. Everything seems to be hanging here. I wouldn't really trust the e-ball bar. I feel like Sam's position is in critical shape here.
Yeah, I mean, this king is just so naked with only the bishop to help defend the queen on d1 is completely on a different side of the board. And while the right rook on f2 is currently looking like it's quite passive, it is doing a very important job of defending c2, and as soon as the black king steps onto the g file, then the rook can join the game via g2 with a check. So although the bar has been swinging up and down a little bit, don't be fooled. This still looks like an overwhelming advantage for Yasipenko.
And only 4 moves out of the time control, which is going to be very welcome for Andre. In these types of positions, you often want a lot of time to really work through all of the candidate moves because there's usually a lot of tempting possibilities. But that rook on f2 is a hero. It's defending c2, it's defending f3. It's not going to win any beauty prizes for its placement, but it's doing yeoman's work to stopping all of Black's counterplay. Andre does have to be a little bit cautious about the move d3, but the rook can always swing to d2 at the right moment. And Sam indeed going for rook c3, and I'm fully expecting queen b7 check here. We'll keep an eye on this game.
Yasipenko looking Francis on the ceiling.
Okay, so if I were to queen b7, yeah.
And now he's staring us down. It's always so intimidating, those.
It really is. He's looking straight into our soul, that piercing gaze. I wouldn't say that Sam is out of the game here. I think whenever Sam is active, he's got this idea of d3, and Andre has to give a series of very accurate checks here. So I wouldn't count Sam out here, but objectively, it's definitely a dire situation.
We'll come back to this one. Still very exciting. Let's quickly bring back the overview. A lot of people want to go back to the Vidit game. That has changed quite a lot as well. So let's briefly check in with Jorden van Foreest and Vidit Gujarati, and then we'll have to go back to Magnus because that bar has come down all the way.
Indeed. Now, Jorden has done a very good job of navigating a treacherous situation after squandering that early opening advantage. So he's got f4, and Vidit didn't end up taking on c4. He took on f4. And this finally allowed Jorden to liberate that bishop. And guess what? Even though he's got these two weak pawns, I'm sure he was absolutely thrilled to have his bishop back in the game. And that bishop immediately repositioned to f2, where, yeah, it looks passive, but at least it's doing something. It's defending e3, and it can always move back to g3. Then he connected his rooks. Vidit was forced to bring his bishop back to c8 in order to guard the d7 square. And look at how Jorden brings the bishop back to g3, gets the rook up to d5, and Vidit kind of bit the bullet, allowed the pawn to get to d5. And now we have this position on the board. A trade on g3 is possible, but this is a game for two results, Fiona. This pawn on d5, it's a scary pawn. It's going up to d6 very soon, and it's working perfectly with that bishop on g3 that's guarding the d6 square. Otherwise, Black would have put a knight on d6 in an instant. I don't like this.
Sure. Jorden has finally at least somewhat solved the problem of that bishop, and as you say, the d4 pawn, the d5 pawn, is getting dangerously close. Also, time is still an issue here for Vidit. Only 8.5 minutes on the clock, still 9 moves to make, and it's a tough spot. On one hand, you are tempted to take that bishop on g3. On the other hand, that bishop is for now, that knight is for now nicely placed. On e4, if we don't capture on g3, what are the other options for Black?
The engine prefers the con bishop d7, and it only gives a slight advantage for white. Now, this move is sensible, right? I mean, if you can't blockade the pawn on d6, at least you can blockade it on d7. And if white pushes the pawn to d6, something like knight takes g3. Now, bishop c4 can always be parried with bishop e6. After h takes g3, rook c8, trying to get this rook to an anchor point on c5 and preventing white's rook from infiltrating to c7. And if Black is very careful, he should be able to hold this position. White doesn't have a clear way to make inroads, but man, with 7.5 on the clock for almost 10 moves, this is a very difficult task for Vidit. And I think he's probably regretting taking on f4 rather than on c4. Maybe he thought that endgame was unpleasant, and you can't really blame him. But one way or another, Jorden is in very, very good shape.
He might also be regretting not bringing his knight to e6, as you had shown, to stop f4. And Jorden, as soon as he was given that chance, he played the liberating f4 push, and he's really handled this situation he was under pressure in very well, and now he is the one pressing. We will come back here. Let's bring back the bird's eye view one more time. And I think we're just going to have to go back to Magnus Carlsen.
We are. And on the subject of f4, I can guarantee Jorden was praying to all of the gods, please don't play it. You know, we all have this experience where we see a very nasty move by our opponent. In that case, 96, and you're just mouthing, please don't play 96, please don't play 96. And when he sees a different move on the board, there's this relief that comes with it. But let's have a look at what's going on. Now, one thing I want to point out, so it does appear that in this position, Prague's last chance to keep something resembling a feasible position was knight takes c5. But can you really blame him for not going for this line? Because take a look at the position that occurs at the end of it. Bishop c5, and I was showing this earlier. Let me show this again. Just look at this position. The bishop is hanging. The pawn on e4 is hanging. White's queen is under an x-ray. I mean, evaluating this position as only minus 0.4, which the computer gives, with the insane move h3 is not human. This looks losing for white because Black is an extra passer. Can you blame Prague for not wanting to get a pawn down position, especially when he had such a promising position out of the opening? So instead, he goes for rook a to d1, which is logical. And Magnus going rook a8. And this is the problem with rook a d1. Black has a totally devastating threat of pawn c4. Look at that knight on a4. It looks perfectly safe. That knight itself is safe. What's not safe is the pawn on b3. Because that pawn is isolated, c4 comes with tremendous effect. White is totally powerless to stop it. Because if White plays knight d2, Fiona, White severs the connection between the rooks, and Black is able to go bishop b7. Previously, that was impossible because the knight would hang. So White's position is totally coming apart at the seams. I would not call rook a d1 a blunder. I disagree with that.
I agree with you, of course. The position already looked very tough.
It's a
And
mistake.
it's crazy how quickly, once again, it turned around. I was all excited at the prospect of knight g5, which wasn't played. But then after that, it felt like only a few moves, and suddenly the things have turned around completely. And Magnus Carlsen, here in Wijk, it's such a familiar story. Sometimes he might have a slightly slow start. That's not the case this year. But he won yesterday. And sometimes Magnus, he just he gets on a roll and he starts winning one game after another, after another, after another.
I mean, he makes it look easy. He's winning in 23 moves against Prague, but that's completely deceptive because had Prague played knight g5, we might have been writing a completely different storyline today. And you might say, well, Magnus just gets lucky. Well, no, it's all part of the same package, right? And we were talking about this earlier. When you play Magnus, subconsciously, there's a tremendous amount of work you have to do just to avoid feeling nervous. And a lot of decisions are subconsciously influenced by who you're playing. So that's just the reward that you reap from being world champion. Kasparov had the exact same influence. Mikhail Tal had the same influence. People talked about that. And we see that quite clearly here. And with more experience, Prague is still very young. You can see the promise. Not everybody can get this kind of position against Magnus 15 moves in. So there's a bright spot for Prague, but he's going to be really, really disappointed, barring a miracle here.
For sure. I mean, he is in so much trouble. We see the close-up. He's about to make a move, but c4 is looming. And someone, is it Magnus himself maybe, who has just closed off the view? But yeah, Prague, he is going to be, that's not what he wanted, of course, from his first game against Magnus, but I think it's also that experience that you need, and it's one of the things you brought up. I think it's just so great for Prague to be able to play here, to play Magnus, and then when you come back the next time, maybe it's a little bit less intimidating.
Yeah, it definitely is. The greatest fear lies in anticipation. Once you get through the experience of playing him, once you have that under your belts, and I have yet to have that experience, but I have had the experience of playing
plenty of faster games, though.
And I remember, the nerves, when I played Kramnik, you're just sitting there and he comes to the board and you're looking at him and this is the legend. You're playing the legend. So it's at the same time, it's an amazing experience. You're having a blast, and yet you're just shaking. So Prague going queen c1 here, which is a totally reasonable move. He does find a way to stop c4. The issue, of course, is that he leaves the e4 pawn to the wolves. And if he plays rook takes d7, see, the issue with this position is black just plays rook a d8. And look at this very carefully. White has this knight on a4. It's doing nothing. White's back rank is in massive trouble. Black is threatening queen e2 and rook d1. And minor pieces, when they're not supported by a rook, are totally powerless to stop these types of ideas. So it may seem okay for White, but in fact, it's just totally lost. Yeah. And Magnus has to decide on this, but I think he will.
I think I would be shocked if Magnus didn't take on e4. He still has a little bit of time, but both players actually quite low on the clock. So I think we're going to very quickly go back to the overview. We'll come back here once Magnus makes a move. For now, should we go back to Fabiano, or should we go back to Jorden? Things are happening everywhere.
Things are happening everywhere. It looks like Esipenko's on the road to winning. Let's go to Fabiano's game. We've given it a little bit less attention, and it's moved along much more slowly, but it's entering the time scramble phase. Because 5:46 for Duda for 13 moves, that's crazy, and 13 minutes for 13 moves, also crazy, a little less crazy. But it looks like Fabi is crushing it here. And you can see that Jan, with his last move, dropping the knight to c2, this greatly increases the temptation, at least to me, to just play f4. And White's position, Fiona, I just think it's falling apart. Just look at the pressure down the f-file. White's pieces are totally discombobulated all over the place, no counterplay. And if the f-file opens, the game might just end. White can't castle either way. He's burned both of those bridges a long time ago.
I was just going to talk about that, because there were so many days where Robert and I talked about games where it's so hard to explain them to newer viewers, people who are newer to chess, because very often in these top elite games, the opening principles don't get respected. The players don't necessarily just develop their pieces, control the center, and get their kings into safety. But this here might just be a good example as to why, in most of the time, it is preferable to get the king castled, because that white king could be in a lot of trouble very soon.
Indeed, and I just want to go back through the two moments where Duda moved both of his rooks. Because what's important to explain,
F4
as
is on
Fabi
the board.
indeed plays F4, and that's just automatic, is that it's not like Duda doesn't know about opening principles, right? Or middle game principles. He knows that castling is the safest option, but as I was explaining, the computer wanted him to castle long, but just look at how dangerous this looks. Black is already poised to play b5, b4. And my guess is that he rejected this because of something like b5. He was just scared of the attack. And the reason he didn't castle short is because that would have left the h6 pawn tremendously weak. So he decided first to play rook d1 in order to prepare c4. And then the other rook came out in just a couple of moves, queen c3, b3, g3, and then he played rook h5, trying his best to whip up counterplay against Black's weaknesses, but to no avail. That rook alone is just not going to be enough. And Fabi very calmly repositioning his queen, then his knight, and blasting through with f4. 5 minutes for Duda. He is in dire straits here. He's lost on the board and on the clock.
Very impressive play by Fabiano. Dania, we're going to go on just a very, very quick break. We will be back with all the action here as the first time control is looming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Jorden van Foreest, will he defend his title? Well, he still has a very interesting position on the board against Vidit Gujrati. Those two players are getting closer to the time control, but still 5 moves to make. Do we start there? Magnus is pressing. Yasipenko is pressing, but that looks like it's going to be an endgame now. Where do we start, Daniel?
Man, there's so many interesting games. Well, Magnus has taken on e4. Vidit is playing simply on increment. I mean, he's got 0 minutes and 0 seconds. And now he's got 1 minute. He's made 2 moves very quickly. So let's check in on his game. And yeah, this is kind of what we expected. So Jorden taking the opportunity to preserve his bishop, because bishop f4, he provokes a weakness and then swings the bishop to c7, where it can be anchored by the pawn on d6. And Vidit going king g7, solidifying his own pawns. Jorden swinging the rook to f1, queen e7, and then boom, bishop h5, forcing the rook out of e8. And now the queen is going to be the only piece that guards the knight. This is really dangerous. Vidit has 5 more moves to make simply on increment. It's so easy to blunder in a position like this. The engine doesn't think that he's in big trouble, but man, oh man, is he in trouble, practically speaking.
For sure, and this is such a big test for our co-leader Vidit here. It's not an easy, I mean, people at home might think 5 moves, that's not so many, but in this position, first of all, where does the rook go?
f8. I would say f8, but he's probably tempted by rook c8 too to attack the bishop. So see, that's another example. He's gone rook c8. And is that a decent move? Well, let's see if the engine, I mean, it loses d6, queen e6, and now, bishop f3. Bishop f3 is devastating. And why is it devastating? Because the knight has to move back. Well, why does it have to move back? Because if black plays bishop c6, white takes on e4 and then goes d7. But if the knight moves back, whoop, bishop comes to d5, and black can resign. Queen e5 is absolutely forced. And after the trade, the rook swings into f7. Rook takes d7 and bishop e6, and the game is over. Jorden van Foreest can win the game on the spot if he finds the move d6, followed by bishop f3 to d5. That is not an easy maneuver, but guess what, Fiona? His time management has been amazing. And I think this is where it's going to come in.
I mean, I have to admit, Dania, the speed at which you were running through all these winning lines, my brain was exploding here. It's a good thing we were off camera, because my face kept inching closer and closer to the board. Like, what? And
Jorden sees it.
Oh my goodness, d6 is already on the board. Queen e6 appearing instantly, and
bishop f3, there it is. Look at that, he's a beast. I mean, he didn't even take. And you know, you might ask, well, why is he rushing? First of all, Vidit has a minute, but this is an easy line to calculate. Once you see bishop f3, that's it. That's the hard part. There are different types of tactics. Some are easy to see and hard to calculate. Some are hard to see and easy to calculate. This is the second type of tactic. Once you see it, it's all over. Vidit is going to play knight c5, bishop d5, and he's going to resign. I think at the end of that sequence, I think we're going to see rook takes d7 on the board, and Vidit will resign.
And this is such a tough spot, because clearly Vidit didn't see this coming when playing rook c8, and it all happened so quickly. Now he only has 30 seconds on the clock, and only bad moves, unfortunately. There is no good move in this position. Knight c4 is the move he has chosen, and Jordan's just blitzing everything out. Bishop
He's blitzing
e5.
it out. And here's the thing. If the rook had been on f8 in this position, black would have been able to tuck the queen back on e8. That's the whole point. Here, the queen has to anchor itself to the pawn, and so queen e5 is forced. And we're seeing all of that on the board. Queen e5 is going to be played. Jordan's going to take that immediately and then play rook f7 and rook takes d7 and end the game.
I mean, that was what a turnaround. And for Vidit, he started brilliantly. We see Jorden just steadying his nerves before the final assault here. I think he's already seen the winning continuation, but he has plenty of time on the clock. And there he goes. The queens are off the board. And this is move 40, but it's not going to help Vidit.
Nope, you can have all the time in the world, but if Jorden plays, rook f7 check. And it's all over. And this rook takes d7 idea, Fiona, without that idea, Black would have been fine here, but it's not a coincidence. White is so active and has been really the whole game that it's totally natural that a tactic like that exists. Rook takes d7, and I can guarantee you that Vidit is going to resign after that.
Yeah, and what a comeback, first of all, from Jorden after losing a tough game yesterday to Sergei Karyakin. For Vidit, it's a tough loss. He's been doing so well here, undefeated, but the first loss is coming up here as Jorden has captured on d7, and there is just nothing, no tricks here for Black, and we see Vidit there shaking his head, and he knows this one is gone.
Yeah, and definitely the time situation hurt him tremendously. It hurt him in terms of making a proper decision after f4, before f4. You know, he took a lot of time, and he found a way to worm out of that trouble that he was in the opening. That was really impressive, but that's what often happens. You do that, and guess what? Then you have a whole middle game to play, and you've got 15 minutes on your clock.
Yeah, and well, we see here the finishing touches. Bishop e6 has just appeared on the board, and there was just nothing. I think you predicted a resignation at the end of the sequence. There was just simply no move here for Vidit.
No, the knight can't move. Rook takes c7, pawn takes, and the pawn will promote. Otherwise, the bishop takes the knight, moves away from d7, and the red carpet is unrolled. You can just play d7 and d8. Vidit thinking about where it is that he went wrong. The decisive mistake was rook f8, was playing rook c8. But I think that practically speaking, the position was tremendously difficult to defend.
Yeah, and well, I'm curious. I'm sure we'll hear from Jorden after the game. But with Mamedyarov having drawn his game, Vidit about to lose, a certain Magnus Carlsen will have to go back to his game, but he might just, and there is the resignation.
There it is.
And well, great job by Jorden van Foreest. For Vidit, a tough loss, as we see the players here discussing the game.
Yeah, and Vidit probably admitting to some sort of mistake, and you just never know what they're discussing, but it's definitely composed of chess moves that we know. And as they chat about their game, very impressive performance by Jorden, a big win. Always important to get that little push in the middle of the tournament.
For sure,
given how packed the field is. Mm-hmm.
Indeed, we have brought up the bird's eye view, so only 3 games remain now. I think we should go back to Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
Prague was so low on time. They have not reached the time control yet.
So
far from it.
In fact, we should just stick on this game because they are playing a blitz game, ladies and gentlemen. Magnus now the one with 2 minutes. He took a long time. Prague, I love what he just did. He didn't take on d7. He went h3. That's the top move. At least he keeps the tension. And here's the thing. Yes, it's -4 because the threat of c4 is ultimately inevitable. But look at how many pieces are on the board. Black's queen on e4 is kind of caught in the middle of things. The game is not over. And Prague is defending very resiliently here, doing everything he can. Magnus might very well get nervous here and make a mistake in time pressure. He's got less than 2 minutes.
Less than 2 minutes. Incredible stuff. I guess what you want to do, the first question is there an immediate threat in the position for White after queen d2?
No, and that's why Magnus brought the queen back to g6. He was tired of the queen constantly getting caught on the crown. I mean, rook e1 was a threat. No, there was a threat, rook e1. So that's why he played queen g6. But now Prague might want to go knight h4, knight f5.
Yeah, maybe we can finally see that kingside assault that we missed out on earlier.
Too late for knight g5, but not too late to try to activate that knight. I think Prague's going to go knight h4.
I think you kind of have to. You have Magnus, you know that you're worse in the position, you're down a pawn. But with the time ticking down, even the world champion, he is only human. We all make mistakes, and I think you want to throw your pieces forward now and ask Magnus some questions here before move 40 is reached.
He's partially human. I wouldn't call him, fully human. Just half human. Now there are other moves. There's queen f4. But what concerns me about knight h4 is Black can swing the queen around to c6. And after knight f5, I was thinking that Black could go knight f6. Oh, but here there's bishop takes f6. And if queen takes f6, the knight worms its way into d6, forcing a trade. And Black will be left with a very weak pawn on c5. So Black's decisive advantage could very well evaporate, even with a couple of normal moves. It's not like that line featured an obvious blunder.
Yeah,
Pragg has to go knight h4. That's a key move.
We shouldn't write Pragg up just yet, but he has got to also play a bit faster. I think he should try and keep, of course, this is so much easier said than done, but knight h4, I hope he plays that move quickly, because the more he thinks now, the more difficult, of course, it's going to get.
No, but I think he should have played this move a lot faster than he did. And again, it's so easy for me to say that, but he knows he's losing objectively, so you've got to put the time pressure on Magnus. And I'm telling you, Magnus is taking every one of these seconds, and he is calculating knight h4, deciding where he's going to put his queen. The engine indicates that the queen actually belongs on e6 in that case.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see a feasible alternative. And
there he goes.
There it is. I think he's played it. Yeah, I think he's played
knight
it.
h4 on the board, and now Magnus needing to decide where he wants to go to his queen. Let's face it, I mean, also not an easy situation for Magnus here. We are only on move 27, so Magnus still has 14 moves to make. He knows he's much better. I don't know if he realizes it's winning, but still a lot of white pieces looking down at the white king, at the black king. White has this control over the d-file, so it's not like a simple winning position for Magnus.
And Pragg is also a tremendous blitz player, and he's so tricky. He knows how to find these tricks in time pressure, and at this point, they're basically playing a bullet game with increment. Magnus, another thing you want to do in your opponent's time pressure, force your opponent to make decisions. This is a classic example of that. Guess what? No, that's not a legal move, but there's queen e4, there's queen e6, there's queen c6, there's queen h7. There's 4 different feasible queen moves. You've got a minute on your clock. You know, you feel the pressure. Magnus knows that he has to play accurately here. He knows the knight's coming to f5. Everybody's going to get nervous, human or not, and Magnus hesitating. And
he's also dropping under a minute, and he decides on queen e6.
And that seems to be the most precise move. If I'm Pragg, I'm going knight f5 in 2 seconds.
Instantly, yeah.
Instantly. I'm going knight f5 instantly, even though apparently knight f5 allows this move bishop b7. My goodness.
Oh my god.
And if rook takes d7, you take the knight. And but here, white has the desperado knight takes h6. Like, this is an example. How can you calculate this in a minute? Let's see what Pragg did.
He's still thinking. Pragg about to drop under a minute again. I like your suggestion of rook knight f5. I think we need to at least bring all the pieces into the game and try and create some threats.
He's about to make a move. He's got 50 seconds. Having said A, you kind of have to say B. Then
and there he goes. Knight f5 is on the board.
Big moment here. Will Magnus find the move bishop b7, exploiting the fact that the knight is only defended by the rook? But I would be disturbed by this knight takes h6 move.
Yeah, I think this game here, it's easy to be misled as the spectator by the evaluation bar. But if we try and not look at the bar, I mean, yes, black is a pawn up, but the position looks so messy still.
Look at white's pieces. And
playing purely on increment. Sorry, Dania.
No, and just to your point, I was going to say, here's the thing. Not all winning advantages are the same. Some of them, you can play 3-4 moves and it doesn't change the eval. Because white is so active, black has to play with tremendous accuracy, and that's not easy to do. And Magnus, I think he's gone c4. And wait a second, is there not a tactic connected with the rook being hanging? Isn't there bishop takes g7 here?
Oh
so
my
bishop
God.
bishop g7, knight g7, trade everything, then go queen d4 check. Black will cover with the knight and simultaneously hit white's rook. This is really exciting. Pragg has to try it. That's the only move because black is threatening c3.
Imagine being in this position with less than a minute on the clock. You really got a feel for Pragg. He's going to be tempted because I think the rook on a7 being undefended jumps into the eye, but so tough. I think here you just have to rely on instinct. And Danny, I guess your instinct is telling you I should just take
Bishop
on
takes
on
g7. I can guarantee you Pragg is calculating that with 24 seconds. He's got to make a move. Maybe he's going to play knight takes g7. Both captures are possible. in either case, his only chance right now is to exploit that undefended rook on a7. Maybe he'll play queen d4 straight away.
But
That's
10
another candidate
seconds
move.
for Pragg, and no queen d4. So queen d4,
Okay,
not
so he has played it
sacrificing, but
straight
just
away.
attacking the rook on a7.
And now there's an incredibly powerful move for black. Knight f6, covering the threat against g7 and counterattacking the rook. That move seems to win the game on the spot.
Do you think knight f6 is an obvious move?
Yes, well, it's not obvious, and I think Magnus might be tempted by rook takes a4 or c3.
No, knight
But
f6.
no,
There he
he
goes.
ain't the world champ. He's the world champion for a very good reason, Fiona. And Pragg had to take on g7. That was a big chance for him.
There was
And he missed-
indeed a
he
chance.
simply missed
Now,
knight
after
f6.
knight f6, the black king suddenly is safe. Are there no more sacrifices here at all
Well,
possible?
You can play knight takes h6 and then queen takes f6, but the endgame is going to be completely lost because black is going to shove this pawn down to c3, and then he's going to win the pawn on b3 and he's going to have connected passers. And unfortunately, Pragg knows all about facing connecting passers that are
He
near
made his
promotion.
move there with 2 seconds on the
2
clock,
seconds.
Dania, but knight
c3.
b6, c3 is going to come shut down that bishop, and
c3 resigns.
yeah.
c3 resigns because after the bishop moves, you'll be able to take the rook.
And there
And
you
there
go,
it is. I mean,
c3
that's
is
easy.
on the board. We're on move 30, but that doesn't matter any longer because Magnus has found a couple of precise moves now. Pragg may be missing a small chance. Objectively, the position was still bad, but at least there was a fighting chance after sacrificing on g7, but now Magnus has everything under control.
And that's the thing. There were several moments in this game where Pragg didn't pull the trigger. Knight g5, and in the end, bishop takes g7, I can guarantee you is a move, Fiona, that he would have made against the vast majority of players. And I know I'm repeating that, but it's just important to recognize how insane of an effect Magnus has on people. Playing Magnus changes you. And here Magnus has to play knight takes d5, and after knight takes a7, c takes b2.
Magnus has decided to take instead with the queen,
Which I
should
think is also winning.
be equally good, yes.
Yeah, everything wins. I mean, white has more hanging pieces than black. And at the end, black's going to take the bishop on b2, and that pawn's going to promote, so it's over. That's
Yeah.
also good.
Queen d5, Pragg, what he he exchanged
So knight
queens.
takes. He's going to resign here because knight takes a7, c takes b2, and knight c3 is unstoppable.
Yeah,
It's
I
over.
think we are seeing the final moments here of the game. Pragg took on a7, Magnus taking on b2, and yeah,
Rook
that
b1, rook
pawn.
e2 might be thrown in. Rook b1, rook e2, and then knight c3, and it's over. Yeah, rook e2.
Yeah, and there he goes. Rook e2 is on the board and will probably see a handshake now.
Yeah, I mean, White can also try knight d4, and Magnus could even go knight c3 in this position, just showcasing total domination. Knight takes
Yeah.
e2, knight takes b1, then the knight calmly steps back and promotes the pawn. Wow,
Actually,
what a
there's-
time scramble. What a play by Magnus. So accurate.
Magnus is such a beast. You let him back in, and there is the resignation
There
by
it is.
Pragnananda, and some visible relief on the face of Magnus Carlsen. Relief, but also we see this quite
That's a
often, I think.
classic Magnus.
is not
That's a classic
completely
Magnus thing.
satisfied with the game he played.
Was he maybe apologizing for pressing the clock? I don't know. Or like, I don't know what that means. I've seen Magnus do that before.
Yeah, I think very often it's a little bit of frustration of him not being too satisfied, maybe with the way he handled the opening, or I don't know, maybe he's pointing out knight g5, but well,
sure
I'm
he
curious.
is. The
Mhm.
game wasn't smooth enough. I mean, maybe he's worried the game wasn't smooth enough. I mean, what do you want me to do? And yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, it always seems like Magnus emerges on top in these kinds of games.
Let's go to Duda against Fabiano Caruana.
Yes.
We haven't made the time control yet,
Whoa.
so we're on move 38.
How is Duda's king on c1? Oh, Duda is Duda just fine here? Did Fabi blow this advantage? Whoa.
Do we have time
What
to
happened?
quickly go back a few moves?
Really quickly.
Fabiano, 3 minutes on the clock for 3 moves. Let's very quickly catch up.
Okay, so bishop f5, rook h2, dcbc. It's winning, but Duda playing very accurately before. This is all correct according to the engine. And here, Fabi playing really slowly. He had to go e5 and blast open the center. Blast it open, e5, d takes e5. Queen swings to c6, targeting the rook. The c file gets open. This is over.
It feels so scary with the queen on b2 looking down at the king on h8.
You have to allow this. But the point is that black can always put a knight on c3.
Wow.
And black has this anchor point to shut the queen down. But Fabi, understandably, he misses it. He tries to play slowly. That allows Duda time to tuck his king away on c1. This is still scary for white. But now the eval bar swings in white's favor because the king on c1 is safe. White has built up a pawn chain. And if white simply takes on f5 and goes rook e1, it's anybody's game. But Duda, 30 seconds for 2 more moves. Can he continue his accurate play? Can he make a comeback?
He's really kept his cool until now. As you say, almost no time on the clock. And he hasn't taken on b5, on f5. What is the move?
He's gone queen c2. Covering his king even further. And essentially, he's preparing bishop takes f5. In which case, black is going to have to recapture with the pawn, giving white connected passers. So Fabi might be the one to have to take the bishop on d3.
And for Fabi, it's a tough spot. It's his second time scramble in a row yesterday, of course. Hopefully he can put that out of his mind. He fought so valiantly yesterday, finding so many only moves, and then just to throw away the whole game on move 40 here. It is move 39, so 2 moves to make for Fabiano. You said maybe he just has to exchange the bishops. Can we try and keep the bishop, or are we worried about giving that pawn on h7?
Well, we can play bishop g4, but then white has knight e5, and then rook takes d4 with total pandemonium. That's so hard to calculate in time first. But you know, this reminds, first of all, Fabi, it's so frustrating. He was overwhelmingly better at one point yesterday, same today. He's playing really well, but in certain critical moments, it just seems like he's faltering. But this does remind me of a game that he had with Duda, I think in the Candidates Tournament, although don't quote me on that, where Fabi played this incredible Petrov. He was up in exchange. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda is such a multifaceted player. He's got so many strengths. And we're not just talking he's well-rounded. He's incredibly resilient. He's incredibly well-prepared. And there's no doubt in my mind about why he seems to be the only one who can give Magnus a run for his money at the moment.
And Fabi, while we see him looking at the clock, he's looking a little bit nervous because he probably feels that the grip on the position that he had has somewhat escaped him. And it's also frustrating when your opponent just keeps finding the best moves. You feel like you're better, but you just you're not getting anywhere. And all kudos to Jan-Krzysztof, who's really done a brilliant job. Anything can still happen. Fabiano now down to only 30 seconds, Dania.
Yeah, for two incredibly important moves that have to be played. And he does take on d3. Duda recapturing immediately with the rook. And now Fabi's king, slowly but surely, is going to end up in quite a bit of danger. I mean, you can imagine ideas like rook g1, knight e5. There's going to be checkmates on f7. This rook from d3 can swing over to f3 later. And somehow the fact that white's king is as stable as it is, Fiona, is just a miracle.
Indeed. And well, we saw Duda get off the board because rook takes d3 was his move number 40. But for Fabiano, still one tough move to make, and only 20 seconds. He's going to have to make up his mind. And the rook went somewhere. Rook to d5.
To d5. That was a good move. That's a good move. That's a very good move. And
we see Fabiano just, I think, such a relief always when you make move 40. I don't know how relieved he will be about the position he's gotten to get here, because it's still so double-edged here.
But at least he hasn't lost on time. So there is a certain relief associated with that. Now, the engine is proposing a pretty crazy idea, just giving away the exchange on c3 and using this pawn as an umbrella. What you don't want to do is play queen takes c3 because of rook takes c5 and the queen is lost. But you want to keep this pawn on c3 as protection. And instead of taking the pawn, you actually centralize the queen. And then you go after the e6 pawn with a move rook e1. And any endgame is going to be nasty for black because of these connected passers, Fiona. So lots of options here for Duda, and this is going to be a really, really interesting next 5-7 moves. I think they're going to decide a lot.
For
But
sure.
Sam's game.
I'm very curious to see when Duda comes back. I think he's going to invest a lot of time. Will we see the exchange sacrifice? We see the results here under the camera. So 2 decisive results, 1 game which wasn't played, with Dubov still awaiting the result of his PCR test. So Anish winning that game by forfeit. But the 2 other games that were played is Magnus Carlsen in his first classical encounter beating Pragnananda, and Jorden with a huge bounce-back victory, and we're going to an interview with Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Carlsen, you just beat Pragnananda with the black pieces. It looked like a very smooth win.
Oh no, I think I really messed up towards the end. At least practically speaking. I mean, I allowed this knight g7 stuff, but maybe that was only one moment. But I was struggling to find a way to sort of consolidate properly, yeah, I have to say I didn't really manage, yeah, I gave him way too many counter chances there.
Okay, well, it's surprising to me because basically like in the first 25 moves, like you develop your pieces and everything goes to the right squares and everything looks so good for you.
Yeah, I felt like I had a very good sequence there where I found a lot of very nice positional moves, and it was all going according to plan, and then there was like a little bit of a wild phase there, but I guess overall I was better for most of the game.
One non-tournament related question, like how do you keep your mind fresh during the tournament? Do you do puzzles, or do you play online, or like what type of things do you do?
No, not too much. I just try and eat and sleep and play.
Okay, so we cannot expect you at the title arena as like as Dr. Wijk aan Zeerstein.
Yeah, Asios told me about it. I don't think it's very likely, no.
Okay, thank you.
Magnus Carlsen looking exhausted there, I have to say, Danya, after his win against Pragnananda, and mentioning that moment with not being happy, allowing some chances with the sacrifice on G7.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit bummed that knight G5 was not mentioned, but that's definitely something that will be analyzed and reanalyzed many times over.
And well, we're going to take a quick look at the current position in the Esipenko against Shankland. I see that Jorden is also getting ready for his interview. He's looking a lot fresher than Magnus. Well, we'll see that live. I think there we go. So let's go to Jorden.
Jorden van Foreest, you just beat Fidit with the white pieces. We just spoke briefly before the interview, and you told me like I cannot play a normal game at all.
Yeah, no, it seems like I'm playing a roller coaster event here. Whereas I finally thought I grew up a bit and became a bit more solid, but nothing of that seems to be true at all. So I lost 3 games, and well, I also won 3 games. Actually, today I wanted to play solidly. I didn't want to go crazy, lose possibly 3rd game in a row, but the game got kind of crazy, so that was not planned. But fortunately, things went well for me.
What were the key moments in the game today?
Oh, there were a lot. I think the first move is when he played knight d5 instead of rook d5. Rook d5 should be like a repetition. Then I made a lot of mistakes, but I was very happy when I got this bishop pair, because my bishop on g3 was not doing a whole lot for the most part of the game. But finally, when I got it active, I was pretty optimistic about my chances.
Before this game, you actually lost 2 games in a row. How hard is it mentally to recover from 2 losses?
Yeah, it didn't happen to me in quite a long time that I lost 2 games in a row. I cannot really recall whenever it happened, but so it was definitely very tough. Usually I just try to focus on the next game and forget about the loss. But of course, it's not easy. But yeah, I mean, when you play this tournament, you kind of expect to have tough moments from here or there.
Yesterday I talked with Anish Giri, and he mentioned something very interesting. He said, like, well, always like after the World Championship match, there's always a couple of players who are so much more prepared than I am because they were part of the World Championship team. What's your take on that?
Yeah, well, that's interesting because Anish is usually definitely one of the best players in the world, if not the best prepared player in the world. So, but definitely when you prepare for something like the World Championship match, you have a whole group of people who work on chess intensively for months. So there is a lot of work going into that. So, I mean, I can understand when he says that.
We're just over halfway.
Yeah.
Anything to gain for?
I just hope to not lose as many games in the second half.
You're afraid?
Yeah, very afraid.
Okay. Oh, good sleep.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Jorden van Foreest looking a lot more cheerful there than Magnus Carlsen. He has had certainly a roller coaster event. He thought he might have, his chess might have calmed down a little, but no. And as chess fans, Dania, I think we're very happy to see the kind of firebrand chess that Jorden is playing.
Indeed, we are. And it's not a coincidence that he won last year's edition. He is so full of ideas. And he really played a nice game today. I mean, maybe with the exception of just one move, but he kept his foot on the gas pedal. And even when he squandered that initial advantage, he found F4. He played quickly. His time management is excellent. That's not often talked about. It's just not something which is really talked about as a strength. But for Jorden, he rarely gets into severe time pressure. And I think that really bodes well for his practical chances.
For sure. And well, speaking of not taking your foot off the gas pedal, we are back in this endgame here between Yasipenko and Shankland. And Sam is actually doing a great job defending this game.
Well, I want to rewind to what I think really set the tone here in a bad way for Andre. It was, so we saw this moment, exquisite play to win the a6 pawn and get a winning position. And this was all good. This was all good. The rook swings back to e2. And this is the moment. Queen b5 instead of queen b6. Looks like such a subtlety, but that's, welcome to 2700 chess. He had to go for this pawn rather than going for the rook because he allowed Sam to reposition his rook to c3. And now Yasipenko swings his queen to e4, but Sam using his king fearlessly to defend the pawn. And after queen takes h7, queen g1. And I think this move might have been overlooked by Andre from a distance because now if you play rook e2, Sam has the very powerful rook e3 using the pin. If you trade, you allow a huge passer. If you don't trade, and after rook e1, black is simply winning. And so this forces Yasipenko to trade. And now Sam is just in time to get behind the pawn. And look at that pawn on b4, Fiona. It is, together with a pawn on d4, they're freezing all of White's queenside pawns. And the rook can swing to h8 in order to freeze the kingside pawns. Let me tell you, all three results are possible here. If Andre is not careful, if he loses the pawn on f3, he could very well end up being worse here. I know that sounds crazy, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, what an exciting endgame. And you can clearly see from the camera on Yasipenko's face that things have gone wrong here for him. Not wrong maybe in a sense that he's worse, but he felt surely that he must have been winning with that black king in the center of the board. Now the time control has been made and he's down again half an hour on the clock. And as you said, Dania, he might even have to be careful here.
Yeah, and again, why? Let me give an illustrative line. So first of all, it's not easy to even make a move here. You might say, okay, let me target the e5 pawn with the rook e2. But that's very easily defended either by bishop d6 or by bishop f6. Well, not bishop f6. I guess that drops the pawn. So bishop d6 is important here. And if White returns to g2 in order to defend g6, black is already winning. Rook h8. And no matter what you do, the rook swings to h3. And this is deadly. I mean, the rook attacks f3. You have to go here. Then the king takes the pawn. And you can just see visually white is totally entombed. So for that reason, I think it's actually crucial for white to play this move h4. Now, this uses the fact that the bishop is anchored to the d4 pawn. After rook h8, you can set up kind of a fortress along the h file with the move rook g4. And here I think white still preserves an advantage, but this is the only way that he can do it.
Well, we'll see if Andre can find this continuation. We will come back to this game as well as Duda Caruana after a short break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back here with the remainder of the action of round 7. Welcome back to round 7 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And, well, 2 games are still ongoing, but already, Dania, with the results we've had, we see the standings at the top have been shaken up.
They have indeed, and the world champion on top with 5 out of 7. He is guaranteed to be in clear first after this round, even though 2 people are still playing. But we see a big peloton right behind him, 4.5 out of 7 for Shakhriyar, who held a very nice draw today, and plenty of people on +1 as well. And if Andrei Esipenko manages to pull it out, he will also have 4.5 out of 7, although that's looking increasingly less likely.
Yeah.
As Sam has done a great job here to stabilize the position.
Absolutely. I think we're going to go back either there or do that. Well, there isn't too much of an option, but I think part of the reason why Esipenko, when we left this one off, he was looking quite frustrated. It is always going to be tough to not win what was very close to being a winning position, but especially when he could have shared second place with a win. But we'll see. Maybe there are still some chances. Which of the 2 games do you want to start with?
Let's go to I have a feeling that Andrei offered a draw. I feel like he accompanied the move rook e2 with a draw offer. And the reason I say that is because Sam has no moves other than bishop d6. Bishop d6 is absolutely forced. Bishop d6 is absolutely forced because bishop f6 gives up the pawn up before. Rook c5, I mean, this gives up 10 different pawns. There's no other moves. So I feel like Andrei might have offered a draw. I feel like Andrei might be getting a little bit concerned, as I said, about eventually being worse. But we'll see. I agree. Let's move to the Caruana game because we've had a couple of moves there, I believe.
Actually, I think, well, up until a moment ago, only 1 move had been played. With Duda taking his time on move 41 and coming up with a knight to e5.
Okay, so the immediate thing that occurs to me, this pawn on d4, you always want to think in terms of drawbacks. You know, there's a move that looks impressive. You want to see if you can detect hidden drawbacks of that move. And one thing that knight e5 does is it leaves the pawn on d4 as a little bit of a weakness. And so black can dial the knight back to b5 and hit it where it hurts. And you get really interesting complications here. So if white defends the pawn with the rook, then there's a tactic. There's knight takes d4 anyway. And after rook takes d4, rook c takes c5. How does this work? Well, if white covers with the rook, then black takes the knight. If white covers with the knight, then the rook on d4 becomes exposed and black wins. So in the event of knight b5, it looks like white has to defend the pawn in a better way. White has to defend it while also moving the queen away from the c file so that there's no pin. But after knight takes d4 anyway, rook takes d4. Here, black can take the c pawn with the other rook. After king b1, queen takes c5, Fiona, this is actually a tremendously sharp position. Because of this pawn on h6, white's got major attacking chances. The engine seems to think that black is better after king g8, but it's anybody's game. So this is one possibility.
I mean, I feel you gotta feel sorry for the players. This position, this game is giving me headache. It's been so tremendously complicated throughout, and the players, I think both of them, for both of them, it was a very tense time scramble situation. With the players being down to the last seconds just before move 40, and then finally you make the time control. But life doesn't get any easier, and I think, Dania, very likely here that we can already start being into territory of a second time scramble.
Oh, absolutely. And I was going to say something exactly to that point, which is that you often get lulled into this false sense of security when you hit time control. I've got 50 minutes. I can take a deep breath. I can relax. I can drink some water, and I can calculate at my leisure. You blink and you've got 15 minutes again. And that happens so very often because move 41 is often a tremendously committal decision, as it is here. I have a feeling that Fabi is going to go for knight b5. I think he's going to see it.
Yeah, Fabi looking very focused there at the board. And I mean, this game, if you had to predict a result from here, Dania, what would your prediction be?
I'm going to make a rather cynical prediction and call for a draw. I feel like it's going to fizzle out somehow. In fact, I think both of the remaining games are going to end in draws, but we'll see. This probably is not going to age well.
Well, we'll see. I guess for sure it is the most likely result, but all three results still possible, especially if the time continues ticking down towards that second time control. Fabiano, his clock will be updated after he makes his next move. But let's go back, because you've piqued my interest. Let's go back to the end game between Yasipenko and Shankland. We don't know if there was a draw for. I agree with you. It's very likely.
Look, he took, and again, the reason I say that, he took 8 minutes on bishop d6. Maybe he was just catching his breath and, you know, calculating something afterward. But if so, but if there was a draw for, then he's declined it. And Sam might believe that he's the one playing for a win. Now, I don't know if that's the case. So Yasipenko's idea is to go bishop e1. And he says, I don't need the g pawn. I'm giving that one away. But I'm keeping the h pawn so that the rook is unable to infiltrate to h3. And this is probably some sort of a mutual fortress. Like, it might be a situation where neither side is able to make any kind of significant progress.
Yeah, there were a couple of things here I was wondering about. I was dreaming of getting the white king maybe all the way to e4. But I guess the problem with that, if I start running with king c1 and try to go to d2, I will have a problem with the pawn on a2, which is very easy for black to attack. And maybe I just have to go back and defend.
You might be able to sacrifice it. King d2, rook takes a2, king d3 might be a feasible option, because black's pawns are also tremendously weak. This leads to a very sharp endgame. But yeah, of course, white can also repeat with king b1.
So, well, plenty here to consider for Yasipenko after black's last move, rook h8. It is the young Russian to play bishop e1. If he is thinking, then what are the alternatives? Can we go for rook h2? I think he has just gone bishop e1.
Yeah, it makes more sense to leave the rook to move to the g file at the right time. And I was going to say Magnus Shankland. Sam is very likely going to take on g6.
He is already reaching out, and I think there he goes. King takes g6 is on the board. And I mean, I'm starting to like black. I understand the position still looks equal, but black just seems a bit more active somehow.
Yeah, I mean, white is, of course, up a pawn. So that is white's main advantage here, the fact that he's got the h pawn and black doesn't. But yeah, in terms of piece activity, there's no question that black is more active. And black is the better structure. This pawn on b4, as I said, is totally freezing all of white's queenside pawns. The king is more active. The rook is better placed. And white's bishop is now saddled with this defensive task of guarding h4. So it is really hard to say who's playing for a win here. And I love your idea. I think Andre might try to get this king up toward the center. Or if he's kind of decided not to burn any bridges, then he might give a check on g2 and just sort of bide his time. No, he's got king c1. He's gone king c1.
King c1 is indeed on the board, and I'm curious. First of all, will Sam go rook a8? If he does, will Andre just go back, or will he go forward? Decide. I can't tell any longer. What's the joke? What's reality? This joke has become too meta for me.
Ultimate optical illusion. It would actually be really cool if this truly was a straight line. That would have blown my mind.
Sam has different concerns. He is not being distracted by any name tags. He is deep in thought. We looked at rook a8. Can Sam also maybe bring his king simply?
Yeah, he can. And in this position, again, you can go rook a8. You can also go rook g8. But I'm not sure. And then you could try to infiltrate via g1 and try to go to f1 and just target that pawn on f. That pawn on f3 is really the key to the kingdom for black. If black can win that pawn, immediately he gets a set of connected passers, and that's just totally unthinkable for white. I think Sam's going to go rook a8, though. It just seems like the simplest. And Andre probably hasn't decided whether he's going to make a draw or whether he's going to go for the win. I think he's going to decide, he's going to cross that bridge when he gets there if Sam plays rook a8.
Yeah, but an endgame that definitely has a lot of life in it still. Let's go back to Duda and Caruana, see if Fabiano has made up his mind, and then knight b5 is on the board. Wow.
Yeah, and it's a hard move to make because the knight on c3 was so pretty, but it's very important, for pieces to actually play a role. And a piece that doesn't look as glamorous but accomplishes a lot more is incomparably more valuable. And that's exactly the case here. The knight isn't on an outpost anymore, but what it is doing is hitting where it hurts. That pawn on d4 is now a weakness. It is possible, Fiona, that Duda just overlooked this move. I mean, retreating knight moves are the hardest moves to see.
Indeed, and well, yesterday Fabiano, he was on the receiving end of a retreating knight move.
Exactly.
This time he's on the what do you call the other side? The inflicting.
Right, he's the victimizer. Yeah, he's cruel. Yeah, it's funny. He missed knight b6 yesterday, and today he plays knight c3 to b5. Quite symbolic. Yeah, knight c4 to b6. Or was Giri's knight on a4? Oh, wait, no, Fabi was white, sorry. Where was Giri's knight?
Wasn't the knight on, I think it was on c4.
C4, yeah, so knight c4 to b6, and here knight c3 to b5. There's some sort of
some poetic justice.
Time to bring out the conspiracy theories, and then tomorrow it's going to be knight c2 to b4.
But yeah, Duda, I mean, in a tough position here. This is still a position that I'm struggling. We've been looking at it for so long, but I'm still struggling to wrap my head around what's happening here.
I think that it's important to break this down into what are white and black's advantages. White's main advantage, very clearly, is this pawn on h6. Why? Because this pawn limits the king and it creates a massive back rank weakness. It means that any check on the 8th rank is likely to be checkmate. But from black's perspective, these pawns on d4 and c5, that used to be a strength, but now it's white's main weakness. And the other big weakness is the fact that the queen and the king are aligned, which creates the constant possibility of knight takes d4 followed by rook takes d5, pinning the queen. And so that is why, in order to defend this pawn effectively, white should do it with the move queen b2. At least this moves the queen away from the alignment. And how does this line go? So as I was showing, takes. Now, if you take the knight immediately, that leads to an endgame. White plays rook takes d5. Well, you can't take the rook because you blundered your queen, so you have to take white's queen first. Then you take the rook. The problem is that black's king is so far away from white's passer, whereas white's king is essentially ready to start eating up black's pawns. And so for that reason, if we rewind back to this moment, it's important for black to snap this pawn off first. Which rook should he do it with? Well, if you do it with this rook, you can do it with either rook. And that's going to lead to another type of endgame. So let's say black does it with this rook. In this position, you have to notice that the queen is x-raying black's king, and that allows rook takes f4, forcing a queen trade and leading to this endgame where black is up a pawn, but still has to reckon with the mate threat. According to the engine, this is closer to a draw than to anything else, but black is essentially not risking if he's careful.
So we have seen some of these lines. You were saying the most likely is that this peters out into draw one way or another. We're still a long way away from that happening. And it feels like Duda is the one who has to find the more accurate moves here to steer the game into such a territory.
Without question. And it starts here. I just don't see another move. I mean, I was thinking about something crazy like rook g1. And the idea here is takes. And if you just naively take on d4, then white has rook g7. But the funny thing is that even in this position, black is still better because black has queen takes h6. And even though there's a fork, black eats up all of white's pieces, and black has, a kingdom and a horse for the queen. So very concerning situation for Duda as he drops to 30 minutes.
I was just going to say that is another danger looming here. Remember, this is only the first move that both sides have made after the time control. Yep. Duda's knight e5 and Fabiano's knight b5. which means that the players still have to make 19 moves. And maybe we can, for 1 second, bring up the tournament format and time control. So remember, the players get 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, then they get an extra 50 minutes, and then an extra 15 on move 60 with a 30-second increment from move 1. But so often, you were talking about it, this sense of security, you know, you make it to move 40, there is such a relief, you get an extra 50 minutes at that moment when you've been playing on a minute feels like all the time in the world, and suddenly you think about one move and half of that 50 minutes is already gone.
That's exactly what's happened. I mean, basically half of it is gone. And I'm a little bit, Duda, I'm 99% sure that he blundered knight b5. And it's crucial for him not to lose his school, because one more mistake in this position and Wijk could end up being lost. So queen b2, this is the key move that he has to find to keep things relatively stable.
And well, we'll come back to this one. Shall we see if there has been an update in the endgame between Yasipenko and Shankland, where we were curious?
There has been.
Rook a8 has indeed been played, and now Yasipenko, with the decision to make king b1, could potentially lead to a repetition after rook h8, king c1, rook a8. So the question is, do you go forward to d2 instead?
Yeah, king d2 looks very tempting. I mean, at first, this just looks good for white. It looks like white's going to go up to c4 and, you know, win the b4 pawn. But the reality is probably that black should be able to hold the draw here. So rook a1, for instance, is the engine preferred move. And after king c4, king h5. Okay, well, what happens after bishop takes b4? It turns out, and this is a really cool idea, that black just goes king takes h4. And again, everything seems to come down to this f pawn. And as soon as black is able to win this pawn, I mean, this is just a draw. Black is going to take on f3. And if anything, maybe white has to be careful here, because this pawn is going to be very far advanced. Something tells me, though, that Yasipenko is going to go king d2. He's probably going to, especially because he was so close to being winning.
I'm just going to have to take the other side of the bet just to contradict you, Daniel.
Okay. Fair enough. No, and I wouldn't be like shocked if he goes for a draw here, because you also don't want to overpress and lose. I mean, there's nothing more painful than losing a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, this last line you showed on the board in the final position, well, you said it yourself. The engine just says should be a draw, but I would be way more scared to play with white an extra pawn, but the black king on f3, the black pawn only 3 squares away. So I think unless Andrei finds something more convincing than that, because if he gets to that position, I don't think that's a position he thinks he can win. So if he plays on, I think you'll have to find something more than that.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell by his body language, but it just seems like he's a little bit disappointed in what he's finding after king d2. Now, of course, after king b1, Sam might decline the repetition, not because he's playing for a win, but because he thinks there's a better, let's say, a better placement for the rook, just to avoid just to avoid the situation occurring again. But yeah, first things first, let's see what Andrei decides on. He's got 27 minutes, plenty of time, of course. I think he's going to make a decision within the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, and Andrei really looks very disappointed. I think it's not so much the state of the current position, but he knows that he had some very serious winning chances today.
Yeah, and I think more deep computer analysis will clarify whether, in fact, he was completely winning or, you know, a little bit winning. But I think, again, that moment, queen b5, this computer was giving something like +4, and that seemed to check out. So it's going to be a very frustrating evening if Andrei doesn't find a way to win this position, which is looking very unlikely. Sam's also got a lot of time.
Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if he goes back. I hope, of course, from a fan perspective, that he goes forward and that the fight continues. But we still have these two interesting games going on. We're going to go on a quick break, and then we'll be back here with the conclusion of round 7. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome again in Wijk aan Zee.
Schaken staat voor verbinding. Verbinding hier in het dorp in Wijk aan Zee, maar ook onder schaakfans over de hele wereld.
Ik woon nu 20 jaar in Wijk aan Zee en sindsdien ben ik gek van schaken.
Het leukste aan schaken vind ik dat je met jezelf bezig bent, maar ook met de tegenstander.
Ik vind schaken een fantastische sport. Het scherpt de geest. Wijk aan Zee is de thuishaven van het schaken.
Met schaken leer je vooruitdenken.
Ik ben bijzonder trots.
Eindelijk weer gezelligheid in ons hotel.
Het is een herinnering, elk jaar weer.
Herinnering?
Eigenlijk het eerste jaar dat Magnus Carlsen bij ons logeerde in het hotel.
Dus ze hebben altijd wat te vertellen en zijn heel erg passievol.
We beginnen met een lege gymzaal en we toveren het om naar een professionele schaaktoernooi.
Deze klus, tijdens corona, hoe vet.
Ik kan me geen januari voorstellen zonder schaaktoernooi.
Daar leeft Wijk aan Zee en daar leef ik zelf ook. Het is gewoon heerlijk. Echt een onwijs mooie tijd is het voor.
Verbinding.
Tactiek.
Thuishaven.
Wijk aan Zee leeft.
The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150K prize final. It all starts at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, on Saturday, February 12th, right here on Chess.com. For more info, head on over to go.chess.com/RCC, the Rapid Chess Championship.
A very exciting event on the horizon there. I very much look forward to Dania. But for now, we still got plenty of excitement here in round 7. And my eye immediately goes to the Duda game. We talked about this position at length. You thought that Queen B2 was necessary. But instead, Duda played rook to d1, and we see the bar not liking what it's seeing.
No, and I'm shocked. I mean, we were contemplating knight takes d4. Okay, well, rook takes d4 is forced, and now rook c takes c5. Now, why not with the other rook? Because here white has the move rook d8 check. This is a deflection tactic, forcing black to take twice. And then at the end of it, white plays queen takes c5, and white's up a piece. But so for that reason, it's important to keep one of the rooks as a stopper on the d file. Now, you might get excited about queen takes c5 and say, well, this is going to be mate. But no, rook takes c5 is check. That's very important. For that reason, white has to go rook c4. Or wait, maybe Duda wants to play rook takes d5. But after rook takes c2, king takes c2, maybe Duda is going for this position, Fiona, where he is threatening rook d8 followed by knight f7. But against the simple king g8, I think white's initiative fizzles out and black is up a queen. I mean, black's going to take this pawn on h6.
I mean, the black queen on f6 doing all the important jobs, especially covering the check on d8. Now that the king is not on h8 any longer, that's not a threat. Actually, we can go back maybe and see, well, if the queen was covering d8, what was the big trouble here? Forward in that position before king g8. Why did the king even have to move?
I'll show the tactics. So at the end of that line, what would have happened if, let's say, queen e7? So white plays rook d8 anyway and puts the queen and king in a forkable spot, and then knight f7. It's a nice little tactic. So king g8 is actually the only way to stop it. Otherwise, against all other moves, rook d8 is possible.
So king g8 is the only move, but it's probably good enough instead of queen e7, good enough to win this position with h6, as you mentioned, going to drop. And Fabiano, do you think he is already sensing his chance?
Oh, absolutely. I can guarantee you he's betraying it with his face. Of course, he's not betraying it with his facial expression because it's Fabian. He's a professional, but I can guarantee you he's very excited right now. He's calculating knight takes d4, and he's asking himself, is this too good to be true? What am I missing? And the answer, and of course we have the luxury of having the engine at our disposal, the answer is that he's not missing anything. And just to show one more line, after knight d4, rook d4, rook takes c5, if rook c4 happens, then black simply plays queen takes c5. And what's one detail that Duda might have missed? He might have been going for this position and basically saying, well, if you take with the rook, I mate you. If you take with the queen or the pawn, I take on c5, but there's this deadly intermezzo on a1, forcing the king up to d2, and now black is able to take this rook with check, and the rest is history. Black is up a million pawns, and the attack against white's king rages on. So it's kind of a toss-up as to what exactly Duda missed, but first things first, Fabi has to take on d4, and he has to believe it, and he has to believe in himself, and believe that Duda, in fact, did blunder.
What is your personal experience, Dania? Magnus famously said in an interview, sometimes the longer he thinks, the worse the move becomes. I think he once said that very often when he spends more than 10 minutes, the move tends to not be the best. We saw Duda spend a very long time before playing the move rook d1. So what's your experience with that?
Yeah, and I've heard this kind of paraphrased by Grandmaster John Nunn, I think, where he even said something like, every time you think for longer than 15 minutes, it's very likely to be a mistake. And yeah, I mean, I think what does that come from? I think that comes from the idea that if you're thinking for 30 minutes, chances are you're doing a very heavy volume of calculation. And when you're doing a heavy volume of calculation, no matter who you are, you're likely to get something wrong. And for many players, just sticking to their intuition and saving that time for a later point, and just embracing the fact that, you know, the position is too complicated to figure out entirely might be the best approach. But here, I don't know what he missed. Knight takes d4 just seems very straightforward.
Yeah, I think Fabiano, he is looking sort of in that general direction, and of course he's not gonna play knight d4 without having checked all the lines.
Nope.
But I think he sees it. I think he's double checking. And well, we mentioned the time situation a couple of times already, but Duda down to only 22 minutes already. We're on move 42, only 2 moves past the time control, which means still 18 moves to go.
Yeah, 18 moves to go, and Fabi with plenty of time, over half an hour. And look at the discipline. He's sitting there. He's hammering it out. He knows that this is his golden opportunity. And Fabi also realizes that he had a dominant position earlier in the game. He knows that. So he certainly does not want to squander another opportunity that Duda has given him here, or that he's created, of course, with his good play.
Yeah, and for Fabi, it will be a huge bounce back win. He started with 5 draws before losing the game. We all remember it in dramatic fashion to Anish Giri yesterday. And it would be great to see him bounce back. Of course, Fabiano and Jan-Krzysztof Duda are both players who will be playing in the Candidates Tournament later this year. That is, of course, the main focus. But it wouldn't, I'm sure they would be happy to go there coming off a good performance here in Wijk aan Zee.
Without question. And in the meantime, Fiona, updates in the Sam Shankland game. Andre has indeed decided to go for the win with the move king d2.
It's not what I predicted, but I'm happy to see it. So Andre not just defending passively, but going forward. So let's just go back to that moment after rook a8. We were discussing, is he going to go defend the pawn? Is he going to go forward? He decided to step forward. Sam, of course, took the pawn on a2, and now the king landing on d3.
We were discussing the king going to h5 in order to tie down white's bishop, but Sam deciding to go to f5. Andre immediately taking the opportunity and pushing that pawn, very understandable. And Sam stopping it with the move bishop f8. So there's a couple of tries here for white. I mean, white could play h6, but that's very bad. I mean, trading this pawn for that pawn is not a particularly good idea. I think black is not risking here. Rook a1 and the rook comes to f1. This is not what Andre went for a win to do. I think the best move here is to build a little force field with bishop h1. Let's see what he did. What did he just play?
h6?
No, he did play h6. Okay. Well, I guess this is kind of an admission that he doesn't have too serious of winning. One idea is bishop h6, bishop b4, rook a1, and then maybe rook e1. But Sam could simply go back to a2. I don't think black should trade
Sam
rooks.
offered a draw, sorry, Daniel, which
accepted.
was instantly accepted by Yasipenko.
Makes perfect sense. I mean, neither side can really make progress. Kudos to Andre for trying every chance he had, but hats off to Sam. I mean, great preparation. He knew he screwed up, and then to hunker down and hammer out the best way to get that game into an end game and then to defend it, that takes a lot of grit, and that takes just a lot of emotional maturity. It's not easy to do, and Sam will definitely be feeling proud of himself for that.
For sure. For Esipenko, on the other hand, he will be disappointed. He already knows, or at least he can sense, he missed something that will be confirmed when he goes back to his room and looks through the game. But it's nice to see the players, as soon as the draw was agreed, some smiles were exchanged, and certainly plenty to discuss here about this game.
Absolutely. A very rich, very full game. In fact, all of the draws today have been, no complaints at all about the fighting chess index today. All of the games have been very, very interesting. And that leaves us with only one. And indeed, Fabi has taken on d4, Fiona. He's gone for it. And now all he has to do is take the c5 pawn with the correct rook. And he's going to be very, very close to winning this game.
And just as we come back to Fabi's camera, Fabi making some big eyes there, maybe struggling to believe what's happening here. There was a lot of back and forth. And well, as you said now, the decision how to capture the pawn on c5.
Yeah, and it's important for him not to be misled by queen takes c5. This is the simplest move, but it's a big blunder after ed. There's rook takes d5, and this pawn on h6 strikes yet again, because if you take the rook, a very elegant checkmating sequence, and if you don't take the rook, then Black's king is going to end up under massive attack, and of course, there isn't even a material advantage. No, Fabi's going to play rook c5. There's simply no other moves, and this is one of those things where Fabi is helped by the fact that his moves are quite literally forced. Everything else is easy to refute, and that's what makes Duda's chances to me so slim here. It's just hard to make a mistake.
I also think maybe Fabi today double and triple checking things even more, because I think even when you're Fabiano Caruana, you're one of the best players in the world, I think a blunder like the one we saw yesterday is always gonna throw you off a little bit, as it happens so rarely. And I think it's something that's not so easy to shake off. So even more credit to Fabiano for bouncing back here straight away.
Absolutely. And I think you're right on the money. I think perhaps he would play a little bit faster under normal circumstances, but doing that extra check here, just to make sure that he's not hallucinating. And you can see Duda, I mean, the body language kind of tells it all. He's just waiting for Fabi to take on c5. And it's one of the worst feelings. You're just waiting for your opponent to make the winning move.
Yeah, and well, both players here, they came into the tournament. Duda, one of the hottest players of 2021. He won the World Cup. He came second in the World Blitz. He won the European Blitz. He had so many great performances. He didn't do great. He didn't start the year great in Wijk and though. And this year again, there was some missed chances. And today looks like it's going to be another tough day for him, with who still has to find his best form.
Indeed. Yeah, no, and he got off to a good start this game. I thought he had a very nice position out of the opening, and then somewhere around the time that he burned all his bridges with his rooks, I think he underestimated Fabi's that move f5. When Fabi pushed that f pawn, I think that was the turnaround point. Because before Duda was having all the fun, he went h4. And after Fabi went f5, things shifted. And even though Duda kind of climbed back in the end, his position was always very difficult, no doubt about that.
Yeah, for sure. And it almost looks like, to me, like Duda is just waiting for Fabiano to play the move that he knows. I think both players know the move that is going to appear on the board momentarily. But of course, the onus is on Fabi to make triple sure that the lines work out in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, usually I think Fabi should make the move any second, because there's really nothing else that he can do at this point. And it's essentially resignable after rook takes c5. Probably the lesser evil for white is to go for that line where he sacks the queen. Let's have a look at that line again. So rook c5, rook d5. Of course, Black has to take the queen first. Okay, takes, and now very important move, king g, which Fabi has to factor in. After rook takes a5, there is one important detail, which is that queen takes h6 actually allows white to draw with a very interesting mechanism. White just keeps checking. And if you try to zigzag your way out of it, you're going to run into a problem where you can't go in any direction because of either the skewer or the fork on f7. So perhaps Fabi is thinking about this position and trying to find the correct approach. The correct approach is to give a check on f5. And if the king steps to b2, swinging the queen back to c8, and there it is, he's taken, stopping rook a8 and preparing queen c3, Fabi should be able to win this game.
Yeah, and he's had plenty of time. He did invest a lot of his remaining clock time here at this moment, and no doubt that his calculations have gone as deeply as the lines that you were just showing. And I like that little trap with the perpetual check, but Fabi, very unlikely to fall for it.
Very unlikely. And yeah, given how much time he's just spent, I can almost guarantee you that he was focusing on that position and making sure that there is a way that he can worm his way out of, you know, these various ideas. And Duda indeed going down this line. So we're going to see very likely we're definitely going to see the position after king g8 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the last major pitfall for Fabi is he has to find queen f5, queen c8. And there it is, rook takes d5.
So here is the moment where we expect king g8, as once again, let's remind everyone, if it were white to move, rook d8 would be the end of the game. And you might be thinking, but that rook is just hanging there. But that would force the fork on f7. So that's why king g8 here. Again, we see Fabi double checking, but he's just...
Yeah, looking to the side there.
Yeah, sure. And our producer is ready.
Wow, what a great camera angle. That's really cool. King g8, there it is. Duda's going to take on a5 within a couple of seconds, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and basically a lot of these positions where there's a rook and knight, a rook or bishop versus the queen, they're determined by who has the weaker pawns. The rook and the knight are just not very good in comparison to the queen at defending weaknesses. And it's funny how the pawn on h6 is slowly turning from a strength to a weakness. As soon as black is able to win that pawn under the right circumstances, the position is going to be resignable because black is going to have a pass pawn on f7.
And
but the other problem for white is that f2 is also weak. Yeah,
that's true. f2 is weak. Duda, well, he didn't have much of a choice. He took on a5. And, well, now the move we've been talking about for the last few minutes, queen f5 check. Dania, from a perspective, and I know it's difficult for us here because we constantly have the bar and the top engine line sort of shown to us, but if you put yourself in Fabiano's shoes, what do you think? How easy is that move, queen f5 to see?
Well, it's made easier by the lack of alternatives, you know, and again, it's one of those things where the more tempting alternatives there are, the harder the correct move is to find. And he's played it very, very quickly. There's a mate threat. You have to defend against it. And there's only one check in this position. So process of elimination leads you to this maneuver quite quickly, I think. And Duda has to decide where to put his king. I think after king d2, probably the same idea prevails, queen c8, and then, you know, and then basically either queen c3. White's pieces are also not anchored, which of course raises the possibility of forks and really adds insult to injury. Queen d8 check is a threat, and that's a case in point.
Yeah, this position just looks horrible with the white pieces not being coordinated well at all. And the sign, maybe tomorrow it will be fixed. I feel it's a little bit better. At least we don't see that Velcro part on the right-hand side. But anyway, Duda, Duda not happy, of course. He knows he will try and put up as much of a fight as he can, but Fabi, for sure, he had already foreseen this position when investing a lot of his time before taking on c5, and this one, I don't think he's going to let it slip.
I think king b3 might be white's best practical chance. This does allow the check on b1. And then I was thinking about going king c4, but here what black does is goes queen e4 check. And the point is that A8 is now protected by the queen, which means you have time to improve your position. Well, how can you improve your position? One thing you can do is go F3, pushing this pawn forward and preparing for a scenario where you win the F2 pawn. White is kind of in Zugzwang here. I mean, White can barely move a piece. And at some point, the king can evacuate from G8 at the right moment. Maybe even on the previous move, King F8 is a fully viable alternative. I mean, this is just so dejecting for White.
Yeah, and really the rook and the knight not working well together here at all. The knight being currently pinned to the rook, and a tough spot for Jan Krzysztof Duda. I think, Daniel, we're going to take a quick break. We will keep these guys on the camera with their live positions so we don't miss anything. And we will return to this game in a few minutes, so we'll see you then.
I just want to say, I know it's early.
Yeah.
It's early for all of us. But Fabi, you're looking fresh.
Oh, thanks, Danny.
Chad likes it, man. Looking good.
What about me?
All right, guys, let's go. Run a show back. Here we go. And Fabi, this video series was great, by the way. People love it. Really do. By the way, again, dude, you're just looking fresh, man. I love your new haircut. Looks good.
Hey there, how's it going? I don't even recognize myself, you know? It's a whole new me. Hey, Fabi, Danny, how's it going?
Hey, Robert.
Hey,
What's going
man.
on,
You know, just trying out a few new things here and there. The day's beautiful, sun is out.
Cool. Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention, that haircut's looking real fresh on you.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, cool. Appreciate it.
You f***ing serious? What does a guy got to do around here to get noticed?
What are you talking about?
That seems a little out of line, a little uncalled for. You know, you already can't spell chess without him. What more does he want?
I was watching this tournament when I was a kid, when I wasn't a strong player, and I was just watching all the best players in the world come here. And I remember the first time I played here. Back then it was, there were 3 groups along with the open section, and I was playing in the C group. That was in 2008. But I was already watching this tournament many years before that. Usually there's a huge amount of people who love to play and to watch chess here. Now it's of course a bit different. Times have changed a bit, but hopefully someday we'll go back to that. Yeah, I grew up analyzing with a board, but things are very different now. Most of the analysis is done on the computer, but still it's nice to go back to that sometimes, and I think it's also useful to analyze over the board because it helps your understanding of the position. Even if you have the best analysis in the world, it might not help you over the board if you don't fully understand exactly what's going on. And it also helps your memorization if you see it over the board rather than seeing it on the computer. So I think it's still very helpful to work over the board. So it's also up to the guys who are, who have been there a bit longer to adapt because all the younger players are improving so quickly. Yeah, my goal is to win the tournament.
Welcome back to round 7 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Although there is a festival happening this weekend, we'll tell you more about that in a few minutes. But for now, Dania, the white king has indeed stepped forward. Let's just go back a couple of moves and see where we left this off.
Sure. So they're going down a line that we did talk about. Duda decided in this position to make a run for it. King b3, queen b1 check, king c4, and Fabi correctly finding the first important move of the sequence, going queen e4, forcing the king back to b3. But the crucial move that he has to find in this position is f3. Why? Well, there's two things. Black has two items on the priority list. The first is to eventually get this king out of g8 into f8 so that the queen can collect the f pawn. Otherwise, of course, you're going to get mated. Currently, the queen defends a8, so you can afford to play f3. But why do you play f3? You play f3 in order to fix the pawn on f2. If you didn't do that, if you played king f8 in this position, this would be quite a bit less accurate because now white would be the one to play f3. And this pawn is essentially unassailable, and white is pretty close to building a fortress here. This position is still probably losing. Black can go queen e1 and then eventually bring the king out of the 8th rank and probably target the h6 pawn. But f3 is, to my eyes, the only straightforward win. If Fabi plays f3, I don't think the win is going to be in any doubt.
So let's have a look at that. If he goes f3, first question is, what is the most resistant? And just as we talked about it there, he goes f3 is on the board, and Fabiano really playing with perfect precision here after the first time control.
Yeah, and I mean, the engine gives, well, I think the obvious move is rook b5 to threaten checkmate. That forces king f8. Unfortunately, white has not even an inkling of counterplay. I mean, he can try knight d7 check, obviously hoping for king e7, but black's going to sidestep it with king f7. And if you go back, there's no perpetual to speak of. The board is way too wide open. White's pieces, again, are not anchored to anything, which means forks are constantly going to be on the horizon. Queen b1 is a threat. I wouldn't say that this is totally resignable, but I wouldn't be shocked if Duda resigned in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, the position very difficult, not helped, of course, by the time situation. I think he will try and fight on. I always feel as long as there is a knight, there is some hope. But yeah, it seems impossible for now to engineer any play against the black king.
And he's running out of time too.
He is, yeah. Rook b5, the move you were suggesting. I think it makes sense to try and activate the rook. But if we look at the Duda cam, it makes me more likely to agree with you that this game isn't gonna go on for too much longer.
No, there's too many threats, and of course, black's ultimate approach here is to play king f8 and then to go after the f pawn. And if black wins the f pawn, the game is over immediately. In some of these positions, white should definitely consider a move like knight takes f3. The problem here is that the h6 pawn cannot be defended, and black goes after it. And once you have a passed pawn in these types of situations, the game is over. So this is unsustainable and not feasible. You can see Duda sitting there very dejected. All alone. Yeah, this is like the ultimate. You know, we can all relate to that. You're the last game standing. You're going to lose it. And Fabi taking a walk around the playing hall, watching Duda suffer.
A little stretching.
Right. Fabi's in a good place right now. He knows he's winning.
Fabi, yeah, definitely. He will be so happy with that bounce back victory. Jan Krzysztof Duda. We need to stop.
Oh, God. All right. Okay.
I feel like we're being assaulted here every time, Daniel.
We really are. I mean, I think we need a different producer.
Petition.
How do you like that,
Petition to get a new producer. Sign it now.
Just kidding, Vic. You see, now I feel bad. We love you.
I like how, Daniel, it's your first day here in the Tata Steel commentary, and already you're trying to get our producer fired.
I'm already agitating for a new producer. Right?
Rocking
That's
the
just
ship.
What I do. I come to a place and all I do is just I wreak havoc. I destroy the bonds that bring that place together.
How can you look at this man?
Oh man,
You're
now
breaking
he's giving
his
me a
heart,
sad
Daniel.
face. No, I have to relent. That's right. Big is he's safe.
And meanwhile, someone who's not having nearly as much fun as we are here is Duda, who is shaking his head in disgust. He is, of course, looking for some. I think what happens in those spots is you look after rook b5, what can I do after the check? Where does the king go? And none of the lines you're looking at really lead anywhere.
And he's going to have to make a decision within a couple of minutes because he's down to 11 minutes on the clock. There's 10 moves to play until the second time control. And no amount of time is going to help him here.
No, so what if... I think I agree with you that rook b5. Can the rook go elsewhere?
Yeah, the rook can go to c5 also,
c5.
But this doesn't change the nature of the position, and black still goes king f8. And, okay, the computer likes this move a4, which is, I don't see a human playing. Okay, dude is about to make a move. Let's see what he does. But I guess even if black en passant, and black doesn't, see, the thing is black doesn't even need to hurry with queen e2. Black can just casually get the king up and introduce further, discoordination in among white's ranks. So it's lost no matter how you slice it, no matter how you look at it. And black has multiple approaches.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating for Jan Krzysztof Duda, like how the knight and the rook just really don't work well together here. It looks like he was hovering over the knight.
Oh, I guess he wants knight c4, which is obviously desperation. But yeah, I mean, he's really upset, and you can't really blame him. I think he's going to play knight c4 if he's hovering over the knight. It's the only feasible square that I see.
Yeah, so knight c4. Maybe we can have a quick look at that while Duda drops under 10 minutes. So knight c4, at least now the pieces are protected, but are we just going to go after the f-pawn? What are we? Oof, this also looks...
I mean, we're going to give a check. If king a4, then queen takes a2 and queen takes f2 is game over. So white is forced to play. I mean, this presumably is the idea of knight c4, but among other things, there's the winning move queen c1, worming the way to c3, chiseling at white's position here, and there's just no way to stop queen c3. I guess you can play knight a4, but then queen a3 check, and again queen takes. And this always happens, right? When you have a queen and multiple anchor points that are formed by pawns, you can see how bad the rook and the knight is at covering all of those squares. There's just no chance for the rook and the knight to cover all of the queen's entry points.
And I think all of these lines that we are showing on the board, that's exactly what's going on in Jan Krzysztof Duda's mind, and why we see him repeatedly, shake his head, because you're so desperate to find something to at least keep some hopes. Even if the position is lost, you want to find some lines. You think, I still got a rook and a knight. Knights are such tricky pieces. How can I engineer some kind of threat? The king is not looking great on g8, but somehow just nothing is working. The pieces are not well placed. The king is too much out in the open, and it looks like every line Duda is looking at is just leading nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, the frustration is palpable. He's sort of talking to himself, and I think that what he's probably most frustrated about is, probably getting a good position out of the opening, then kind of ruining that. But then he came back. Like, there was a moment at which we thought Fabi would blow him off the board. Then Duda got his king to c1. He seemed to stabilize. And I think what's getting to him is blundering knight b5. I think missing knight b5 also caused him to tilt. And that in turn led to rook d1. Because after queen b2, he was still very much in the game. And in fact, the likeliest result there would have been a draw.
Yeah.
So it was still fine for him, and uncharacteristic series of blunders by Jan Krzysztof in this game.
Especially so because the players had just received the additional time, so I'd be curious to know what he missed. I don't think we'll be hearing from Duda tonight,
Nope.
but I'm also looking forward to what Fabiano will have to say. And yeah, Duda, we see him there dropping under 7 minutes. We are on move 50, so still 10 moves to go, but I think very unlikely we'll even make it there.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it to move 50. I mean, he keeps hesitating on a move and then grabbing his head again and repeating that routine for the last 10 minutes. So he's gonna have to make a decision at some point. But there's no moves. I mean, there is no way to create even a single opportunity for black to go wrong.
And Dania, well, we see the results of the round so far there under the camera. And what a first day it's been for you just joining me here in round 7.
Yeah.
And you're going to get 4 decisive results on your first commentary day.
Well, they were saving their fighting spirit, of course, for me joining. And they kept all the boring draws for Hess. That's how I arranged it. But yeah, a lot of blood was spilled today. And definitely the Prague game against Magnus is going to eat at Pragnananda for a long time because, man, he was very close to causing extreme problems for Magnus.
Yeah, for sure. But instead, Magnus beat him after Prague, maybe missed a couple of interesting chances, not necessarily for a big advantage, but for something very promising. We'll never know. You will tell us tomorrow. I'm sure you will take a deep dive on knight g5. But Magnus winning the game in the end, and surprise, surprise, suddenly he is in the sole lead after 7 rounds.
Yeah, he just finds a way to do that. He seems, it's always like, he starts with a couple of draws. He kind of starts slow, and then before you know it, he's in clear first. I mean, that's how Magnus wins tournaments. And Duda, by the way, still has not made a move. He's down to 5 minutes. He might resign in this position. I mean, with every ticking second, it's less and less likely that he's going to put up any resistance past a couple moves there. He's finally made a move. I think it's knight c4. Yeah, it's knight c4.
So knight c4. I think
queen,
we're expecting a check on b1.
Yeah, I mean, queen b1 and queen c1 is extremely straightforward. You're going after c3. White can give a couple of checks. I suppose. Oh, white doesn't even have the check on g5 because the queen guards that square. So check here, check. And the simplest pathway, I think, for the king is to just hide away on h5. And now it's the game. It's just all over. Queen c3. And I think if Fabi makes these 2 moves, Duda will be very likely to resign.
Dania, while we wait here for the next move, we're quickly going to show an interview that was recorded a short while ago with Yesipenko. So let's hear his thoughts after the draw against Sam Shankland.
Andrei Yesipenko just played a draw with Sam Shankland. It looked like you had some chances today.
Yeah, I think so. I think I could play queen d5 instead of queen e4, and I saw some lines like queen d5, king f6, queen g8, and he probably has to play d3, rook g2, with idea to checkmate on g6, dc, king b2, and bishop c5, and his idea to play queen c1 and bishop e3, and I wasn't sure how to win this position. And of course, when I played queen e4, I think queen e4, yeah, I missed his move queen g1, of course, and after this it's probably just a draw.
In your tournament, you're at +1. You beat Sergei Karyakin. Are you happy with your results so far?
Yeah, probably I'm happy, but I had some chances against Mamediyarov and Vidit as well. But last 2 rounds I was completely losing against Caruana and Dubov. So yeah, probably I'm happy.
Also, like I look at your schedule, you're playing Anish Giri with White tomorrow.
Yeah.
But apart from that, you got most of the top guns.
Yeah, but
and I'm looking at Jorden van Foreest, his tournament. He also played 5 draws at the start against the top guys, and then managed to win the tournament.
Yeah, but I remember last year I played against top guys, but then I lost to Tari, and yes. So I'm not sure that it's too good for me.
Okay. when I checked the rating list, you're 6th now among the Russians. And we have like this Olympiad coming up in Moscow in August. Is the goal for you to be part of the team and to be like in a top 5 or top 4 Russian?
I would love to, of course, to be there, but we will see how it goes.
How is your experience so far in this tournament compared to last year in Wijk aan Zee?
I think it's almost the same. Like usually I have a bad position, but somehow I managed to save them. Yes, probably like this.
And what do you do like after the rounds or before the rounds?
After the rounds, I'm just trying to, to relax somehow, to watch some football matches, movies like this. And before the game, I usually trying to prepare.
So I'm actually holding you up right now, yeah? Like this Premier League going on.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. In that case, I will let you go.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Danny, I have to say I'm a big Yesipenko fan. And it's funny to hear him not even certain about his answer to the question, is he happy with his tournament so far? Probably yes, but still plenty to play for. 6 rounds still to come. And what do we have to look forward to in tomorrow's round 8?
Well, we've got some really interesting matchups. Shanklin against Magnus. I'm really, really excited for that one. We've got Fabi against Jorden. Sipenko against Giri. So Mamedyarov with a big chance. Of course, Prague will be reeling after his loss today. And Mamedyarov, I wouldn't say that's a must-win for him, but with the white pieces, he's going to be pushing hard. Karyakin Report, and then Dubov against Duda. Duda, who's definitely going to lose today, is going to have to make a comeback. And Vidit against Grandelius. Vidit also has some coming back to do after today's very painful loss against Jorden.
For sure, with the white pieces, he will try to bounce straight back in his game against Niels Grandelius, who after a bad start, he has at least recuperated a little bit. Today, a very interesting draw against Sergei Karyakin, so he's been more solid after this first rest day. Plenty of interesting games to look forward to. Meanwhile, we see here the queen has landed on b1. Duda is down under 3 minutes. I think it's a toss-up between making a move and resignation here.
Well, yeah, I really don't quite understand what he's I mean, I usually don't like to say that. These players know what to think about a lot better than I do. But I mean, I think knight b2 is essentially forced. If you're blanking a4, he's probably thinking about whether to resign here or in a couple of moves. But at the end of this line, queen takes f2. And I mean, that's it. The queen moves aside and the pawn promotes. That's all she wrote. So Duda now with 2 minutes, one way or another, he's going to have to decide in the next couple of moments. And if you play knight b2, then as we discussed, I can guarantee you that Fabi is aware of the move queen c1, just watching Duda's seconds tick down.
Yeah, I think it's just a very frustrating, very often like this, and we see him make another move. Wow. King a4 has appeared on the board, and Fabi instantly reaching out for that pawn on a2. So a2 is now gone, f2 will drop on the next move. And suddenly that f-pawn is only 2 squares away from queening.
Right, and any kind of... What I was thinking about is an endgame where white eliminates the f-pawn, puts his rook on a6 to defend h6. Is that going to be a fortress? And it occurred to me that no, it's not, because black can always use Zugzwang in those kinds of positions to dislodge the rook from wherever it is. And Duda just keeps repeating that routine. He's shaking his head, looking to the side.
Yeah, it's painful. It's painful to look at it. We see they are not completely alone in the playing hall. One of our challengers there on camera, Max Varmadam, his game, must still be going. But yeah, it's painful. I think as fellow chess players, we can all relate to the pain and emotions that Duda is going through. He has just stepped out onto b5, not even taking the pawn on b4.
I think this gives Black an extra win. The engine is not indicating this, but I think b3. Oh, I guess b3 there might be king b4. And then you can still take on f2, of course, but there's really no need to do that. You can also take on f2 straight away, but Fabi goes for b3. And we're going to probably see king b4. Queen takes f2, or we'll see resignation here.
Yeah, I think it is, of course, getting closer, and just such a tough game for Jan Krzysztof. He gave an interview yesterday where he said, you know, and there was the resignation, so Fabiano getting the full point here. And I was saying, yeah, Jan Krzysztof, he had missed a few chances already in the tournament. Things are not going his way, and hopefully he can bounce back soon. But Fabiano, what a comeback victory for him.
Incredible. I mean, with the black pieces against Duda, and there's nothing more dejecting than having black against Duda after you've blundered a rook with the white pieces. But that's what makes Fabi so incredible and so consistent at this top level. I mean, he's affected just like everybody by disappointing results, but he doesn't let it get to him, and he maintains his objectivity. He keeps the legs churning, and he converted that today into a very hard fight. It wasn't flawless, but it was a working man's win. And this is a very big result for him as he gets back onto 50% and puts himself in a great position for the second half of the tournament. Fiona.
Absolutely. All to play for still, as we see the players there getting ready to leave the playing hall. We'll see if we still get an interview with Fabiano. What's definitely still to come is your rapid recap of the day. I think we're going to go on a short break in a second, but first we will show the results from today. With 4 games ending decisively, one of them wasn't actually played, Anish Giri against Daniel Dubov, with Daniil still expecting the result from his PCR test, so that was a walkover win for Anish. But 3 decisive results on the board. Magnus Carlsen in his first ever classical encounter against Pragnananda, winning that game with the black pieces. Maybe we'll talk about it in a sec. Prag maybe missing some chances. We just saw the longest game of the round, Fabiano Caruana beating Duda with black, and Jorden van Foreest, he got a big victory over one of the joint leaders, Vidit Gujarati.
Absolutely. It was an incredible day, and even the draws were very hard fought. I mean, Report Mamedyarov is a very interesting game. Esipenko Shanklin, Andre was very, very close to winning. He's going to be kicking himself for that, but all credit to Sam. And of course, Grandelius putting together an amazing resistance with almost no time on the clock against none other than Sergei Kiryakin. So great results, great games all around, Fiona. It was such a fun round.
Absolutely. After that round, we have a new sole leader. We'll show you the standings a little bit later, but we're going to go to an interview with Fabiano.
You just beat Jan Krzysztof Duda with the black pieces. That must be like a very big relief for you.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a good game, I'm sure, because my position was very comfortable the whole game, and at some point I was clearly like starting to win, and then things went wrong in the run up to move 40, because I'm sure that I had something much better than what I did. I don't really know exactly what, and it's all a bit of a blur now, but I'm sure that after move 40 that he shouldn't lose this position. I don't know what the evaluation is. It's a bit messy, and in fact, what worried me more was even that I do take a lot of risk as well, because my king is always in a mating net. And I was kind of happy to see 95, because at least here it gets very concrete. I was kind of worried he'll play some move like rook e1, and he might sack the exchange on c3 at some moment, and we get some sort of very messy position that will go on and on. And after knight b5, it was just like very straightforward calculation, which I'm sure there were some mistakes, but kind of once I saw that my king escapes in this queen against rook and knight, I wasn't sure if I was winning, but I knew at least I'm better. And then when we got there, suddenly I couldn't see any moves for him, and also I guess he couldn't, because after that it was pretty simple.
So you said like you had to take a lot of risks in the opening, which also looked very risky for you. Do you think you were in any trouble in the opening?
Yeah, it's possible. I kind of didn't expect him to play London, and I was improvising a bit. I knew that this line with G6 and B6 is playable. Black accepts a slightly worse position. But after yesterday, I didn't really feel like, going into his preparation, accepting a slightly worse position and trying to still equalize it. I thought this will be more of a fight. And he played ambitiously, 95 H4, but it didn't concern me so much because I thought that I'm trading all the knights off. And after Queen D6, I didn't think I was any worse. Maybe he had something better before that. I thought maybe Knight DF3 instead of H4, and then try to prepare H4 more slowly. But I didn't feel like I should be in huge danger, which could be wrong. And after the trade on G7, H5, Queen D6, I wasn't worried because his attack is, he's only attacking with a pawn. And, like, the rest of his pieces are not very active. I wasn't too worried. And I even started to get a little bit ambitious when he started to make some strange moves, Queen B3, Rook D1, these moves. I thought he would try to castle along, start some play on the king side, and I would start some play on the queen side, and we would have a typical double-edged position. But he played Queen B3, Rook D1, and suddenly his king was kind of in the center for the rest of the game. I understood he was trying to get C4, but it didn't feel like C4 is a huge concern for me. And I thought things were going well, and then at some point in time trouble, things got out of hand.
Mm-hmm. And then, sorry, but I have to ask you, of course, about yesterday's game. This Rook B6, what happened there? On 140?
I mean, it's not really a secret. I just didn't realize the Rook was hanging on B6. I mean, I've been kind of, I don't want to make excuses, but I've been emotionally and physically drained basically the entire trip here, and yesterday was, it really showed in my play. In previous games it was sort of showing a bit, and also today I think the quality wasn't there, but yesterday was really the culmination because Anish played horribly, and I think he'll also say that, I don't mean it as an insult or anything, but I played even worse, like from the opening. I mean, it wasn't just that blunder, but like the whole game was terrible, and I think, you would expect to see that game not between two grandmasters or even two international masters, but between two far weaker players.
Thank you. Yeah, I will play that game. And Wijk aan Zee is, of course, a very long tournament, 13 rounds. This is only round 7. You said that you were kind of like mentally and physically drained. Is the good thing that you have like a win now and we have like 6 more rounds to go, or do you want to finish the tournament as soon as possible?
I mean, I'm. It's not like I'm hoping for very much at this point. It's not really even the score, but the quality of play is not really there. And
but
of course,
there's enough time to come back.
I mean, theoretically, of course, it's a long tournament, and it's possible to rack up some wins. But I don't know. I'm not really thinking about it. I'm just kind of relieved. I'm honestly, I've just been kind of more or less completely alone here because my coach tested positive for COVID and he's in isolation. So I'm just hoping that at some point he'll test negative. He's now like pretty much asymptomatic, but I hope at some point he'll test negative and I can actually have some company because it's quite a lonely place to be for 3 weeks.
Yeah, I know you as a very social person who likes to hang out after the game and make walks and everything with some good company. It must be very hard to be alone. Pragananda is he's in the same spot. Like you guys didn't team up to give each other company.
Well, we're also competitors, and I don't really know him too well, but I sympathize that he's also, it's not like a tragedy. I think luckily, even though people have tested positive, I don't think that anyone has gotten really sick here, which is the main plus. But yeah, it is quite tough to because we're in winter and everything is closed here. It's not really the ideal place to be completely alone. But at least I think now that Vladimir is feeling better, hopefully he can rejoin the world. I mean, it's even more miserable for him because he's been locked in a room for a week now.
Okay, well, I wish you both of you the best in the upcoming week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
what a day it has been. Round 7 of Tata Steel is in the books. A lot of decisive results. And without further ado, let's get into your rapid recap for round 7, which is going to spotlight Prague's game against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Let's dive into the game. It was a very, very interesting topsy-turvy affair, and it started in relatively quiet fashion. It was a Queen's Gambit declined that very quickly turned into a Queen's Gambit accepted. Prague playing knight f3, which is often a lead up to a Catalan or to a Rogozin, but Magnus deciding to take on c4, and they quickly transposed into a mainstream Queen's Gambit accepted. e3, a6, bishop takes c4, knight f6. This is all very normal. Black counter strikes in the center with c5. And the first really interesting moment of the game, Prague playing b3, which is quite a bit more rare than some of the mainstream moves in this position. The two main moves are a4 to stop b5 and d takes c5, which leads into a very well-studied Queen's Gambit accepted endgame. But Prague going for b3, Magnus responding with b6. I thought that b5 might have been a bit more natural, but Magnus definitely still in his preparation, going for b6, and Prague going for the hyper fianchetto, bishop a3. This is where things really started getting interesting. This, of course, threatens d takes c5, which would ruin Black's pawn structure. And so for that reason, after b6, bishop a3, Magnus going knight b to d7, protecting the pawn on c5, and Prague immediately pushing with d5, exploiting the fact that the queen is now no longer contacting that square, and things very quickly start getting concerning for Magnus. So he takes on d5, bishop takes d5, and the problem here is that if Black takes on d5 with the knight, then the queen jumps out to d5, and things look very, very dicey here for Black. After rook b8, there's a very nice move, bishop b2, retreating the bishop to the long diagonal, and if Black tries to free himself with knight f6, well, among other things, there's a very nasty check on e5, and after bishop e6, even something like knight g5 or the simple developing move knight bd2 leads to a nasty position for Black. It's just hard to get rid of White's very active pieces, and the queen can swing to g5 as well. So Magnus deciding against taking the bishop, he decides to go rook b8. Prague repositions the bishop anyway. This is a very, very good move, preparing himself for the inevitable moment where Black is going to castle short. So Magnus goes bishop b7. Both sides complete their development. Knight c3, castles. And now another very strong move by Prague, queen c2. This was the point of putting the knight on c3. Yet again, if Black takes the bishop, then the bishop is replaced by the knight, and the knight is no less powerful than the bishop. Then White's rook comes out to d1. The queen and the other bishop both aim at Black's king. This is also very, very unpleasant. And so Magnus deciding to expand on the queen side with b5. Prague responding to that with rook fd1. Of course, Black was threatening b4, and the bishop would have been lost in that case. And after queen c7 came a very, very important moment, perhaps the most important moment in the game. And Fiona, we were surprised here that Prague missed a pretty straightforward, he probably didn't miss this move, but he didn't like something about it. And
we got very excited. Both of us wanted to see knight g5 appear on the board with some very concrete threats already against the Black king. And well, maybe you can show us some of the lines that could have happened here. We had a lot of fun during the game looking at this, so let's take a look.
We really did. And the first really cool line happens after bishop b7. What exactly does knight g5 threaten? Well, White tricked. And then after rook takes b7, White swoops in with knight d5, and this wins on the spot. And after queen takes b7, there's multiple possibilities here, but even the simple knight d5 does the trick, and Black's defenses are totally overwhelmed. Rook fe8, and now bishop takes f6, and then knight takes f6, and White takes on h7, and White is winning here. So Black has to respond pretty immediately to all of these threats, and he can do so by playing h6. But now there's a really pretty line. Bishop takes f7 check, replacing the bishop with the knight. Well, you can't take it because of queen h7 and queen h8. That's called checkmate. And after queen c6, White plays bishop takes f6, and then White takes again. Black has to take with a pawn in order to keep the h7 square protected. After knight takes f7, And queen h7 check, the situation is quite dire. The engine was indicating a crazy move, king g7 in this position, which maybe keeps black in the game. But man, this would not have been fun for Magnus at all. And so we were quite shocked that Pragg didn't seize this opportunity to go knight g5. And I will add that it might have been more accurate to put the other rook on d1 precisely because of that long line where this rook from f1 in some variations can lift itself via f3. But in any case, Pragg deciding on a more positional approach, playing a4 and trying to contest black's queen side. Magnus, he said, I'm not letting you put the knight on g5 twice. He immediately plays h6. And this was a subtle turning point in the game. There's a trade on b5. And here, it seems like Pragg started floundering just a little bit. Queen e2 is a natural move, hitting the pawn, which Magnus defends. And now he sends the e-pawn forward. This still looks very intimidating for black because e5, well, that's a very serious threat. But Magnus deals with it very expertly. He plays rook e8. And the point is that if white shoves the pawn forward with e5, black doesn't have to move the knight. Magnus steps back with the bishop. The rook pins the queen, and the pawn on e5 is now more of a weakness than a strength. And this might have been underestimated by Pragg, who now decides to move his queen away from the purview of the rook. Another inaccuracy allows Magnus to complete the regrouping with bishop f8. And this is where Pragg kind of slides off the ledge a little bit. He plays queen f4, still trying to prepare e5. Apologies for that. Still trying to prepare e5. And Magnus, again, he strikes first. That was the theme of this middle game. Magnus kept striking first before Pragg could accomplish his plans. After b4, he's forced to move the knight to a4. And now, Fiona, another very important moment. It's like Magnus the tactics kept working for him. He didn't just move his queen back. He did something
Magnus
a lot more impressive than that.
Instead, deciding to capture on d5, and things really heated up here. And the tide was starting to turn. Pragg, who got such a nice position out of the opening. He missed that one shot, knight g5. Magnus stopped it, and suddenly he is the one who's taking control of the position.
Exactly. The bishop is gone from the board, and now the queen from b6 swings to e6, a very nifty move, attacking e4. And Pragg had to go for a very nasty but defensible position with the move knight takes c5. This leads to a mass trade on c5. White takes on b8. And after queen takes b3, nobody can really blame Pragg for not wanting to play this position. But according to the engine, this was the best chance to hold the draw. It turns out that the opposite colored bishops do give white pretty decent chances after bishop d4. But Pragg, trying to keep the tension, goes rook a d1, and Magnus immediately pounces. Rook a8, another very, very powerful move, preparing this move c4. When the pawn on b3 is unsustainable, white's entire queen side collapses. Pragg steps back with the queen, but in comes black queen. Queen takes c4. And a very important detail is that if white takes twice on d8, on d7, black goes rook a d8. And at the end of the day, when the smoke clears, the simple threat of queen e2 followed by rook d1 is utterly unstoppable. White's pieces are simply too uncoordinated. And so Pragg took the opportunity to make some luft, but that gave black the opportunity to protect the knight. Now black is up a pawn. He's dominating. And at this point, they were entering the time pressure phase as Magnus steps back with his queen, maneuvers it to e6. And Magnus did give Pragg one more chance. So in this position, there was this very, very strong move, bishop b7. But with 1 minute on the clock, that is so hard to see. You have to notice that white takes the rook, then black. If a white takes the knight, then black takes white's knight, and black is winning. But Magnus going for his aforementioned idea and playing c4. And at this point, Pragg had one more chance. He could have taken on g7 with the bishop. Loose pieces drop off. That rook on a7 is undefended. And at the end of this line, there's a fork on d4. Now, it may seem like white is winning. White is not winning because of knight f6. And unfortunately for white, after queen takes a7, knight takes d5, black emerges a piece up. But if we go back, in this position, white has a much more resilient defense, and that is the move rook d6, actually going for the h6 pawn. This might have been what Pragg missed in time pressure. This position is really scary for black, and black is still probably winning. White can swing the rook back to d4, and there's this very important defensive resource, knight f8. And black is able to make it just in time, defending all of the key squares. But this would have definitely caused Magnus a lot more trouble than the game. In the game, Pragg, he plays queen d4 immediately, allows the knight to swing to f6, counterattacking the rook, and the rest is simple. c3 driving the pawn, and all of white's pieces are hanging. And after takes, they trade queens. And when the smoke clears, the pawn simply promotes. The knight comes into c3, the rook comes into e2. And after rook b1, rook e2, Pragg resigned, since the threat of knight c3 is completely unstoppable. What a game by the world champion, and Pragg with a big chance that he got knight g5 there. But that's unfortunately how it goes when you play Magnus. You get nervous, and Magnus pounced absolutely mercilessly once he got that chance, Fiona.
Indeed, their first classical encounter, Magnus walking away with a win. That was your rapid recap of the day. And now, Dania, well, let's see the results from round 7 one more time. We just went through it. Magnus Carlsen winning a big game with the black pieces. Fabiano Caruana, same, huge win for him, the first of this tournament against Jan Krzysztof Duda. We've talked about Giri Dubov game plenty. That was a walkover with Dubov still expecting his PCR result. We wish him all the best, of course. And Jorden van Foreest continues his very decisive tournament by beating the joint leader going into the round, Vidit Gujrati.
Indeed, that was a very impressive game. And let's have a look at the standings. We have the world champion in clear first. He's got 5 out of 7, putting together a very nice performance. And right behind him is Shakhriyar, who had a very nice defensive game against Richard Rapport. He's got 4.5 out of 7, a big group with 4. So tomorrow's round is going to be so important. Some of these people who've got 4 out of 7, they're going to have to win if they want to contest Magnus. Magnus has black, Fiona against Sam. He's definitely going to be playing for a win. And, you know, people like Fabi, who's now on 50%, he needs to try to make a push. Andrei Esipenko with the white pieces against Giri. And we're going to keep a close eye on Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He's got white against Pragg. He's the favorite, and he's going to make a big push.
For sure, Shakhriyar, he will try and make the most out of the white pieces tomorrow, trailing Magnus by only half a point. Let's have a quick look at the tournament schedule, because tomorrow is the last game before the next rest day. So tomorrow we'll be back same place, same time, 2 p.m. Central European time. That's 5 a.m. Pacific for round 8. And the day after that, January 24th, will be a rest day. But for today, that is all. It's been such an eventful day. Dania, thank you so much. What are your final words here at the end of your first day?
Fiona, I could not have asked for a better first day. The action was incredible. The games were so much fun. And these 6 hours went by in an absolute flash, largely because I have a great co-commentator. So Fiona, this was so much fun. Thank you to you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the producer, Bick, whom I made feel bad throughout the entire stream. I'll apologize afterwards. And of course, thank you to everybody watching on Twitch and on YouTube and supporting your favorite player. This was so much fun. I can't wait for tomorrow's round 8.
Absolutely. The pleasure is all mine. Thank you for watching us. What a great day of chess it's been. We'll see you tomorrow for round 8. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.